I don't know what you're saying, Kyle.
Hey, Ramsey, congrats on the belt, but Warren, relax, bro. This is crazy. This is insane.
That's a typo there, Warren.
We got to make a play, coach. What up, Drew Down?
Clear violation, bro.
Wow, hey, Manny, congrats on this, dude. That's just incredible. Well done, man. Yeah, going to be a lot of Dodger fans at the Coliseum this weekend. Hello, Spencer. Good morning. What up, Weezy? What up, gang? What up? Let's go. Let's go. Michigan, what's good? I haven't even finished my coffee yet.
I'm on my second.
I had a late night last night working, not even doing anything fun. So I got up a little late today. I had to shower this morning. I'm a night shower guy. And my coffee process in the morning takes entirely too long because I'm a fucking nerd. And I had to buy a coffee today.
Oh.
Good morning, Mrs. Mac. Hey, what up, Steven? Mrs. Mac in the building. Greg, what up, dog? Securing a Bagley in here.
All kinds of people up in here.
Honestly, man, it's so sick. It's just so cool. Keyword today, guys. We have a keyword that I will be saying. 15 seconds to showtime.
I'm ready.
Here we go. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Happy Wednesday, the final day of July. Wow. I know that people always say when you get older, time just moves faster. Time moves differently. And I know that every year we get to about July. Actually, you know what? A couple years ago, we were in July. I went, man, this year has felt long. I feel like this has been a long year. Good fate. But this year, hauling ass. I can't believe it's already July 31. We're past the MLB trade deadline. We're going to get into the dog days of the MLB season now. We're going to have NFL training camps ramping up. It's great. I'm so excited to be in August. And we're almost through the summer.
Oh.
Which is key for me. I'm anti-summer, not a fan.
Okay, so I like summer, and but I don't like the smoke. The smoke is starting to roll in, and that's not good. So I just kind of I don't want it to be hot anymore, but I'm okay with summer as an idea.
One of my friends who's been on this program in this radio station a lot of times said he loves summer because in the summer, here's his argument for the season. You can book an early tee time and be off the golf course before it gets too hot, and then you can hang out inside all day and go outside when the weather cools down. It's like what?
Yeah, that's
your favorite season is the one where you have to be inside all day? That doesn't make sense to me.
I feel like that's Chris Biederman.
I'm not going to name names. I will neither confirm nor deny.
That feels like something Chris Biederman would say. I just like knowing Chris.
Yeah. It might or might not have been.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
So that's a big running. It doesn't matter, right? Like your favorite season, my favorite season, your least favorite season, does it zero consequence to the world. That's why I like having such a hard take on it.
Okay.
I don't actually care.
I'm a big spring and fall guy.
Same, dude. because
Yeah.
you get the benefits of summer without it being 110.
That's true. That's true.
It's
But
great.
I also have this thing where I'm like turn red in the sun. So I try to avoid it no matter what. Like I
I
get
think there's a
I
Disney
get
movie about that.
I get sunburns like crazy. So like for me, I'm always wearing sleeves anyways when I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, hoodie season. Once it's hoodie season, I'm in. If I can wear a hoodie all day comfortably,
I do like hoodie season.
if I can comfortably wear a hoodie all day,
Mm.
I'm in there. I'm in there. Speaking of summer, what I do like about summer is that it's baseball season, which means you should get out to Sutter Health Park this Saturday. So we got a couple of things happening with the River Cats. This Saturday, James, you're going to be out there throwing the first pitch. We'll get to that in a second.
Yep.
The other thing we're doing is that we're giving away 2 tickets every day this week and next week. You and a friend or family member or rando that you find outside, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
You and another person will be invited up to our ESPN 1320 suite at Sutter Health Park on Friday, August 16th. During the show today, we will give you a keyword that you enter at ESPN1320.com, and you will be entered to win 2 tickets to the River Cats game on August 16th to hang out with us at the ESPN 1320 suite. It's going to be a ton of fun. Hope to see you there. Again, ESPN1320.com. When we give you the keyword, you're going to go enter it there, and you will be entered to win 2 tickets. If you've entered already, enter again. Keep entering.
Keep entering.
Enter every time.
Yep.
Tell your friends to enter too. And then only if they take you, though. Don't tell your friends to enter if they're going to take someone else.
Oh, yeah, that'd be rough if you
That'd be a tough scene.
told a friend to enter and then they won and then they didn't take you.
Yeah. I always joke with my I always joke with my wife about that because she does the things on Instagram that'll be like tag your friends, tag X amount of friends to enter to win this giveaway.
Okay.
Follow this account and this account, tag your friends. Every tag is an entry. And so she sends them to me because she tags me in them. And then I'll jump in there and I'll tag some people so we get more entries with mine. But I always joke that like, hey, if I win, I'm keeping it. It could be some weird like Hello Kitty thing or whatever. Something I would not be interested in at all. Like, I might keep it if I win.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Might be mine. I'm working hard. The other thing, so you're throwing out the first pitch this Saturday.
Yep.
So get out there this Saturday as well to watch James throw out the first pitch. And then I assume you're going to be hanging out at the game.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Vibing.
Yeah, I'm going to, the family's coming out. We're just going to sit and watch a game. And
that sounds like a great time.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. You have on the rundown here, and I can't wait to hear about this.
Yes.
You had a breakthrough in your throwing program?
Yes, I had a breakthrough.
Was this a breakthrough for you or the 21-year-old?
Well, both. It's getting better. First of all, it's getting better. Oh,
yeah,
snap.
They're here. We'll get to it.
Oh,
okay, you go. You finish.
Okay, so I threw. This is 2 days in a row I've thrown. But on Monday I threw, and I thought my elbow was gonna like just again fall off. Like I don't know if that's possible, but like I clearly
there's
have done severe damage.
minimum like UCL inflammation. Bare minimum.
Yeah. So when I was done on Monday, I literally wrapped my elbow in ice and sat around and just kind of chilled. Then I moved the ice to the shoulder because the shoulder was like a little bit screaming. I went out yesterday and I'm like, oh, it all broke loose.
Feeling good.
All of a sudden I'm feeling good.
This is great.
I think a lot of it is that I've had elbow problems forever and I've learned how to like basically get around the elbow a lot in my throwing motion.
That's probably dangerous, but go on.
Well, no, I mean, like when you coach Little League, you're supposed to drop it, swing it, and then over the top, right? So that's how they teach, like if you go to like Big Owl camp, right?
Sure.
To teach Little League. So that's what, for a long time, I found that I can, playing in the infield, I can just basically use a straight arm and snap with my wrist and get the ball to first base with no problem. The problem that I had is that my shoulder's been trashed. So the shoulder broke loose enough where all of a sudden it took the stress off the elbow and I'm able to throw
That's
again.
Great.
So
love to hear it.
Yeah. And the 21-year-old, he's getting better. He's getting better.
Great.
Yeah.
Let's get him out there for a first pitch too.
It's tough because
we love progress.
Both of our gloves are broken in for softball.
Yes.
So
huge issue.
So if you've played baseball forever, it's an issue, but you know what to do. But
Yeah.
my son, who hasn't played a ton of baseball, gloves broken in for softball, and it's a
Yeah,
little
because you don't
baggy.
feel it in the. So for a long time, this is so boring. I'm not. I don't want to bore people's ears off with this, but for a long time, I used an 11 1/4 inch glove,
Okay. Yep.
which is that's small for a baseball glove,
Yeah.
and I was using it for softball,
Mhm.
where like the softball fit in it, and that's it.
Yeah.
Well, that's how it got broken in. So it is an 11 1/4 inch glove, but I still have that problem catching a baseball with it
Oh yeah.
because the ball just rattles around in there. You don't like firmly.
No,
It's
totally.
a weird sensation.
Yeah, so I can get around it. My son struggles a little bit with
Yeah.
the
Oh
fact
God, I
because
bet.
he
Of
hasn't played enough.
course.
And again, he's left-handed, so it's not like I
Oh my
can't go grab
God.
another glove that I've got and that might
Yeah.
be better suited.
Sure.
Yeah, so anyway, it's been good though. We've been working on it. We did find that we were throwing one way on the street where if he airmailed me, it could literally roll all the way to the lake.
Oh, it's Gonzo.
Yeah. So
Flip
yeah, we
positions.
switched around.
Perfect.
But then he almost hit the Tesla twice, and
Oh
so
my
it was like,
God,
bro, what's happening?
dude. Gotta make a play.
Yeah.
Someone make a play. Again, that's Saturday. James throwing out the first pitch. Get your tickets at rivercats.com. Honestly, when I went out there a couple weeks ago, a bunch of my friends came, family came out. Another one of my friends was there randomly, not because she saw it on social media that I was going to be there. She just happened to be there.
Mm,
So that was fun. You get out there, good food, good drinks,
yeah.
good time. I recommend this to you and everybody else. At some point during the game, go sit on the lawn.
Okay.
It's a great vibe out there. Wait for the sun to set for sure,
Yeah, yeah.
but I go hit the lawn and just sit out there. It's like it has a spring training vibe, but the game has more consequence,
Mhm.
which is cool.
No, I dig it. I've sat out there, but it's been a long time.
Yeah.
So
Get out there with the fam.
I'm
Love it.
excited.
Love it.
What
Can't wait.
6:37 start on Saturday? So
6:37 on the dot,
yeah.
which means your first pitch will be 9:30. So yours will be like 6:25
Okay.
ish, maybe 6:26.
I'm gonna have to warm up in the parking lot, and hopefully.
Yeah, do that if you can. Get loose in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, and hope that throw. But I probably threw 50 or 60 pitches yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dang.
I was able to
It's a
get
heavy workload.
like even out to 60 feet. I like
I think 2 or 3 innings of work for you.
like look at that. Yeah.
All right, we'll give you that keyword for the August 16th game, which is a separate event. That is a sweet night for ESPN 1320 at Sutter Health Park. We'll give you that keyword coming up in a little while. All right, July 31. That's James. I'm Kyle. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program. They no longer need to get my car to 300,000 miles. Salute to Jiffy Lube anyway, because I was confident that I would have. MLB trade deadline passed yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So let's start with the Giants, who in the big moves of consequence, they dealt Jorge Soler, they dealt Alex Cobb, who hadn't pitched yet this year, but he was on track to return, and then they acquired Mark Canha, who's not having his best year as a pro. He's also 35.
Yeah, it happened. Kyle, we're getting old.
I knew. So if you had asked me how old is Mark Canha, I knew he was older. I knew that he wasn't like 27.
Yeah.
Because when he came up, he was with, I think, the Marlins or the Rays. I think it was the Marlins, but he was a Rule 5 pick by the A's.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So when he first came up in 15 or 16, he was like 28 at that point or 29 at that point.
I forgot he was 26. He was. I forgot he was a Rule 5.
Was he only 26?
Yeah, he came up in 2015
With the A's?
with the A's.
Huh. I remember him being a lot older than that.
Yeah,
Weird.
because they had to keep him on the roster the whole year, and
Right.
then all of a sudden it was like, oh, I think they found something here. He had 16 homers, 70 RBI in his rookie season.
I had this weird thing. Rick Tittle, who does radio now at Sirius, I think. I
Okay.
think that's where he's at. But he's covered Bay Area sports forever. He's a legend out there. And I will never forget, he wrote this piece really early in Mark Canha's tenure that said the Mark Canha experiment is over.
Oh.
And I remember being like, Wait, he just got really? It's just over? And so every time Mark Canna would have success after that. That's all I thought about. I just became a big Mark Canna guy because I was irrationally angry. The Rick Tittle was ready to punt on him super early.
You should be irrationally angry when somebody just calls it like that early. Like he was really good as a rookie, but then he had a couple of rough years. His 27, 28 years were tough, but then he really bounced back in 2018 and strung together a lot of really just solid Major League Baseball. He was always such a solid hitter. Like, you want a guy that goes up there, bats second, and will, if he needs to, will work a 9-pitch at bat. That's who Mark Canna was. And that's what I always appreciated with him. Just like, there was a point where the A's had, from the beginning of their lineup to the end of their lineup, solid Major League hitters.
Yeah, just some dudes.
Yeah, that you're always going to get strong at bats out of. And that's what, even right now, you can watch, like, situational hitting is so bad. Like, they have a bunch of dudes who aren't there yet, who have talent, but they're not like professional hitters. And that's tough to watch.
I want to say two more things about Mark Canna because now I'm sidetracked.
Yeah.
So the Giants acquired Mark Canna, if you missed that. Two things. One, he lives the major league life that I would want to live.
Okay.
He has a family, he has a wife, and I think they have kids. But his Instagram is Big League Foodie, because what he does is when they go to a different city, he goes and finds like high quality cuisine in that city and just eats his way through the major league cities.
Oh, I bet you
and
even
post photos of it.
Sponsored. I'm sure he doesn't even have to pay for a lot of those meals.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's that famous, but just what an incredible way to go about it. Because I know there's some guys who, when they go on the road, they are like, I'm going to be at the hotel and the ballpark, and that's it.
Yeah.
And he's like, nah, we got in on a Thursday night. I'm going to go find a late night spot. Oh, we don't have a game until the evening. I'm going to go find a good brunch spot. Like, what a great life. That's exactly the way to do it.
I've always enjoyed so greatly about Gary Gerald.
Yes. Yes.
He
does it.
He has a spot in every city. Every time they go to New York, he catches a Broadway play or two. Like, he's in it for the travel life. And it's amazing to watch. Like, all of the good foods that he eats all over the world, all over the country, just like amazing.
It's so fun watching him throughout the year. It'll be like, back in Memphis, where this place has the best XYZ meal.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Is that they're eating like a chicken fried steak somewhere? You're like,
that's so weird. I was literally right about to say chicken fried steak.
Oh, yeah. You're like, oh, still eating the chicken fried steak. Like, you go.
I've been doing it for 30 years now.
That's right.
That is the way. If you get to travel for work. I know that I would love to travel for work. But from what I understand in talking to people who cover sports and people who travel a lot to like the same place over and over again for work, it gets overrated. Like, it's a thing that gets old after a while. But I think that's the way you spice it up. You just have something to look forward to in that city. Maybe you've been covering the NBA for a long time and you do not have a good time necessarily in Oklahoma City, but hey, you know what? Looking forward to whatever that one spot is. That's the way to go.
Yeah, I have I travel quite a bit covering the Kings when I was with NBC. And first of all, you become a really, really concise traveler. So everyone has like your standard carry-on bag, right? I have one of those. It's half the size. It fits enough for me to get in and out of like 3 cities. Everything is concise. When I walk into an airport, I walked in with no belt on. I have slip-on shoes. Like, I got to a point where I can get through an airport in no time at all.
Yeah.
And then I like to sit at a bar, eat at the bar, and just sit by myself. And I'm not social when I'm on the road.
Yeah, of course.
And so just a little different, but I enjoyed it, but I like being at home.
I've traveled the same way, but this is where that whole like anxiety thing comes in. I don't have anywhere to be. I'm not like a super experienced traveler. The anxiety of having to like untie my shoes and undo a belt and take off. No, but before I get in the security line, I am in the security line, I've got everything except my boarding. Everything is in a bag except my boarding pass and my ID.
Oh, yeah.
I wear slip-on shoes, so those are off. If I have a jacket or a hoodie on, that's already off. It all goes in a thing, and I'm ready to go. Because I know when I'm standing behind somebody who does not have it together,
Oh,
I hate that person.
the people in the airport that don't know, like, they've never been to the airport before.
If you're dealing with children, I get it.
Yeah.
And if you don't travel that often, I understand. But also, like I said, this is not me going like everybody should be like me, because that's not the case.
Yeah.
I don't actually believe that. But as a person who has, like, I'm just on edge all the time, particularly when I'm traveling. And so I'm there early on purpose. I know that I have 2 hours until my flight boards, and I am getting up to security. Like, I'm good on timing, but I'm still like, hey, I want to get to my gate.
Yep.
Or I want to get to the bar nearest my gate. Or I need to go to the bathroom and get a snack. So when the people in front of me are like, oh, I got to take my shoes off. And then they go over there like, you have a belt on? Oh, I got to go get the belt. Oh, you got to remove your hat. Okay. Did you take your laptop out of your bag? Oh, I got to go back. It's like, duh!
Yeah.
Just blood
Kyle,
pressure just climbing the entire time.
I am like a well-oiled machine. Like, I get to
I
the
need
airport.
to travel with you then.
I need exactly like 1 hour. I know exactly where I'm going. I have the whole thing just mapped out in my head, and I just get through line, and away we go.
Good.
I think we're back on the
Good
air.
traveler.
I think we had an off-air issue.
Yeah,
early.
we're fine. Welcome in everybody to ESPN 1320. We appreciate you for listening. Sorry about not being on air there for a minute.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Not my fault. Not my fault.
It was not our fault.
Oh, when I first saw a text from the person who texted us, I went, "Oh no!" And I just because, but if you're unfamiliar, typically a radio show is a host, and then person running the board, and then a producer who is keeping the show on track, looking for news, doing things like reminding us to say keywords, etc., etc.
Yeah.
With this program here, it's just James and I. Me and James. So the board ops job is to send us to commercial, or the technical producer, whatever you want to call it. The board ops job is to send us to commercial and make sure that the station is on air. So when I see that the station is not on air,
Yep,
that is full panic mode for me. But then I kept reading and I saw it wasn't my fault, and then I felt great about it.
No, we had a bird issue, I guess. This has happened before.
Who doesn't have a bird issue?
I guess.
All right. Mark Hanna. Was it? Oh, the second Mark Hanna thing.
Yeah.
We're talking MLB trade deadline. The Giants acquired Mark Hanna. We'll get to the A's as well. There's a kind of big overarching team building discussion across sports that I want to get to here. But first Mark Hanna, or second Mark Hanna thing real quick. He taught me a lot about what you're saying and not saying on the internet. And that players see everything.
Oh.
So I used to do this thing where I would say I'm trying to jinx it, right? I would say the opposite of the thing I wanted to happen in hopes that it would happen. Just, again,
Okay.
being silly. Just a funny internet thing. We're having a good time, right? I'm sitting there, I'm 6 beers deep at Golden Road or wherever I was, and catching an A's game and firing off tweets. And I said, I can't remember the last time Mark Hanna got a hit. I did remember.
Yeah.
But he hadn't been hitting great. And so I was trying to like, hey, they need a big hit here. I'm going to say this. Mark Hanna, it turns out, searches his name.
Oh.
Or has somebody who searches his name and sends him tweets about him. Because he replies and he's like, thanks for the feedback. It wasn't overtly mean, but it was definitely snarky.
Yeah.
It's like, I felt like I've hit the ball hard a couple of times, but whatever he said. And then I was
quoting
like,
his like exit velocity to you.
Literally. And then I felt bad because I was like, oh, dog, I don't actually, this is not a, hey, I bought a shirt. I forget what the company was, but they did like custom player shirts. And I bought the Mark Hanna one because it was really cool. It was like a bat flip season or whatever it was called. And I was like, bro, I'm a fan. I'm trying to do a thing. I didn't actually mean it. And I just like, there's nothing I'm going to say in that moment that makes me look like anything less than a jerk.
Yeah.
And that dramatically altered how I talk about people athletes and famous people on the internet because people see stuff.
Oh, yeah. So, as someone who has to walk in the locker room,
Yes.
you don't do that. Like,
Just oh my
you
God.
can't be like super snarky.
Yeah.
And if you are like, it's you have to be more deadpan.
Mm-hmm.
And so Kevin
Yeah.
Herter 3 Kings cut the deficit to 32.
Right. But that's not Kevin Herter 3 finally. He was 0 for his last.
Yeah.
Like that's way different.
Yeah, so you have to be super cautious because you don't want to get into an altercation in the locker room about something you said. And of course, we did have at one point like a player read something that somebody in the media had said during a game, not Sacramento media, but a commentator had said about them on the air, and we had that player go out and approach that person and then get suspended for multiple games for some of the things that he said, which I'm not going to repeat on air.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That was a long time ago. But again, someone sent him a clip of what somebody said about him on the air, and he saw it and went out to have words.
Dude,
Yeah.
People see everything. Eliza Schlesinger. I always had Eliza Schlesinger. She's a comedian.
Okay.
She was on a program I used to be on 98 Rock here at Odyssey Sacramento, and she was on as a guest, and she said like if you DM me on Instagram, I see it.
Oh,
like she's like I sit around all day waiting to do my show. Like if someone has like less than 4 million followers on Instagram and you DM them, chances are they see it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was insane to me. That's so I just
yeah. No, it's wild. It's absolutely wild.
Anyways.
Yeah, so Mark Hanna saw it. But now you're happy that he's back in the Bay Area.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah.
A Bay Area guy back in San Francisco in his home ballpark. Fingers crossed it works out for him and the Giants. But I think that the Giants, fine, whatever. We'll get into we'll deep dive that. I loved what the A's did.
Yeah.
More importantly, what they didn't do. They held on to Brent Rooker. They held on to guys like Lawrence Butler and Mason Miller. They traded Lucas Erceg. They traded 925 legend Paul Blackburn. His dad was my 6th grade teacher, by the way. I don't know if we've ever talked about that.
No, really?
Yeah. So 925 legend Paul Blackburn got dealt to the Mets, and Lucas Erceg went to the Royals. Erceg, a 29-year-old reliever. But the A's did exactly what you asked them to do yesterday on air.
Yes.
You went, if you're going to trade these guys, go get pitchers.
Well, yeah, go get AA, AAA pitchers, guys that are on the verge of being able to help you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they did. Like they got 2 guys that could be in the starting rotation, maybe next year, maybe the year after.
Yeah,
if they make it, if they make it and they figure it out. They also got a reliever who is putting up 100-mile-an-hour heat.
Mm-hmm.
He's just not there where Erceg is.
Right.
And for me, like I really liked Erceg, but I don't know that he was anywhere near as good as he was in the first like month of the season. And I would sell high on him. They got 3 pitchers. 2 pitchers and a single A outfielder for him.
Yeah.
Like, that's a good little cleanup. Like,
yeah, man.
I get it.
So it's Will Klein and Mason Barnett were the 2 pitchers they got for Erceg, who from everything I read are mid-level starters.
Yeah, Mason Barnett.
They project that way.
Yeah, he's a 3rd pick in the by the Royals, and he's their 4th rated prospect.
Yeah,
you got a 4th rated prospect for a setup man.
Yeah,
and 2 other players. Like I'm in.
The thing with Erceg is he's 29 years old, man. He's under team control for 5 more years.
Yes,
but if you're projecting out what the A's look like over the next 3 or 4 years, I'm with you. His peripheral stats are all really good, but if you get a chance to get 3 minor leaguers for a player who's fine, but not an irreplaceable reliever, I just think that's good work for the A's.
Well, that and Blackburn,
I love what they did.
Arbitration eligible in 2025, free agent in 2026. Like this is when, if you are going to get off a pitcher, that's probably the right time to do it. To move away from him. So again, 30-year-old, He's been in the big leagues for a long time, and the fact that he's not arbitration eligible yet is wild.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been able to stay healthy, and so he's on his way back. But the A's aren't looking to win this year, and that's okay.
It's so in the Athletic, and we're gonna go here in a second, but it says the A's got a B- from the Athletic for their grade. It says, I thought they could have pushed more to trade their best power hitter, Brent Rooker, in a market where so many contending teams were looking for a middle-of-the-order power bat. It's like, or maybe they're trying to keep him around because he's an exciting hitter.
I hope they keep him around this summer.
I hope so too, man. And maybe they blow it up in the winter, and we're talking about the A's as a unserious franchise this winter. But love what they did. Fine with whatever the heck the Giants were doing. We'll talk more about that. And you had a really interesting thought on the Major League Baseball trade deadline and how it relates to the NBA and the Kings specifically. So we'll do that. We will have a keyword for you for our Sweet Night giveaway at Sutter Health Park to watch the River Cats on August 16th. We'll give you that keyword coming up. We got some Kings internet rumors as well, and we'll look ahead to some Olympic action tonight coming up on the show. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Oh, she took them. I thought we were going to go get those during the break. Boo. Yes, this is accurate. Yeah, I think that was DeMarcus's rookie season. And I think what Sean Elliott said was something to the effect that DeMarcus is out there against Tim Duncan acting like he's some star. And he said something to the effect that Cousins couldn't hold Tim Duncan's jock late in a game. And then they, of course, beat the Kings. I did catch the men's soccer yesterday. They are looking good. Chris Ochoa, I only have one Dr. Pepper shirt, but I do wash it. My son also has one, so there's times where maybe I steal his Dr. Pepper shirt. I've seen many, many, many players when you walk in the locker room who are scrolling on their phones, reading everything that's been written about them. What's going on, everybody?
So, Charlie. I just have to come in and model. Looks great.
We saw him.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'm going to go get.
Yeah, where are they?
Minute and a half. I'm going to go get ours.
Oh, we still have a minute and a half?
Yep.
Sick.
So it was Horace the Hawk.
Yeah.
Who actually is Francis the Falcon, who was working on her nest that knocked us off the air.
Oh.
So.
That's not good.
Well, we have a way of protecting her and the antenna. We just had to do a couple of things. So.
Okay. Who goes out there and deals with that?
We have a professional tower climber. I do a lot of things. I do not climb towers.
No, I would not also climb the tower.
So.
That's wild.
So that's.
Yeah. We have a hawk that's in our backyard all the time. There's also a bald eagle on the lake. Yeah. You can see him swoop down. Oh, yeah.
So, there we go.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
So I was telling James it was Horace the Hawk. Vibes guy. Oh, I love
Big vibes guy.
It was Horace the Hawk, who actually is Francis the Falcon. And she was working on her nest again.
Got it.
And
Got
so
it.
we had to do a couple things to protect her nest and also the tower. That's
Great.
what
I
caused the
love that
problem.
we are environmentally conscious.
But she also keeps rodents out of the transmitter room, so we love her.
What up, cousin Pete? Appreciate you dropping in, bro. Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
We got jerseys. Tap into youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Is that going to be the fit for the first pitch on Saturday?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to. I dropped a light $120 on a River Cats jersey. So
Oh. I thought you were wearing an A's jersey out there.
no, I was wearing a River Cats jersey.
Oh.
I thought it would be gauche if I wore an A's jersey. Like they might have literally been
like kicked you out.
Not kicked me out, but said, "Hey, you can't wear that."
Oh, that's true.
They're a Giants affiliate.
Yeah.
I know the A's are playing there next year, but there's zero trace of the A's in that stadium.
Yeah.
So I didn't think they were probably going to be too keen on that idea. So I snagged a River Cats jersey. I'll wear it tomorrow. I'm a big fan of it. I like it a lot.
It's silky.
Yeah, it's not the same. It's not. So they sent us a sample jersey.
Yeah.
That is not that material. It's very different. What's your sound in the back? Yeah, spin it around. It says hammer. Your mic's in the way, but that's fine. There we go. Here it is. Turn it around, hammer. I thought we were going to get custom numbers too, but it makes sense that it would be 1320 since that's, the branding.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I did ask. I said, do we get a custom number? Because if I do, like, here's my number. If not, I'll do the 1320.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
It's the move. It would have been cool if one of us was 13 and the other was 20. So we stand next to each other. No?
Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
Well,
we're
just
spitballing.
thinking,
No bad
like,
ideas in a brainstorm. It's okay.
Like, it could look illegal in certain states. Just like 13 and 20. Just saying.
Why would that be illegal?
I'm just saying. We can move on.
Okay, very good. I'm going to. All right. A keyword. I'm giving away the keyword now because if I don't, I'm going to forget. So I'm just going to give it.
I won't remind you because I'll forget.
Right. That's it. Right.
Yeah.
The perils of doing a show without a producer. The keyword, and again, this is for the River Cats game on Friday, August 16th. ESPN 1320 will have a suite at Sutter Health Park. We're giving away 2 tickets today, through the rest of the week, and through next week.
All right.
We're giving away 2 tickets to Friday, August 16th at Sutter Health Park. You'll be in the ESPN 1320 suite. We'll be up there hanging out, having a great time, watching some baseball, and having a ton of fun. Enter today, right now, actually, at ESPN1320.com, and enter the code word STEAL. STEAL. As in Ricky Henderson is going to steal second base.
There it is.
And then also as in Ricky Henderson is going to steal third base.
That's right.
Bang, bang.
Then he's going to hold up third base above his head.
I am the greatest
of all time.
Of all time.
That's right.
Yeah.
One of the greatest scenes of all time.
Really good. And then in his Hall of Fame speech repeating that line, but then instead of saying I am the greatest of all time, he said, I am truly humbled. Oh, just cut to the core of me. Shout out to Ricky Henderson. Steal is your keyword at ESPN1320.com. If you can't enter right now, if you're driving or if you're at work and can't jump on, it's okay. You can enter later. We'll continue giving you the keyword in case you forget it. Tell your friends. Tell them to enter at ESPN1320.com and tell them to take you if they win. That's a key aspect of this.
I totally agree.
Can't wait. August 16th out at Sutter Health Park. We're talking MLB trade deadline. Giants, whatever. There was a big argument about whether they were going to buy or sell, and they really didn't do either. They made minor moves, but I don't feel that differently about the Giants today as I did prior to the 3 p.m. deadline yesterday. They're just kind of existing.
Yeah, that's what it felt like, right? And the one move they did make felt like, okay, you're saving money. So it felt a little cheap. And so it's just kind of like, like if you're gonna trade like a guy like the Alex Cobb trade, that doesn't move any needle
sure.
anywhere.
Sure.
Just like the same thing with Paul Blackburn. I mean, he hasn't
Mhm.
pitched most of the season. He's coming off the DL. Like, so yeah, he's been part of the franchise and you're going to miss him. But at the same time, he hadn't really been an impact player. I think with Soler thing is like, oh, look at that. You're just trying to save money. Like,
yeah, or I buy into the Marco Luciano idea that
Okay.
they're trying to just open a lineup spot for him, which is fine. But they also didn't commit to. I think if they were committed to selling, and this is why I don't think they were selling necessarily.
Yeah.
If they were committed to that, Blake Snell would probably not be on the Giants anymore.
oh, that's true.
They could have gotten a haul for him and actually sold this thing, but I think they believe they can still compete or at least contend for that last playoff spot.
Okay.
But this is why we talked about this with Kenny. And I think it was really I think it was really on display throughout the deadline. This is not the Giants just exist. They're just there.
Mm-hmm.
Are they good? Nah. Are they bad? Nah. Are they exciting? Nah. They are the I'm trying to think of like an NBA comparison for the Giants. Just a guy who's they are the like Nick Batum of Major League Baseball. They're
like
just
the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah. I wouldn't put come on. I'm not putting the Hawks on them. That's crazy.
Okay.
No, but that's it. Like the Hawks, put it this way. Here's why that works. I don't think about the Atlanta Hawks ever.
Yeah.
The context in which I think about the Atlanta Hawks is how they could complete a 3-team Brandon Ingram trade for the Kings.
Okay.
That was the context that I thought to any extent about the Hawks. I think if you're a Braves fan, I don't think you're probably that concerned with the Giants.
No.
Or if you're pick an American League team, I guess, on the East Coast. If you're a Yankees fan, you're probably not that concerned with the Giants.
No.
They are just there. They're floating in the ether. They're the team that won 3 titles and had that incredible run through the early 2010s. And that they're just they won 107 games in a season recently.
Yeah, that's
and they're just I guess. And they just the way they operated at the trade deadline was to me a perfect encapsulation of what they are. They didn't buy, they didn't sell. They made a couple of moves.
They're just kind of even Steven.
They're just there.
Yeah.
And that's the worst place to be as a team. That's the worst thing you can be.
Well, and I was watching the game last night.
Yes.
And I may have had to change the broadcast because you could watch both broadcasts. I may have had to move from one broadcast to the other, whatever. But while I was watching, I was struck by the fact that the A's are bad, but they're so much fun to watch. They're out there ripping 4 home runs, crushing the ball. Like, again, they held on to Brett Rooker. He put a ball so far out into left center. It was like, holy smokes. Like they're fun.
Yeah.
You got Blade almost went into the drink. Like the whole entire feel of the A's is like, hey, we're upstart. We're cool. We're just going to blast a bunch of home runs. We can't get everybody out all the time. And we may make a bunch of errors, but it's okay. We're at least fun to watch, right? We're at least exciting. And I felt like we come out of the trade deadline and the A's made 2 moves that could help them in the future. They lost 2 players, one of which was helping them now, one of which may have helped them down the stretch, but you're not going to win anything this year. You're too far behind at this point. And so I was totally fine with their moves, but I also felt like we were watching a Giants team that had their spirit broken. Like it was like, hey, we might have had a shot if you did anything, but you didn't. And now we're just kind of blasé the rest of the year. We're just kind of like what you're saying, just floating. We don't really care because you don't care. You clearly don't value what's happening on the field, upper management, ownership. You don't care. So why should we? And they go out there against a team like the A's who, again, they made their moves, but it was like, hey, look at that. Rooker's still here. We still got a shot. Blade's still here. We still got a shot. We at least have let's go have some fun. Let's go
Yeah.
tear this thing up and see if we can make some noise and at least mess with some
Let's
people.
play
and-
spoiler. Yeah.
yeah, at least destroy like all those people who bet the under on the 57 wins. Like, all right, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yep.
Yeah, so I kind of like I feel like there is this moment with teams where you can either, help your team, give them a bump in confidence, give them a shot in the arm,
Mhm.
and sometimes it's not making a move and sometimes it is making a move. Or you can do what the Giants did and just kind of cash it in and make the rest of the roster feel like you're ambivalent and so should they be.
Mhm.
And that's kind of it's a tough thing, but the way I thought about it too was like the Sacramento Kings were in this situation twice in the last 2 years with the same exact team.
Mhm.
And they did the same thing both times. But I also feel like one time it was the appropriate thing and the next time it wasn't.
Mhm.
And I think that that's where like a general manager has to be able to read the room.
Mhm.
They have to be able to say, "Hey, look, like we're winning games and no one expects us to be this good." And then they go on to storm in the second half and win 48 games
Mhm.
2 years ago.
Mhm.
The only move they made at the trade deadline was to trade for Kessler Edwards, and it wasn't even like a salary dump. It was a way to get a second round pick,
Mhm.
right? And so you get to the next year, and it's the same team. Their record isn't even that much different.
Almost a just complete rerun of the previous season.
Yeah, but you got to the trade deadline, and it felt like, man, this team really needs a move. It really needs a
Mhm.
move in order to take that next step, in order to shake them out of the malaise,
Mhm.
right? Like you're waiting for them to like have this moment where all of a sudden they look like the team they were before fully. So even if the teams look the same, even if their records were similar, they didn't feel the same.
Mhm.
And that's where I think like feel is such a huge part of being a general manager, is part of team building. And you're looking at this thing like, man, I really, really wish you could have done something more than trading for Robin Lopez,
Yeah.
right? And then waiving him before he even like he didn't even get on a plane.
Yeah.
Like those are those moments where I think you just kind of miss.
Mhm.
And like I think the Kings have not used a trade deadline in any meaningful way except for the Sabonis deal, the one
Mhm.
out of like the 5 years that Monty has been
Yeah.
the general manager. So
And that's not to say that every deadline needs to have a Sabonis deal.
no,
But it was so clear to you and me, everybody in the chatty house, everybody at Golden One Center, anybody who followed the Kings even a
Yeah.
little bit. It was so clear at this year's deadline that, like, man, they need just, even if it's a lateral move, they need to change something.
it was like when you make a really good stew and you're like something's missing. Something's missing and you're sitting there like you don't know what's missing.
Mhm.
And the idea shouldn't be to just plate it. Like,
Mhm.
let's go ahead and dish it up even though it's missing something.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a playoff stew, but
Yeah,
it
it's
might
like,
be. Maybe people will like it.
yeah, maybe someone will like it. No, at some point you gotta, add a little salt. You gotta add something
Yeah.
to like try to bring out a different flavor. And that's what I kind of felt like with the Kings. And then, but I'm watching it play out with the Giants and the A's, where one team is like, again, they know they're not good.
Mhm.
They just had a really good month of July, but they know that they're not good.
Mhm.
But that's okay because we're building something. The other team is like, man, we are so mid. Can you believe how mid we are? And
Mhm.
we got another 45 games of this
Yeah.
where we're just like putting on the coasters and just like let's see what happens.
Mhm.
Like that there's such a weird vibe.
Yeah.
You are a vibes guy and the vibes being so different. And and again, I thought about the Kings and how the vibes were different than they were the year before
Mhm.
and how you could have changed vibes, but you didn't.
Yeah.
And how one time it was probably the right move and another time it probably wasn't.
And just for anybody listening, vibe can translate roughly in this case to like team chemistry.
Yeah.
Like that's what we're talking about here. It was really clear that I thought just to bring this back to the Kings momentarily. I thought I'm with you. I thought last offseason, for the most part, running it back the way they did was the right move. I saw the theory with adding Chris Duarte. I liked the vision there, where you bring in a defensive minded guy who can help you out on that end of the floor. Maybe Davion Mitchell takes a little bit of a step, and Keegan Murray takes a little bit of a step. And you saw the vision,
Yeah.
but then by February,
By December.
well, by December, and certainly as the trade deadline approached, they needed to do something. And I'm with you. I thought that was a miss last year. Not that again, not asking them to go do a Sabonis deal.
Mhm.
Not even saying PJ Washington or who was the other guy? Daniel Gafford,
Yeah.
like the Mavericks went, because you and I have gone through that. It's really hard to piece together that deal if you're the Kings.
Mhm.
But like any kind of shakeup would have been great. And I'm interested to see if Monty McNair learns from that experience, or if this is just kind of their ethos. If their ethos is a little bit giantsy, where they put together this team in the preseason, or no, I'm sorry, not in the preseason, during the offseason, and they have an idea for what this team should be. And if it's not what the team is at the deadline, going, okay, well, let's wait it out. Let's see, because we still got a couple of months. We're on the cusp of the playoffs. If a couple of things really turn and go right, then we can make this push. And I think that's what the Giants are doing right now, is looking in there going, well, Blake Snell hasn't been around all year and certainly hadn't been himself all year. Well, now he looks like himself.
Mhm.
And Robbie Ray is back. And Robbie Ray wasn't great last night, but he was really good in his first start against the Dodgers. Okay, so now you got Logan Webb and you got Hayden Birdsong. And now, okay, you see the rotation. Now you just got to kind of mix and match the pieces offensively, and you're going to be good. I do wonder if that's the Kings' approach to this.
No, it very well could be. That's I think when you put together a team, like, you want to feel like you've given it enough of an opportunity.
Yeah, definitely.
But an 82 game season, especially when you have a coaching staff that's looking at every 5 games and trying to win every 5 games, right?
Mhm.
They're like, you have the coaching side of it, you have the grand scheme franchise side of it, right? There has to be some sort of conversation, like, all the time about, hey, where's this thing going? Let's check in. Are we at 65% of who we think we can be? Are we at 85%? Like, where are we as a team, and what do we need? How can we change this thing? How can we make this better? And you have to be willing to, I don't think gamble, but you have to be willing to make a move, like, if things aren't right.
Mhm.
And if everyone from the outside can see that things aren't right, but you're like, hey, we got, Trey Lyles missed the first 13 games of the season.
Mhm.
Once he's back and he's healthy, maybe he'll be right. Yeah, you saw it the whole year.
Mhm.
Like, the way the season started, the way the season ended, there was no spike. There
Mhm.
was no, like, you had Sabonis basically at a superstar level the entire season. You had Fox that had, he was a little all over the board, but
Mhm.
still had a great season. You had Keegan Murray, who had a really rough start and kind of came back and then had a sort of a weak finish. You had Malik Monk, who was a stable factor. There's all of these things that you're watching the whole time. You got to figure out ways to smooth out some of that
Mhm.
and wait. And maybe the deals aren't there, but we can't keep saying for year after year after year that, well, the deal wasn't there. Maybe
Mhm.
the deal wasn't there. It's like, okay, well, then maybe you need to change what you're looking for in your deal. Because if you can't get what you think you can get from with the players that you're offering up, then maybe you need different players.
Yeah.
Maybe you need to change the offers that you're making, no matter how difficult that might be. So, yeah, really interesting.
I kind of wonder, because the A's did what the Kings did last year, really, because they're still riding the wave up.
Yeah.
They're still looking at the construct of their roster and the ages and the player control and what the team could look like next year, and they're still on that upward ascension where the Kings were 2 seasons ago.
Mhm.
So I love that they stood pat for the most part. Again, they made a couple of minor deals, but the core of what, if this version of the A's is going to make the playoffs, they kept that core intact.
Yeah.
Now, let me rephrase. If this version of the A's is going to make the playoffs at some time in the next couple of years, not this year, but at some time in the next couple of years, they kept that core intact. And honestly, I wonder 2 things. One, was there some kind of mandate for the front office that said, unless you are getting the world for Brent Rooker, do not trade him. Unless you are getting 2 MLB ready all-star potential guys for Mason Miller, do not move him,
Yeah.
because they are coming to a new city. And are they going to start spending money hand over fist in Sacramento? I don't think so. But there needs to be you got to have something. And so I wonder if there was that kind of mandate, or if it was just David Force, the GM, looking at kind of what we're talking about, going, hey, this team is 4th in the league in home runs, and they're having a great time, and it's not a good team, but it's at least a fun team, and if they could get some outs, they'd be a really good team.
Yeah.
This is a club that we can, for an inexpensive price, move forward with next year and make a couple adjustments in the offseason. Yeah, maybe make a playoff push. I maybe it was just that.
Yeah, I can look at, I mean, we can turn it a million different ways. I just know that when I read sort of like the talking heads after, the grades, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they give the A's a losing grade.
B- is not a losing grade.
Well, like
shout out to Sac State. Fingers up.
But ESPN gave them a losing. They put them as part of the losers, right?
Because they didn't trade their dudes.
Yeah, the Giants and the A's, and then they start talking about, well, hey, look, Brett Rooker's almost 30. It's like, okay, but he just got to the bigs. Like, you gambled on a guy who had not been able to figure it out in other spots. He's figured it out. You still have team control for like 3 or 4 more years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why not? Why not give this an opportunity? And last time I checked, this is in baseball. That's your prime.
Mm-hmm.
Like 28 to like 33 is your prime in baseball.
Mm-hmm. Especially for a DH.
Yeah. Why not like live out his prime and have the opportunity to walk into Sutter Health Park, sell out every game, build some sort of positive momentum for your franchise, which you have zero. You have zero positive momentum at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, outside of guys like us who watch too many games, like, people don't know who, Lawrence Butler is. They don't know who Tyler Soderstrom or Zach Geloff. And they don't care, right? But when it's your team, you're into it. So I just feel like there does come a point where, like, you do need some positivity with this franchise. Like, they're moving, they're relocating, and not relocating once, twice in the next 4 years. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But at the same time, like, I would love to see what Brent Rooker looks like at Sutter Health Field. Can he hit 50 jacks?
Here's the other thing with the A's being deadline losers and getting a B- because they didn't trade Rooker. Teams will want Brent Rooker in the offseason too.
Oh yeah.
He's going to have value.
Yep.
So I wouldn't I don't know. I hope he stays.
Yeah, I hope he does too. And I hope that they actually invest, even if it's a little bit, in what they're doing right now, just so, like, even if it's just like picking up arbitration years and actually like having a guy make a little bit of money. There's no one on this team that makes any money at all right now. And you're looking at me like that's never going to happen. Like, I agree.
Never say never. I'm skeptical.
No, I am.
I hope
too.
so.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
I'm not putting it out into the ether that I think the A's are going to suddenly start spending money.
Oh, no. And I'm not saying spend big money, but like for a guy who's a DH and hits home runs, you might be able to keep him in Oakland, Sacramento, Las Vegas, wherever you are, for the next 3 or 4 years. And then there could come a point where you're like, okay, look, we're reaching that point where he's going to need that other contract that we're not going to pay. And maybe you can keep him, maybe you can't. I mean, it kind of feels like the Chris Davis situation, where you got a guy who's hitting home runs through his prime, just crushing, and then there's an expiration date, and you know it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. At least for me, it was watching two teams, one that looked like they were having a good time playing baseball, and somebody didn't just sucker punch them at the deadline, and another who just felt like the inactivity.
Shocking.
Yeah, the inactivity just like wiped out any hope, any joy from the rest of the season. And maybe they'll bounce back. I
saw a Giants fan on Twitter yesterday saying that the Giants aren't a bad offensive team. They're in the top half in all these categories. And then they started listing categories, and they were like, they're 12th, 13th, 14th, 14th, 11th. Hey, that's pretty mid, man. That's pretty close to middle of the pack.
Yeah.
If the 49ers ranked 13th in something, I would write that they are middle of the pack in that stat.
Well, I mean, even the Kings had the 14th rated defense.
Yeah, top half defense.
But there's a big difference when, 8 teams make the playoffs in each side, and like it's not. There's not talking about play-ins. Like, it's a big difference.
Yeah, bad vibes. A's and Giants play again tonight. The A's won 5-2 last night. They had 4 dingers. We'll talk about that coming up in a bit. We've got some Team USA and Olympics to get to. The Team USA women's footy team up 1-0 on Australia at the half. We'll also give you that keyword for our River Cats game again coming up. And a Kings internet rumor. We got to get to that as well. We'll talk about it on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
What's happening, everybody? Wow. The goal is pretty crazy for Team USA.
Was it?
Trinity Rodman.
She hooper, man.
She's really good. Yeah, she's super fun. It was off a set piece, off a corner. I could see, like, I'm surprised the VAR is not involved, but
What? They had to be all right.
Yeah. And it held up. I'm surprised because there was a player who was shielding the keeper, and a lot of times that looked like they might be offsides. Yeah, there is somebody who's offside when the first header goes towards the keeper. There is a girl who's standing by the keeper all by herself. But let's see if that actually. Yeah, she looks like she was offside from the jump. She was offside from the jump. Header goes right at that girl. And then Rodman was clearly onside, but flew in and scored the goal. No offsides on a corner kick. Yeah, I don't think that's true. There's no offsides on a throw-in, but a corner there is. There's usually somebody on the post, so nobody's offsides.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. They are Jiffy Lube. They sponsor the show. You know, oil change, brakes. Go to Jiffy Lube. Visit jiffylube.com for more information. Today, a keyword for the River Cats game, Friday, August 16th. It is an ESPN 1320 suite night. We will have a suite. And to fill it up, we are inviting you. You can enter at ESPN1320.com. Enter the code word STEAL on the contest page. That is STEAL, STEAL, as in steal a base. We will pick a winner every day this week and next week. That'll be 10 winners, all with +1s. Everybody will hang out at Sutter Health Park with us on August 16th. And before that, on August 3rd, that's this Saturday, we invite you out to Sutter Health Park to watch James Ham throw out the first pitch.
Oh, yeah.
Super exciting. Get out there. Rivercats.com. Get your tickets today. I would say be in the building by like 6:15.
Okay.
Just to make sure, not you, people going to the game, get there like 6:15. Just to make sure you have time to get a drink or a beer or whatever your choice is, get some food and get to your seats to make sure you were there to watch James throw out the first pitch.
Okay. I'm excited.
You're welcome. I'm trying to get people out there.
Yeah, come out and see me.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good idea. I don't.
It is. It's a great idea.
Okay.
Everybody, we should sell out Sutter Health Park.
We should.
Mm-hmm. Just for you.
That's right.
Do you want to do King's Internet Rumor?
Yeah, let's do King's Internet Rumor.
I'm not going to. This is where I've had to alter my principles on this.
Okay.
As I've gotten into radio. If I was writing, if I was doing kingswire.com,
or something more like the King's Beat, something like that.
or it's a little different because I feel like King's Beat is more you do beat reporter stuff. I'm talking like straight blogging.
Yeah.
Straight grabbing any rumor and throwing it out there.
Okay.
Right. I don't think you would cover this type of rumor at the King's Beat. And if I was at kingswire.com, I would probably, which isn't a site, by the way.
Yeah.
I would probably not touch this. But we're on the radio, so we have more ways to talk around it. There is a rumor, real or fake, TBD, but it involves the Kings being interested in Robert Williams, the center from Portland.
Okay.
And acquiring him via trade. So I have a bunch of stuff on this. First question, why? I don't. What?
Yeah.
You here? Here. What do you when you hear this or you see this? What is your immediate thought?
Okay, so it's tough because, to be honest with you, I do think that the Kings need a guy who's 6'9", who super athletic, flies all over the court, is an incredible defensive player, right? We're talking about a guy who was
outstanding,
like number 7 a couple of years ago. He was 7th in Defensive Player of the Year voting as a 24-year-old. He was also second team All Defense. And then the injuries hit, and for a big man, the injuries aren't good injuries. They are he's had repeated knee injuries, and that's not good. So I'm a little leery on him as a player because of that. I also, like everybody else, would acknowledge that this is a guy who I don't even know. In his career, he's taken 4 3-point shots total.
Yeah, not a floor spacer.
He's 0 for 4. Like, that's it. And so I'm going to guess that most of those are like buzzer beaters type stuff. So, like, look, this is not the guy that you would think of putting next to Domantas Sabonis. But he is a guy that I would put on the court at the same time as Malik Monk. I think he can be a disruptor. I think he can be a guy who's flying around and not only playing great defense, but being a pick and roll specialist with Malik. He's young. He's still 26. He'll be 27 in October. The problem is with Robert Williams is, and again, he's got one of the great nicknames of all time. He's a Time Lord. But the problem is that he can't stay healthy at all throughout his career. 61 games is the most he's ever played in a season. Most of his games played 32, 29, 52, 35, and 6.
Good. 6. Look, do you buy the idea that the Kings are interested in Robert Williams?
Maybe. Like, again, we have to look at like his salary. We got to look at all the things that like we tie into, like, would he fit? And the answer is, maybe, but maybe not.
What this is, now we're crumpling this up and tossing it. Now I just want to talk about Robert Williams just in general.
Yeah.
He is, in this sense, whether it's the Kings or another team that's trying to acquire Robert Williams. Again, let's crumple up this internet rumor and toss it. He is one of those players that is a theory guy.
Mhm.
It is, in theory, Robert Williams could help pick your favorite team. I'm going to say the Kings because we're in Sacramento.
Mhm.
Helps the team in X, Y, and Z ways.
Yep.
Rim runner, shot blocker, would be a great fit as a backup 5. Cool, great, awesome. You
Yep.
might even find a way to play him alongside Domas, but again, that matters less than, in theory, Robert Williams is a really good fit.
Yeah.
There are so many players like this. I feel like I said that about Robert Williams today when we were kind of like, okay, how are we gonna tossing this around? Like, it's like, in theory, I see the vision, but I feel like I have said that about 50 players this offseason.
Well, I think there's something, Kyle, that when a rumor does pop up, and just kind of like throw the Robert Williams idea out of your mind, like whether it's going to happen or not, like who knows, like probably not. But this is one of those things, like the money, we could talk about all that and like get into a serious conversation. The fact is that anytime there is a rumor, somebody's going to write about it. And it doesn't matter what rumor it is, somebody's going to write about it. You know, like when I was at NBC, like any rumor, like, hey, you want to write on this? And it's like, hey, I'll track it a little bit and see if it's real. But at the same time, I can write a why it would be a good idea and why it would be a bad idea. And I think that that's what we've gotten so used to is like any rumor that's out there, you grab, and initially you can hate it. And then slowly you start buying into it. And then fans buy into it. And next thing you know, okay, I don't think this is such a bad idea. And then this, again, this Robert Williams thing, there were months ago, there was like hey, the Kings could be one of the teams that were interested, right? And if they decide to make a move with him, maybe the Kings would be one of the teams that are interested. So I don't even know if something like this is being regurgitated from like months ago,
Sure.
which is very likely, right? But when we get to it, I think that there are so many players that we'll throw out there, and then you start to like rationalize and start to figure out, like, oh, okay, I can go with that guy. I can figure that out.
I can't get there with Robert Williams.
No, that's fine. But I mean, but like, how many times have we talked about like Kelly Oubre, right?
Kelly Oubre is a good one.
Kelly Oubre,
I have a bunch of theory guys here.
of course.
We can put together a first team all theory. Kelly Oubre.
He might be first team all like hypothetical. And again, like when
he was good for the Sixers last year, though.
No, he was. And there was a couple of years ago with under Jay Triano in Charlotte where he averaged over 20 a game. And the thing is, like, when we hear this, like, I went in and asked about I asked De'Aaron Fox about Kelly Oubre because Oubre is a guy that he played AAU ball.
Yeah.
And he's like, I would love to have him on this team.
Yeah.
He's like, we need a guy who's got a little crazy in him, but also like who's long and athletic and can run the floor and all that stuff. He's like, whatever he is now versus what he was when I knew him in high school when we were close. He's like, it doesn't matter. Like, we're still friends and we can, like, I could figure out a way to play with him. So that's how, like, I usually take that conversation to a different level. But he's a guy that, like, hypothetically, like, you always wondered, I wonder what he would look like on the Kings. And there are a lot of them, man. And a lot of them, like, a lot of times, like, we talk ourselves into guys that, you know,
I don't want to put myself in the basket of talking myself into guys because there's a bunch of guys I wrote down here that I will not talk myself into.
Okay.
John Collins. Collins, first team all theory for me.
First team. He is the starting power forward on the first team.
Right.
All theory.
Because in the way, let me explain where my thought process is with this.
Yeah.
This is John Collins is what he is as a player. He's not a bad NBA player. He is a rotation player, a starter on an NBA team. He's fine.
Yeah.
But with a player like John Collins, and this is every player we're going to talk about here in a second, or I think every player, I've got a couple of question marks.
Yeah.
But it's always, well, if he does X, Y, and Z, he can be. Has he done that at any point in his 7-year career, 8-year career, however long it's been? Well, no, but maybe it'll work this time.
The problem with Collins is that he did exactly what you wanted him to do as like a 23-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
It was like 20 and 10, shooting 35.5% from three, blocked a shot a game.
Mm-hmm.
A perfect
Mhm.
fit next to Domantas Sabonis as a
Mhm.
power forward. Like
Mhm.
if you could get that player and drop him on the Kings today,
Mhm.
you'd be like, oh man, he's the lob threat that Malik
Mhm.
needs. He's his floor spacer. He blocks shots. He does all of these things. And you're like, oh,
In theory.
in theory. But the problem is you can't ever get a guy to go back to who they were once they become something different. And I don't know why that is in the NBA, but thinking that you could fix him
Mhm.
is such a fool's errand. And
I get like the allure, right?
yeah,
Because hey, power forward who stretches the floor and blocks shots, like is athletic, lob threat, rim runner. Yes, that is. But dude, doesn't it tell you something that Atlanta traded him, and that the Jazz would then be looking to move him in the scenario where you're acquiring him in a trade?
yeah.
This kind of perfect, quote unquote, in theory, player for the modern NBA wouldn't be able to stay on a team.
It's wild, man. I'm
Like,
telling you, his
he's
22-year-old
the
season,
guy for me.
21.6 points, 10.1 rebounds. He averaged 1.6 blocks. He shot 40% from three, like
On how many attempts?
on 3.6 attempts per game.
Man.
Like, this is a player that when you looked at him, it was really tough to not see him as like a long-term all-star level player
Mm-hmm.
and a really, really good second, third option for a good team.
Yeah.
And then it went away. And so the last handful of years, again, Atlanta went a different direction. Utah, every time he stepped on the floor last year, again, 15.1 points, 8.5 rebounds, blocked 0.9 shots per game, and 37% from three.
Mm-hmm.
Still would like the idea of him,
Love the idea.
but those numbers are on a bad team,
Yep.
and they do not translate to what you're trying to do. And so, yeah, like he is a first team all imaginary like addition.
You know who's the starting point guard?
Oh,
Your guy, Ben Simmons.
yes. Okay. Exactly.
You brought up Ben Simmons today, and I was like, I couldn't believe I didn't think about that.
Well, there's a video that you guys can go out and find. There's way too many curse words for us to sit there. It's a conversation with Richard Jefferson and George Yang, where he talked about the feeling that players have about Ben Simmons.
Bro goes in.
He goes
on
in.
Ben Simmons.
He literally said, "Hey, I'm not a dirty player, but I play hard and all that stuff." He said, "But if I go up against that guy, you might want to throw some of that idea out the window. Like if I have an opportunity to put
Yes.
him in the seats, I will."
It was not one of those like, yeah, I'm not going to really say anything. No disrespect. It was no, I'll say exactly what I think about him as a player and as a man.
Well, that
oh my God.
and even more importantly, as a teammate.
Yes.
That's as a teammate, he said it.
Yeah.
Because he went to Philadelphia to play with Ben Simmons to be the guy who sat in the corner and got all these wide open looks from Ben Simmons, and then Ben Simmons didn't want to play anymore. And he's like, I'm here on a slightly above league minimum deal, and we got this guy making $38 million a year, and he just doesn't want to play anymore. And so now my career is getting derailed because you're being an idiot.
Mhm.
Like it was pretty like earth shattering, where teammates don't usually talk about teammates in the NBA.
Yeah.
Like they will under their breath. And like, I know who some of the worst teammates there ever were in the league, not just in Sacramento, but guys who went out and came back were like, oh man,
word travels fast.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but to have somebody actually vocalize it. Yeah. So Ben Simmons is the starting point guard or small forward or center or whatever you want to put him at.
Super versatile, which is why in theory, Ben Simmons would be awesome. Does Jordan Poole fit on this team? On the all theory team?
I don't think so. Because I always looked at Jordan Poole as like a poor man's Malik Monk, and then he went out there and got paid like a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel bad for Jordan Poole, because if Jordan Poole was got like a 4-year $80 million contract or a 4-year $65 million, I wouldn't feel that badly about Jordan Poole. I'd put him in the same category as like a Malik Monk or Jordan Clarkson, like that type of like microwave off the bench, but that he's been miscast and mispaid And now
Yeah.
you have to start him because he makes starter money, but you can't start him because he's not good enough.
Yes.
And it's just this really, really wild. But yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I think he's a better player than he's shown the last couple of years, particularly last year in Washington. I just think it's a really bad situation for him. But I'm with you, man. If you drop him onto the last year's Orlando Magic and had him coming off the bench and being a shot creator for them,
Yeah.
like you feel a lot better about where Jordan Poole is. That's fine.
The more minutes he gets, the less efficient he is, and that's tough.
Seems it.
Yeah.
What about PJ Washington?
Yeah, he's like we should have got him. We should have got him. That's what everyone thought about PJ Washington a million times. PJ Washington as a $2.5 million player, which he was for a long time. He made no money early in his career, like was always so appealing. But the second he got paid, you're like, okay, I'm not sure. And in Charlotte, he was a little heavy. You're like, then he gets to Dallas, and you're like, man, he figured it out. Yeah, he figured out how to play with not only with Luka, but he got in much better shape, and like he's become the player that, I mean, again, it would really have helped the Kings.
That's why I'm not putting him on the All Theory team. He was really good for them for Dallas in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So PJ Washington to me went away from Theory last year and just became a really high quality player.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I think
PJ Washington, you're off the team. Sorry, bud.
One of the leaders in the All Theory team has to be one of like the starter, has to be Kyle Kuzma.
Interesting.
Because Kyle Kuzma, like we talk ourselves into him, we talk ourselves out of it. We're like, like for me, the contract means so much, but outside of that, the player himself, I've always, I like the game, but I don't know that it's all serious. And I don't know that like he's an in theory guy. In theory, you put him next to Domantas Sabonis and he's shooting 30, for some reason you think he's shooting 37-38% from three, and he's averaging 18 points and 8 rebounds and a block, and you're like, okay, I get it.
Okay.
But then you look at it and you're like, oh, I don't know that he would actually do that. I don't know if he would buy in. Like if you got Kyle Kuzma on this team right now, he's probably your 5th or 6th best player. I didn't think that a while ago, but I don't think I'm putting him above Malik Monk. I don't know that I'm putting him above. Maybe he's above Keegan Murray. So maybe he's your. But again, that puts him as 5th. You got Fox, you got Sabonis, you got DeMar DeRozan. 1, 2, 3, no question. I think
Monk 4.
Monk 4. The possibility of Keegan Murray could be 5 or 4,
unless he's an 18-8 guy shooting 38% from 3.
Yeah, maybe. So I just think it's interesting. We think of these players and we talk ourselves into them because they become, an option for the Kings.
I'm going to bring up a name right now.
Yep.
That I do not, I want to make sure I'm couching this correctly, because I do not mean this disrespectfully at all. This player has carved out a really, really excellent NBA career. He has been an NBA champion, and he has been in the league forever. He is not a bad player. But let me explain. Jeff Green.
Yeah.
Jeff Green has had a fine career, but it always felt, for like a decade, it felt like Jeff Green would go to a different team and the analysis would be, yo, this is the one. This is where Jeff Green turns into LeBron James light. Everybody watch out for Jeff Green. This is it. This is the one. Oh, it didn't work out. Okay. Oh, hey, but now he's with that team. Now this is the situation for him. And he's been a really good role player.
Yep.
And a player that you can spot start, and a good veteran. And there's zero shame in Jeff Green's career. He's just the first name I always think of as a guy who the ceiling was way up here and he didn't get to the ceiling, but everybody always wanted him to get, this is going to be the time. And he just never quite did.
I fully agree with Jeff Green. You have to remember too, he's like a super high pick. What is it? The number 5 pick in the draft?
Yes. Go ahead.
He's in. He's one of the drafts from Seattle. Yeah, he's the 5th pick in the 2007 NBA draft.
Man,
and he's right there, like he's part of the team that they're building with Westbrook and with Durant and all that stuff in Seattle /OKC. Yeah, he just never has really lived up to what you thought he was going to be. His second year, he averaged 16.5 points a game, and you're like, oh, man, he's got it. I'll tell you this. We talked yesterday about the Houston Rockets, right? I think we came up with 7 young players that we loved. And then on top of that, we talked about Fred VanVleet. We talked about Steven Adams. We talked about Dylan Brooks. We talked about these veterans that they bring in. Jeff Green's on that team too. And I think that speaks volumes about where we are with Jeff Green.
Yep.
I said we mentioned every single other player on that team. You know, maybe we didn't bring up Jayshawn Tate.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
Like
who's
Jayshawn
still
Tate.
there, right? But we also didn't bring up Jeff Green, and it's just kind of like his career in a nutshell. He just kind of floats.
He has played in the league for 17 years now,
17, going on 18.
going into his 18th season. 37 years old.
He's gonna make almost $10 million.
Averaged 12 points for his career. He's at 12 points, 4 boards, 1.5 assists. I forgot he had that heart condition in the 2011-12 season that forced him to miss
way
the
back
entire
then.
season.
Yeah,
but he came back, averaged 13 and 4. The next year, averaged 17 and 4.6. Like I said, this is not to say that Jeff Green was at some point like a terrible NBA player.
Yeah.
He has played for so many teams.
it's just the hypothetical. I totally get what you're saying though.
Was so much higher than where he got, and he's been awesome.
Yeah.
So again, no disrespect to Jeff Green whatsoever. Houston Rockets legend. A couple more here as we roll through this. Is Harrison Barnes an all theory guy?
Maybe. I don't know.
Again, he's in that same bucket for me. Had an awesome career. He's been so good.
Yeah.
But last year, like, hey, if Harrison Barnes can just take that one little step, Harrison Barnes can improve.
I had given up on Harrison Barnes improving. I just thought he would stay like the player he was for a couple more seasons. And I think that player would have helped. Like, I think a player gets to a certain point and you just have to accept who they are, right?
Okay.
You do. You just have to go, okay, look, you're
that's
probably
what
a 15-5 and 3 guy.
Mhm.
But then he's not a 15-5 and 3 guy anymore. You're like, oh no.
Yeah, now he's a 12-3 and 1 guy.
Yeah. You're like, oh no.
Yeah.
No, that's not but I mean, still shooting a 3, that's fine.
Shoots the heck out of it.
Yeah, we have a bunch of players on this, like Tobias Harris is
Tobias Harris is the starting 3.
Yeah, he's got to be. I think everybody is a long athletic 3-4 combo in this entire discussion because that's who the Kings have needed for so long.
Okay, here's one. D'Angelo Russell.
Oh, he's a guy that I like. I never wanted to cover and would never want on.
He is D'Angelo Russell. I think there is the biggest chasm between. There's 3 groups. There's basketball non-Laker fan edition.
Okay.
Basketball fan non-Laker edition. There's basketball fan Laker edition, and there's NBA players past, present, and future.
Okay.
Laker fan, basketball fan is like either in or out on D'Lo.
Yep. They're
all in on him or all out. Basketball fan non-Laker edition is usually like, he's just not a winning guy. He's just kind of there. He has his moments, but you don't love him. Past and present NBA player, I feel like to a man is like D'Lo is nice.
I don't know.
That dude can play. And I always defer to the professional athletes because they play. They've been around him. They had to defend him. They've had to game plan. They've been on his team. But dude, I don't see it.
Okay, so I don't ever see it either. But he's also. I think this will encapsulate what I think about him, like in a nutshell. Like anytime there's been a guy who is a bona fide Kings killer, it's always a guy you're like, man. If the Kings could get that guy, even if it's just so he doesn't cook you 3 times, 4 times a year,
it's just worth 4 wins just having him on the team.
You're always like, man, how many times does D'Angelo Russell hit like 6 threes in the 4th to destroy and just like break you, right? Saying all that, I don't think there are any Kings fans out there that'd be like, oh yeah, I want that guy. There's not like the quintessential like discussion of this is Derek Smith in like the first year of the Sacramento Kings, the 85-86 season. He rolls in with the Clippers, torches the Kings for 30-something points. The Kings give up everything. We're all in on Derek Smith. Boom. Give Derek, R.I.P. Derek Smith. But they give all of this to Derek Smith, blows out his knee, never the same, never plays hardly at all. And you're like, oh, man. But still, it's that every single time you see that guy, it's like, oh, man, he torches Sacramento.
Yeah.
And you still wouldn't. I don't think there's anyone.
That's a tough go. That's a tough beat.
If there was a rumor right now that D'Angelo Russell might be going to the Kings, no Kings fan is going to talk themselves into it. I don't think. I think most Kings fans would be like, no. I don't care.
I said with Devin Carter, I was like, I'll talk myself into this eventually. It took me 8 minutes. It's like, yeah, I see it. Okay, I'm in.
Yeah.
D'Angelo Russell, there's no world. Nope. There's no you couldn't. I could read something on. You could do an expose on the Kings beat about how D'Angelo Russell fits with the Kings and in this offense, and here's what he's going to do. Sure, I'm not buying it.
Nope,
I'm not doing it. You couldn't talk me into it.
That's funny.
We have a few more players we can run through today if we would like to. U.S. men's basketball is back in action tonight. Actually, the Brock Purdy can't stop throwing interceptions, but. Speaking of talking ourselves into people, apparently you're talking yourself into a potential Kings trade target. I got my ear to the streets, and that's what I'm hearing. We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Uh-oh.
No, it's fine. Not bad.
Oh, no, it's funny. Are we going to do that?
We have to do that thing today.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Are we going to do that thing that we haven't done yet?
Hello, everyone. Who's messaging me? Hey, everybody. What's going on? Oh, we're still talking about Harrison Barnes. No. Yeah, this is it. I would worry about John Collins as a fit. Yeah, they paid Chris Paul instead. Tough. I don't know who this is about, but this is great. This is kind of what I was looking for with that discussion. Like, is this a player that we're still like, yeah, hey, I'm hanging on, or have we just figured it out? Although I guess with a guy like with Ben Simmons, like we know there's no theory with Ben Simmons anymore, but for a long time or for a few years there, it was like, yeah, hey, maybe Ben Simmons could come to this team and figure it out. This was just, yeah, man. This is like Barnes has had a really, really good NBA career, no doubt. And it wasn't. I'm with Scooter here. It's not that he needed to like get better. It's just that he needed to consistently be effective, and that was his whole thing. That was his thing in college at UNC. It was his thing with the Warriors. His thing with the Mavericks.
I would say this.
He's just a good player, but
I think Kyle, you as a Warriors fan.
Real quick, no on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, you as a Warriors fan had an idea of what Harrison Barnes could be because he was number 8 pick in the draft. He's part of a championship team, all this stuff. And then you saw that he wasn't living up. And then, but as people who weren't watching him in that light, and then watched him go to Dallas, and he was good in Dallas. He
Got
comes to
paid, yeah.
Sacramento. He's kind of been the same guy every
Mhm.
year. You're like, okay, consummate pro, all that
Yeah.
stuff. Like the like the perspective, the perception of
Mhm.
him is different from you.
But maybe yeah, I don't necessarily disagree, but when they traded for him, I was at the other radio station. I did a whole video on how, man, Harrison Barnes' versatility is going to help this team. It's going to help him get over the hump. He can do X, Y, and Z. Da 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 da. Da. And then he just
I think he did do that. I just think that they never had the other guys. Like I always said, they don't need less Harrison Barnes. They need more Harrison Barnes, like more players like him that are of that ilk.
Mhm.
Like you could statistically put Buddy Hield in that category as a statistical equal to Harrison Barnes.
Sure.
But as a basketball player, we all know that that's not the case.
Mhm.
Like defensively, basketball IQ, all the stuff that goes into it, it's just not the case.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter how many 3-pointers Buddy Hield hits with the Warriors. He's not Klay Thompson.
Nope.
So.
All right, here we go. How do I do this? That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The Oakland Athletics are back in action tonight at Oracle Park against the San Francisco Giants. The A's beat the Giants 5-2 last night. JP Sears gets the win for Oakland. Robbie Ray takes the loss for the Giants. And I was floored by the Giants are the better team. The Giants have a chance to make the playoffs. They could still make a playoff push. That's very much on the table still. The A's are not going to make the playoffs. The A's are just battling to hit their preseason over. But it was jarring to me just how much more fun it looked like the A's were having playing baseball last night. And maybe it's just because they were hitting the ball over the fence and they won 5-2, and that's what's shaping my perception of that game ultimately. But they look like there are two teams that are so there's an 8-game discrepancy between them in the standings.
Mm-hmm.
But watching last night, you wouldn't know which one is which.
No, I totally agree. And if you're watching the A's play, this is it's sort of who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are like Mad Bombers. Like they're, what are they, 4th in Major League Baseball in home runs on the season?
They're a slow pitch softball team.
Yes, in a lot of regards, they are a slow pitch. Yep. Brent Rooker is just absolutely crushing the ball. Lawrence Butler's crushing the ball. You know, you're like 5th or 6th best hitter. JJ Bleday has like 13 home runs. You got a catcher who's quietly got 20. And you're looking at all of these players and you're wondering why, if some of these guys were available, and you're the San Francisco Giants, who hasn't had a guy hit 30 home runs since Barry Bonds in like, you know, the early 2000s, you wouldn't have gone and chased somebody like a Brent Rooker. Why you wouldn't have gone out and tried to get a Shea Langoliers off of the A's, because you need those bats. Like they're not the superstar bats that you're chasing for huge money, but the way that the A's have put this team together, they're at least a whole lot of fun. And I would like to see a few more ingredients that they have hiding. You know, I'm hoping that Estuary Ruiz can make it back, start stealing some bases, start getting in scoring position for some of these guys. But man, this team they're at least a lot of fun to watch. The A's, they're spectacular in the month of July. They had a 500 record for one of the few times in a long time. They've won a bunch of series in a row. They've got 2 guys who are cooking in Rooker and Lawrence Butler, absolutely cooking. So yeah, this should be a fun matchup again.
Yeah, I hope so. It's Ross Stripling, San Francisco Giants legend, against Logan Webb. This is where
Sacramento legend
legend Logan Webb. Thank you. I think the A's are in trouble tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel good about the pitching matchup. And the problem with, and this is why the A's, despite having the 4th most home runs in baseball, the problem for the A's is they have the 4th most home runs in baseball. Where do you think they rank in total runs scored?
It's not good. I'm going to guess middle of the pack.
No, they are below league average. They are 20th.
Oh,
League average runs per game is 4.4. They're at 4.1. They're worse than 20th in runs per game, and that's kind of the problem. Being a team that lives and dies by the home run is like being a team that lives and dies by the three in basketball.
Oh yeah.
Only it's easier to generate open threes. It's harder to hit home runs. And that's great. You're going to get your games where the fact that they hit 4 homers last night and scored 5 runs is a problem. And that's kind of the overall, and that's why we have to be careful when we talk about the A's, because are they fun? 100%. Do they hit a ton of home runs? Without a doubt. Are they good? Absolutely not. They're still bad.
They are. I mean,
that's an important caveat to all of this.
I mean, it does speak volumes that Ross Stripling is 34 years old, almost 35 years old. On the season, Kyle, he's 2-9 with a 6.02 ERA, and he's still making starts. That tells you that there's a problem there. Like they don't have great starting pitching. Mason Miller is on the DL, the IL with a broken pinky, is it?
Yeah.
From slamming his hand down on a table. These things happen. But
why is it only baseball? Why is it only baseball has weird injuries? You never hear about, I guess it's happened a couple times in the NBA, but you never hear about NFL player is out for 2 weeks because he kicked a table.
I don't know.
You never hear that.
We did have like the Kelly Oubre got run over while riding his bike story. So, and then whether that was real or Kelly Oubre, who is a near professional BMXer, was actually breaking his contract and going out and doing professional BMX tricks.
Because he had Gus Farrat running into the wall head first.
Oh yeah, did he headbutt the wall or did he headbutt the goalpost?
He headbutted the wall.
Oh, the wall. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess there's weird. It feels like baseball is more prone to the weird injuries where guys are smacking their hand on a table and now they're out for 6 weeks.
Okay. I do remember Lionel Simmons with the Sacramento Kings got Nintendo thumb and missed like a week.
He got a what?
Yeah, he was playing too much of the Nintendo and he basically got
sprained his thumb.
Thumb injury that kept him out of games. Tough look.
So Mason Miller not in the lineup. Well, not in the bullpen, I should say, for the A's. And this is where this pitching matchup, Stripling against Webb, I don't trust Ross Stripling to go out and get outs.
No,
I don't. And Logan Webb is an all-star,
and
a Cy Young candidate. Well, he was last year anyway. Logan Webb is really good, and has he had his ups and downs this year? Yes, but I don't. If you're looking at this game, and vibes don't win ball games, unfortunately, and the A's may have way better vibes, but we could be talking about a very, very different feel tomorrow if Logan Webb goes out and goes 8 innings and doesn't allow a run, and the Giants go win 6-0.
No, that's very true. I would say though that vibes, like the vibes in Oakland, are pretty good right now. The vibes
strong,
with the A's.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And so I want to see how far vibes can take you, because this team has played really well. Again, I think they've won 4 series in a row, and they've put themselves at least in an opportunity to play spoiler and at least have a good time down the stretch here. It just really is tough when your pitching matchup is a guy with a 6.02 ERA versus a guy who is a bona fide, number 1, number 2 starter in the National League.
Right. Yeah. I just, what I'm looking for the A's now that the trade deadline is passed, is just continue being fun. I want Lawrence Butler to, he's not going to be, he's been scorching hot in July. Same with Brent Rooker. I don't expect them to continue being that hot through August and September, but continue being good. Regress, there's going to be regression, but not, it can't be all the way down to rock bottom where that's now the outlier of, Lawrence Butler actually isn't very good, or Brent Rooker isn't very, although Rooker has a long enough track record now that you feel good about it, but you don't want to see a guy like Lawrence Butler who's been tearing the cover off the ball all of a sudden go 0 for 30. Yeah. I want to see them continue building this momentum where, hey, this is a wave that they caught. They finished the season strong. I talked about the 2017 A's a while back. It kind of has that feel where you see the vision and you start to see what this team could look like moving forward. I don't expect them to win tonight, but I think that they're going to win some games down the stretch here.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. I think they're going to be fun. They're going to be exciting. They're going to hit a whole bunch of home runs, and you're also getting a couple of young guys who are really getting an opportunity to solidify themselves as big league players. And so hopefully we see Lawrence Butler do that. Hopefully we see Zach Geloff get back on track. He's been all over the board this season. Hopefully Tyler Soderstrom comes off the IL and starts making some headway. And you're starting to build at least your starting, infield, outfield up. And then hopefully you can add some pitching in the future to sort of get this team over the hump.
Looking right now, the over-under for tonight is 7.5.
Oh.
And the Giants are heavy favorites. They are minus 210 on the money line, plus 100 on the run line, and minus 1.5. Give me the Giants on the run line plus the over. I think the Giants win tonight. I'm going to call it 7-2. Go 7-2 Giants.
Wow. You don't think Russ Stripling has a little payback for his old team?
I don't. I think the A's are at a pretty significant disadvantage tonight with the pitching matchup. And just like I said, I'm not ready to bank on their offense on a day in, day out basis. Because if they're not hitting the ball over the fence, it's pretty hard for them to generate runs.
No, I totally agree.
So that's where that's at. A's against Giants tonight at Oracle Park. Ross Stripling against Logan Webb coming up for you. We got Team USA men's basketball coming up at noon too.
I'm loving it.
Can't wait. By the way, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Team USA men's basketball against South Sudan. U.S. is favored by 29.5 points against a team that, like a week and a half ago, they beat by 1.
I don't think I would take the over.
You're not taking the points?
I'm not taking the points. I would take South Sudan
plus 29.5.
Plus 29.5.
I think you have to just on principle.
Yeah.
You just have to the 29.5 points.
Yeah, but I mean,
they're going to win by 30?
They're rolling up a whole lot of people. So, like Team USA is starting to show who they are. But still, I think that this team, they've given some people scared. They've won a game.
Yeah, they beat Puerto Rico, right?
Yeah, I think that's who it was. I'm not sure. But they're at least fun. And I it's kind of been one of those, things that we've talked about all week long, where the Luol Deng effect, like they're trying to build something.
They beat Puerto Rico 90-79.
Oof. Yeah, we were watching Puerto Rico earlier. We have Kings legend Isaiah Pinheiro from Placer High School.
Yep, playing for Puerto Rico.
Yeah, against Philip Petrusev, Kings legend Philip Petrusev.
Yeah, Gonzaga guy.
Oh yeah. He is a Gonzaga guy, but then
one of the WAC schools.
And I think it is Gonzaga, and he left and went to, during the pandemic, he went overseas to play. So,
I see. Yeah. So here's where I don't think I would take the US minus 29.5 either.
Yeah.
And maybe they've locked in. Maybe they mailed it in against South Sudan when they played them a couple weeks ago or a week and a half ago or whenever it was. And now they're going to roll them. But watching Serbia beat down Puerto Rico the way they did, well, that wasn't close. Like, it wasn't even, they won by 20 points.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that close. The fact that the U.S. handled Serbia the way they did makes me feel really good about their way they're playing. And Jason Tatum didn't even play in that first game.
Yeah, I think that's the one I would look at. Like, what is Tatum going to look like tonight? How many are they going to give him a ton of opportunity or
I hope so.
How are they going to handle that? Like, there's going to be it's definitely an interesting. It's awkward, right? Like, because he could play, but he could play 12 minutes.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a 40-minute game. It's tough. I mean, I do get that. Like, Steve Kerr does have that problem. It's a 40-minute game, and playing more than 10 guys is very difficult. But I don't think
I have an idea.
Yeah,
you can play less Joel Embiid.
That's possible.
He's going to start again for whatever reason. What I would like to see the U.S. do is not try and feed everything through Embiid to start the game. Their offense is just so much better when they're getting out, running, free flowing, ball is moving. Dumping it into the post to Joel Embiid is not it. It is not the way to do offense.
It's really interesting where you sort of have that dynamic. It's the East Coast style of basketball versus West Coast style of basketball, the free flowing offense versus, your standard heavy pick and
Good
roll.
morning, insiders.
Oh,
Nice, dude. Yeah.
Damian Barling, everyone.
Oh,
Damian Barling.
Jesse Tapia. This is why you got to have a producer. Drew Holiday and Joel Embiid coming off the bench. Jason Tatum and Anthony Davis will be starting for Team USA.
Ooh.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ooh.
Well done, Steve Kerr. It had to. That had to be what happened.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, fair is fair, right? All of these guys are all NBA or they're all exceptional players.
Mm-hmm.
You got to mix it up. You got to give these guys an opportunity to play.
It's time for the handoff. Damian Barling in the building. I have your mic on and up today. I'm really proud of myself. Go me. I'm just crushing it.
Did they just hand you the jersey and you're like, I'm putting it on right now. I can't wait to wear it. I love it. You got to wear it when you throw out the first page.
He is. Oh, he is.
Oh, I love it.
That's happening for sure.
Fantastic.
Did you get one?
I did. I got 2 of them actually.
Oh.
Oh, I work for 2 stations, so I got 1 for each.
Oh. Well, he's just way
I'm
cooler
jealous.
Well, if you want to work at KSFM, you can.
That would be great.
It's taxing, but you can.
That'd be great.
Okay.
I get paid more?
Yeah. Let me negotiate for you. Look, hey, I'll keep it a stack. We did not go to KSFM for our love of the business. We put together a very detailed financial plan that involved 5. It involved the 3 of us, Casey and Jesse. No, there was a plan.
Perfect. Okay, so since I know how you guys do your stuff, I know that KSFM's got the mornings covered.
Yeah.
I don't know how the middays go because I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
But from what I understand, I can just do that at the same time as this.
That's
So I'll just rock the middays.
You could do what we do in the 3 o'clock hour.
Easy work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
Well, I'm not in charge.
Let's
for
go.
The record. You'll have to
we'll
contact
talk to
Mr. Complex.
We'll talk to Complex will be down.
Yeah, I'm
Complex
sure.
is my guy.
Nothing screams KSFM like Kyle Madsen on the radio. Mad in the middays with Kyle or something like that. No, I could see that work.
There it is.
You've been at Chris Brown with us last night.
Oh, yeah, totally.
James would have gone.
So what I like to do is go to Chris Brown shows.
It was fire.
I bet.
That dude has.
He can perform.
I like the sheer volume of records he performed was incredible.
It is outrageous how many songs he has or is on that have just been around.
Smashes.
Forever.
Yeah. He
Run It comes on the radio today. I'm like, turn this up.
Didn't even do it. Most early Chris Browns from the early 2000s, he didn't do it.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, but you recognize
like 05?
He had at least about 05, 06, maybe a smidge bit later, but he probably had another hour of records he could have done. And that show ended just after 11 o'clock. He went a couple of hours with 2 or 3 quick changes.
Man.
Yeah, he killed it. It was a spectacular show at the Golden One Center
Incredible.
last night for sure.
Well, I look forward to going to more concerts with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Mad in the middays. Kyle, I like it.
There it is.
We'll get you a KSFM jersey.
Are you taking Team USA minus 29.5 against South Sudan today?
So that means they
would have to win by 30.
I don't think so.
I would not.
Yeah, I don't think I'm doing that.
I'm not touching it.
I don't think it's going to be what it was, a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a great moment for USA, the basketball, to kind of experience that before, things got real and correct it. Know that you can't, go in not prepared for these teams. So not only do I not expect that to happen with South Sudan today, I don't expect it to happen with anybody. I know it's kind of lame. They needed one of those. No, I absolutely believe that they did. And they got it. And it was South Sudan. They've been a hell of a story. Reading about Luau Deng's part and all of this over the course of the last week or so, I think it's awesome. But I think today will be a very different game. Very much looking forward to it. But I think today will be a very different game.
I kind of hope South Sudan keeps it close.
Yeah, I mean,
it's such a fun story.
Not an NBA player on that roster, right? I don't think.
Former NBA players, and they do have a kid who's going to be like a top 5 or 6 pick.
Okay.
in the upcoming draft.
Okay.
7'2" kid. Just
Wenyan Gabriel plays for South Sudan.
oh yeah,
does he not?
Wenyan does.
Kings
I
legend?
missed that. Is he? I don't mean. Is he still in the league?
Yeah,
He is.
I
was
think he played
last year.
minutes for the Lakers last year.
Was that last year?
I think so.
Oh wow! Well, salute. I remember him being on the Lakers.
No, we played for Memphis as part of the crazy. They have no players.
Okay, now that explains
Last
why
year?
I didn't see them.
Yeah.
That was 2 years ago that Wenyan Gabriel played for the Lakers.
Yeah, I don't
Oh
feel like
my
that was
God.
last year. That was 2 years ago.
Yeah, that was 2
Okay,
years. That's
all right.
crazy. To me.
Wenyan played 5 games last year. I clearly signed a 10-day with Memphis. The year before, he played 68 with the Lakers.
Bro has played
Wow.
for 7 teams.
Wow.
Oh,
That's
Well,
incredible.
either way, salute to Wayne and Gabriel, man. I
Yeah.
think he was the flag bearer. If I remember correctly, I think he was the flag bearer
I
for
watched
South Sudan.
this much of the opening ceremony. So
Oh,
I
that's
will
a shame.
Believe you.
You should go back and watch it.
He's
it was
a-
really good.
he's a really good kid.
And I don't think I do not enjoy opening ceremonies at all. But that was this year. It was spectacular.
All right,
It
I'll
was
tap
an
in.
absolute spectacular show.
There's like a truncated version on.
Peacock.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
watch
might,
that.
I might tap into that.
If nothing else, watch Celine Dion. Jesus Christ.
She is unbelievable.
Incredible.
Yeah.
We couldn't hear a thing, but I was like, oh, I don't know what she's doing right now, but she is getting it. Just her facial expressions and like she's looking at the camera, she's staring into your soul as she's singing.
Mm,
Like, yeah, this is fire.
yeah, she gets it. I have on the rundown here for Team USA South Sudan. Does Jason Tatum play?
No.
And for the love of God, please stop trying to make Joel Embiid happen. Embiid coming off the bench, Tatum starting. Love it. It's my guy. It's my guy, Steve.
Of all the talk about Tatum, Joel has been an interesting watch the last 2 weeks or so.
It's hard.
He looks like
It's
Tough watch.
It's almost uncomfortable. Like
Yes.
Joel is. I honest to God just think he needs to not play. Like he needs Joe
needs time
needs
to heal.
rest. Yeah,
Yeah.
he needs to rest.
Mhm.
And they're like watching. Jokic just eats him like,
it's
man,
crazy.
like you got the last 2 MVPs right here, and
He's
it
got
doesn't look
smoked.
like it at all. And like I don't like this version of Joel. I don't like the conversation that this version of Joel has
Mhm.
created, and we've spent far too much time on D'Lo and KC. But I hope Steve maybe recognizes that, and maybe some more Anthony Davis minutes. Maybe we pull his minutes back a little bit.
Look at the difference between him and Jokic, though. Jokic came into this experience, and he's in such great shape, and he just looks so physically ready to compete. And then you look at Joel.
But Joel wasn't healthy in the playoffs, and I think
Right.
that was
Yeah.
part of I think Joel was living to play in those games. Like he
Yeah.
couldn't do
Yep.
anything else. He was saving everything he had to try to get that team to advance in the playoffs, and
Super tough.
he did what he could. But that's why he kind of looks the way that he looks right now. Like
Yeah.
he couldn't do anything else.
Brutal.
And now you've got this thing stretching for another couple of weeks. His offseason is going to be terribly, terribly shortened.
Mhm.
So the amount of time he has to heal versus and the amount of time he has to train, it's not going to be the best.
Yeah, tough.
What do you guys got coming up on D'Lo and
A
KC?
lot of this, I mean, we're going to put the game on. Like last time we had the women playing at 12 o'clock, it turned into a watch party for 90 minutes. So that was a blast.
Oh, that's going to be super
So we'll
fun.
do a lot about that. And I'm sure at some point we'll talk about the massacre that's happening in Chicago right now.
Okay, very good. D'Lo and KC coming up next. James and I will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Until then, drink water and be nice, people. Woo! Shout outs. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Shout out to that boy, Young Zell. Yes. One more time for the good time. Great to see the homies Zell last night. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, July 31st edition of D-Lo and KC.
Saturday of summer is over. Going into August, which is the Sunday of summer. Back of your mind, you know, Monday's around the corner, a.k.a. the fall, a.k.a. go back to school.
Get your stuff off. It's good. It's good. Yeah, keep at it too. Keep at it, because I was out way past my bedtime last night.
That boy was outside last night. It's crazy, man. I didn't even get to link with the Brody last night, but he was outside. The streets was talking.
So that level of crankiness might hit at about 1:30. My sleep score was like 60. My sleep score was like, bro, what are you doing? You 44 years old out here acting like you 20, man. Stop
you
playing.
Gotta do what you got to do, man. You got to do what you got to do.
I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We're in here, man. We got some changes to the USA lineup already. Jason Tatum in the starting lineup.
Who came out of the starting lineup?
Joel is out. Anthony Davis is in. I think Drew
Holiday's
Holiday. Yeah, Drew Holiday is out.
They're trying to break up my team.
See? You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Bron's Beijing barber didn't make the trip.
Oh, yep, definitely didn't. And I don't think Just for Men made the trip either, because that beard looked a little different.
That's what I was talking about. The beard.
That's all for the documentary when it was the gold medal with a gray beard and all. Wow, 40 years old and he still led USA.
LeBron gonna dye his beard like even grayer before the gold medal
that's
game.
What that is.
Bron a fool, man. Because
he's gonna look like Uncle Drew.
Bron's never forgot to dye his beard once, and this time he did.
No, Bron, he cracked me up because he'll like have a game like when he played for the Lakers. He'll have a game looking like he looks like today, like kind of, haircut, no dye in the beard. Say today's Wednesday. For the Friday game on ESPN, jet black beard, jet black hairline.
Look like he's shooting train wreck all over again.
Look, see, Tatum passes the ball. He passes the ball. Why couldn't he play before? He passes. They say he don't pass. He don't play no defense.
Who said Tatum
They're playing
can't
great
pass?
defense. He's passing the ball.
Oh no, I hope Joel get the Tyrese treatment and maybe just sits on the end of the bench today. Joe needs some time to recover, man.
Well, he in there now. Not enough. One game ain't gonna do it. One game sitting out ain't gonna do it.
Joel, why don't you go watch track and field the rest of the time? Right?
Don't do that to Joel. There's been so much disrespect to Joel Embiid this whole
morning.
It's
been mostly perpetuated by you.
No, it hasn't. I've been defending him. You were there. I was on the phone call earlier.
Yeah, that was a weird call to walk into. I didn't know who you was arguing with. It sounded like you was arguing with Adrian Wojnarowski or something. I was like, hey, what the hell?
That was my man. That was Alan, the Bears fan, right there. Okay, man. Shout out to him, man.
Yeah, he was sick of America's crap. I'll tell you that. I walked in. I was like, hey, you want me to leave or you want to do this KSFM business or no?
And having to defend Joel all day. We don't have him go watch track and field all the time.
I love Joe. I'm just worried about him. I just don't think my man is healthy.
I don't know if he's gonna be healthy.
He ain't that dude right there on the screen. Because that boy.
What he needs to be healthy is he needs to get in better shape.
But you're right. So James kind of brought that up a second ago in a roundabout way, but he can't because he can't get healthy. Like he's using all of his energy to get healthy. And so when he does or gets healthy enough, it's like we were talking about that that stretch in the postseason into the regular season. Like he's living to play games. There's nothing he can do at that point. And it's made worse now by the fact his season ends. He's recovering, but he's recovering for this. And so in a normal season, you're recovering, you're getting your health together, you're gradually building back up to doing stuff while still getting your rest, and then you start training, and then you work on your game, you work on your body, you do all of that stuff. He's not going to get that opportunity. These guys are going to be in Paris for another 2.5 weeks, close to 3 weeks. And so now we're talking about the end of August. He's going to be in camp a month later?
Yeah.
A little over that?
Yeah.
So the idea of getting his body, he's not going to get in shape this season. The best he could do is not this off season. The best he could do is just get healthy. And he's going to have to do it in a month and some change? That's going to be tough. That's what. And you're right. One game isn't going to matter. Like, he needed the full USA time to be at home and recoup and relax and get better. But maybe this is where Paul George comes into play, Tyrese Maxey comes into play. Maybe this is where your grand, Kenny Caraway 76ers plan comes into play, where you let those guys handle it, so to speak.
Let me ask you a question. You might know more than I would. And shout out to NBC as we go back to 1985 with no score on the just the game, no score. You'll never know what.
I was literally just complaining to Carl about that. What are we doing? Put the scoreboard up.
We went back to 85, no score.
Well, we do it differently in the Olympics.
But it's like playing in a retro mode on NBA 2K. Like they don't have the score there. This is awesome.
Tatum just hit the side of the backboard. What the hell did he just do?
Ignore that.
Kerr messing with his head, man. Kerr, man, blame Kerr. No, I'm messing with you. But Joel Embiid's season ended late April.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't report for Team USA until July.
Mm-hmm.
How much rest is needed? Asking an honest question.
Yeah. So a lot of athletes I know, and these aren't the Kobes, these aren't the LeBrons. I'm talking like in a more general term. I had this conversation when it was Tamika Catchings. Like, so we're talking high level athletes. A lot of them will take the first month is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's purely off field. It's you're doing your whatever body stuff you do, from massages to cryo therapy, cold tubs, whatever that. You're seeing you're probably still in your city, so you're seeing your trainer and all of those different things, and everything is based on feel. If you want to work that day, you do. If you don't, you don't. But it is all based on feel. That's all it is. You keep movement, but it's not structured. You really don't start structuring until you get a few weeks out.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you get there, and again, this is just in my experience, once you get there, that's where you start building out. It is still primarily about recovery, but you're working in cardio. You're not even working in a ton of on the court stuff because you want to stay off the court.
Mm-hmm.
And then as more weeks go by, that's when, you start adding a little bit more. And it's literally, it's literally a ramp up.
Mm-hmm.
Like you start ramping up. But the important part to the ramp up is the first part.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the rest.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't have the rest, the ramp up becomes more difficult. And some people don't do the ramp up. Some people just get right back at it. But to me, in the thing about Joel wasn't healthy. He wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
He was playing in that postseason banged up. He was playing, I think, injured. And he was just trying to kill this narrative of he can't win in the playoffs. He was trying to get the 76ers as far as they could go. He was trying to win. Like that's what he was trying to do. And I don't know how much rest he needed because I don't know exactly what was wrong. But I know my man wasn't healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And so everything I'm sure he has been doing during that, would you say, May to July,
mm-hmm.
is to get ready for this. So there's probably a limited amount of rest, but not at a complete elimination of basketball.
Let me ask you this as well, because this, and I never trained like a NBA player. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure there's a difference. But isn't my thought is they're the one and the same. Getting in shape and getting ready for Team USA or whatever is one of, like, if you're,
I don't think they are.
Why wouldn't it be?
Well, because I think because a lot of these guys, you'll get in shape on like a G trainer or an elliptical or something along those lines, not on a basketball floor. because the like if we're talking about so you're talking about getting in shape, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding what you mean. Getting in shape, losing weight, building muscle, like the things we talk about as non-athletes. You're talking about the general term of getting in shape.
Yeah.
I don't think you don't want to push these guys to try to get in shape solely on the basketball floor out the gate, because of running on a G trainer or burning calories on an elliptical is significantly different than running on that hardwood. And you don't want to run on that hardwood nonstop to try to burn calories to get in shape. So you pull that out a little bit. You get to that point. You absolutely get to that point. I just don't think that's where you start, especially as you get to be like, can Davion do it? Yeah, Davion can do it. Davion can do it right now. Shoot, De'Aaron could do it right now. There's going to come a point where you don't want to do that anymore, just because of the mileage on the floor on your body. You don't want that. And so I don't think that they're the same. You can make them the same. You can make the getting in shape and on the basketball floor. You can absolutely make them the same. And maybe in this situation of Joel Embiid with that truncated time, maybe that's what you have to do. But ideally, I don't think that's the way you want to approach it. Because if we're talking about eliminating or reducing wear and tear on the body, you don't want to try to reduce it by being on the same surface that creates the wear and tear.
That's understandable.
Like you talk about Luka getting in shape. If we're talking about pulling 20 pounds off of Luka, pull it off on an elliptical, a G trainer, something that's more low impact than getting up and down, 94 feet of hardwood.
That makes sense. That's understandable. It's just, but it's like my whole thought would be, if you're working out on your game, you're getting, like, if you're working out a certain way, I know it's maybe wear and tear on the body, your physique should change and your health should change. Your conditioning should change if you're doing it a certain way, which I believe all these guys are, the Embiids and everybody else like that. You see the photos, they're soaking wet, from sweat and all this other stuff. So you combine that with better diet, like there should be a physique change to a certain degree, right?
Well, that's oh, absolutely. That's just simple. That's not even athlete stuff. That's just simple body mechanics. Like if but you kind of you mentioned the most important part that I think a lot of people don't do, and it's the diet. Like you can work and you can grind, you could do all this, but if you still eating trash, it's not gonna help. And again, those are things that you can get away with, and every person can relate to this. 24, 25, 26, you can train and eat and be shredded and have stamina and do all this different stuff. But as you get to be 30, 31, 32, for me, when I hit 36, everything changed. It's like, I better eat perfect and I better train perfect, because if not, my whole world's going to be different.
Right.
And that's, to me, eating right is significantly harder than training. That's a significantly tougher discipline, because a lot of people, they don't want to give up the stuff they love. They don't want to give up. Like we talk about Shaq not taking things serious. Dwight didn't either. It's just Dwight wasn't fat.
Right.
Like Dwight was a physical specimen. Dwight would tell you to this day he was eating candy and drinking sodas and doing all that nasty stuff.
Chad
like
Johnson would
during it,
famously
same
do
thing.
all that stuff.
Same thing. Like imagine what those guys would be. Imagine the longevity of those guys if they were able to take care of themselves a little bit better. It is 13 to 10.
We've gone
USA
into
right
2024. This is great. Now I know the score.
And KD's in the game, so it's over for you hoes. This boy about to cook. Perhaps the greatest international player of all time. That's been the discussion over the course of the last couple of days. It's a watch along with D'Lo and KC. You're happy. We're happy you're here with us. Lots to talk about as we get rolling with you for the next 4 hours on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, these quarters go by so fast.
What the hell is this? I don't know if I'll be finding out.
What is it? Like for real?
It's like a deli sandwich.
Is it a sandwich?
Yeah.
That is the strangest little sandwich I've seen. And the way, well, never mind. Yeah, I got it off the screen. I said never mind.
Yeah, be careful. That's all I'm going to say.
I got it off the screen.
Oh, Michigan, man, you missed a hell of a show. Well, I mean, if you sold them, you got paid, but man,
you missed selling Warriors tickets.
Man, you missed a hell of a show last night.
Man,
Shout out Miss P if you're
Man,
watching,
oh,
Miss P.
man.
Your boy is cold. Shout out Coach JT. Saw Coach JT
Yeah,
on my way
man.
in.
Yeah. The city was out last night, boy.
Saw Sarah Hodges
out.
and the crew.
I didn't see Sarah. I saw I saw they were there. I didn't see it though.
Young Zell wasn't too far away from us. Shout out to Io Deji, our Cleveland insider.
Shout out Io.
Shout out Jazz, who was falling asleep before me. Jazz made me feel good about myself. Oh, come on, Jazz, get up, Jazz.
It was a late show. It was a late show.
Yeah, I mean, he took it. He took it all the way till get the hell out of the Golden One Center time. I always forget this, man. It was great to see the arena people too. Like it's our people. We just don't like it was great to see our, all of our friends who work the aisles and the security and all that stuff. It was great to see them. Man, Derek White got him right at the basket. What a play.
That was a great defensive play by Derek White. And get to the bucket, get fouled. He's saying, look, I need to be in here.
Okay, they're playing Derek White and Jason Tatum. What a world.
Remember how crazy you always talk about that guy?
What are you talking about? We said he was top 100.
No, you guys said Harrison Barnes was better than him at one
That
point.
was 2 years ago.
Never forget.
That was 2 years
Never
ago.
forget.
Stop it. Will you stop it? I disagree, but that's funny. Kyle Taylor damn near looks like Deshaun Foster. I didn't know Royal Ivy was the coach of South Sudan. Oh, good pass.
Oh.
It looked like Harden.
Uh-oh. Shout out to the camera people who are working the Olympics. This is a callback to last weekend. When and he's fine. You can chuckle at it now, but admittedly, I was chuckling at it in the moment when Steph banged knees with someone on Serbia.
Yeah,
the camera. Shout out to the director. Immediately goes to Steve Kerr, and all I could think was Steve Kerr's entire career is flashing before his eyes right now.
Yeah, that look.
I mean, it
on
was
his face.
clear pretty quickly. Steph was fine,
Yeah.
but there's a moment where he's like, oh, and he's hobbling around, and the camera catches Steve, and Steve's like, he's just frozen, looking ahead, like, oh dear God, no, take anyone but him. And he wasn't even talking about USA. He's thinking about his future in the fall.
Me and Reese got a good kick out of. I don't know what was going on, but in that first half, we talk about Steve Kerr not playing Tatum and all this other stuff. Steph Curry kept getting subbed out. Like he'd commit a foul, get subbed out. I was like, damn, does Curry have 3? And then he gets back in a little bit after that, and then he commits another foul, and he gets yanked out. I was like, is that 4 on Curry? No, it was his second foul. I don't know why he kept getting subbed out after the foul and playing like 2 or 3 minutes. It was interesting to see. Real quick, I wanted to mention something we talked about during the break. A couple people, Coach JT in here talking about, it was a movie last night, the Golden One Center with Chris Brown. We talk about LeBron James and what he does at this point in his career. And I was watching last night as a phenomenal show was taking place with Chris Brown, 2+ hours of high energy entertainment. I was like, Chris Brown ain't young.
He's not.
Chris Brown is not young. 35 years old. The way he was moving for 2 hours. I mean, he's LeBron James level freaking nature up there. It was very impressive.
Absolutely.
Very, very impressive.
How different. Never mind. We'll save it for the commercial. It's kind of touchy.
Okay.
I feel like Chris Brown had something that derailed everything for a really short period of time. What if that had never happened? Because I feel like part of the dialogue around Chris Brown to people who don't like Chris Brown is that. And by the way, I understand. If that had never happened, he might be looked at a little bit differently universally. Like Usher doesn't have that, right?
Right.
But Usher has this like weird Usher has this weird decline where it felt like he was trying to find himself musically. Like maybe he had kind of fallen out of the young R&B kind of sound, and maybe he was looking for something else, and so he started to dabble in. There's the EDM joints, and then
Which
you start having.
I thought was actually pretty good.
No, but I mean, most of he doesn't really have what you would quantify as a bad album, right? But he has albums that are different, and you start to hear this evolution of sound, and then the residency happens, and the Super Bowl happens, and this like Usher resurgence happens, and then he drops an album that you feel like the album he just dropped that's him. That's what he wants to do, and that's back to that R&B, icon type sound. And Chris never had musically, he never had a decline.
No.
His music has been, I don't mean this in a negative way. It's been the same. Like he is, the LeBron comparison isn't off. Like he's been putting up 28, 8, and 8 for decades now.
And one of the crazy things about him is, I was talking to my wife about it last night, how much music he has put out. For a guy like myself, that might actually be a negative, because Chris Brown comes out with a 32 song album. I'm not listening to 32 songs on an album. Like I'm not. So I might not check for much of the album because I don't want to hear 32 songs. But in the same vein, he's put out so much music. So that I salute, that I tip my hat to, the fact that he's put out that amount, that quantity of music for so long. And he's still making hits, like hasn't gone anywhere. But to your original point, I do wonder what that would look like, because to a certain degree, and he's talked about it recently, and it's to this day, he's had to kind of do a lot of it on his own. You know what I mean? There hasn't, because he's not maybe accepted by everybody, record labels, agencies,
PR
and all
people,
this other stuff.
Yep.
They don't touch him.
Yeah.
And he's had to go out and do all this on his own, the touring, all this other stuff. He's kind of got it out the mud because of what happened earlier in his career. And
Mud he created.
Yeah. Mud he created, man. So he's been able to get that done, man. Salute to him.
Shows a hierarchy too. It's terribly unfortunate. The act is terrible, but it was Rihanna, and that makes it 10 times worse.
Yeah,
because you cross someone who's bigger than you.
Right. And they was also looked at as like probably like the it couple at the time. They were
for a minute.
They were looking at the young royal couple, so to speak.
Yeah.
In the music biz, and not only did it not work out, but it ended in such a tragic fashion. That that's something that's going.
And there are a lot of people who will not.
Yeah, something that's going
be
to
good with
forever.
that. Yeah. And that's understandable.
Yeah.
However, there were 15,000 some odd people last night who came out to see that dude. And my goodness,
he's amazing.
Sacramento was jumping last night.
Sacramento was jumping. Let's real quick. We can go back to sports. So
26-14 right now, USA in the second quarter.
Derek White has some big plays.
Make that 28.
He's letting them know I should be out here. The last night, like you said, Sacramento was just going crazy last night as far as just the people. Saw so many people I knew. Go to Instagram later. So many other people that I didn't see was in the building. Like it was crazy last night. But the craziest moment, maybe in Sacramento history for me.
Oh my!
Walking to the car, leaving Doco, across the street from Doco, and the guy says, talking to me and the wife, selling, they sell bacon wrap hot dogs and shirts and stuff like that out there. Sell.
Shout out to the hustlers.
Yeah, big. Well,
this
guy was a different level. He said, "Hey man, we got shots for you and the lady, and if you want this fifth right here, I got this for you too. Just a bag of weed."
Yeah.
I said, "Sir, I said no, thank you." But as I walked away, I don't know if you can do it like that.
Well, to be clear, you're probably not supposed to be selling bootleg T-shirts outside either, but they do.
Yeah, That seemed like another level.
It is a different level. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
sir.
Wrong.
Were you not at Soul Bloom when you walk down that long, dark road back to Richards Boulevard and they're offering you ecstasy on the way out?
True, but that was also under an overpass.
They knew a lot of people at Chris Brown were going to be turned up. Hey, you want to take it to another level? Here's some.
But he was like, I don't know. Maybe it's just to open this up.
What are you, a cop?
He was right next to the people with the bacon wrap hot dogs.
Just say no, thank you, and
like,
keep it
yo, you
moving.
want one of these? I mean, I didn't have no problem saying no, thank you. But I
don't.
That seems like I don't know if you can do that.
I'm not clear on the California laws if you are just able to sell weed outside of the Golden One Center. I would assume not, given the amount of hoops. Like I know the hoops that's what I'm saying. Our people at Crystal Nugs had to jump through to get the spot on J Street. I'd imagine you can't just post up on J Street and go, "Hey, KC, you want a couple of pre-rolls here?"
Not to mention he offered a shot. Like he had his ice chest there with all the liquors in there. It's like, hey, you and your lady want a shot? $15 for a shot.
Still cheaper than the arena.
Yeah, for real. But I was like, no, thank you. And then I kind of thought about that the whole way back to the car. Like, if a cop came by, would he just say, hey, you can't do that? Or would he be taking a trip around the corner?
Well, if a cop walked up, I'm guessing he wouldn't go, hey, you want a shot or some weed?
Who knows?
He might just sit there quietly.
He could have been around the corner. He could have been right there 5 feet away. He wouldn't even know.
Apparently, it could have been you, the way you talking about this, man. Oh, 21 Jump Street over here.
Well, I just saw him. I was like, that's bizarre.
That's bizarre. No, that
seems like a little bit more than hey, close that up, sir.
I remember
get in the back of this car.
I remember being jarred after Soul Bloom. Like, yeah, no, ecstasy. No, I'm just trying to go home, bro. Like, I absolutely don't want that. Thank you. I'm desperately trying to get down Richards Boulevard and get out of here.
And the poor guy was just happy. Just, hey, all right, man, no doubt. Enjoy your night.
Like, apparently, he wasn't a poor guy then. He was happy. Bro got alcohol and weed after a concert. Like, what's there to be sad about? My man kicking it. Also, you are kind of snitching on this man. Now the cops are listening. Like, hey, hey, pull up the video.
Casey said he was by the hot dog vendor on J Street.
Hey, man, look, I didn't get no description. I was just like, he was there.
Hey, Casey, that was a happy dude.
He doesn't care. Like, clearly, he doesn't care.
My man's living.
He was just there.
He living
all right there. So he may have a deal worked out. I don't know. Maybe he's got a license.
Yeah, that seems like a stretch to me, man.
He didn't seem like he had a worry in the world. So he must be good. He must be good in the hood. I'm not that op. I'm just telling a story. Didn't give no description.
21 Jump Street here. Kevin Durant entered the game and just changed it.
It's over.
It just completely changed the game again. I think it was a 2-point game, a 3-point game.
Yeah.
When KD came in, it is not now. It is a 19-point game. I think South Sudan has scored 4 points.
Well, you play Jason Tatum, you see what happens.
Maybe that's it. Maybe
Jason Tatum hadn't got back in the game.
Tatum, I think he's back in now. Where's my nope? Steph's over there. Nope, it's not. AD back in. I think Kyle said thumbs up. Kyle was 29.5. Yeah, spread was 29.5. I didn't think they'd get that, but I think that it just felt like that's a lot of points for a 40-minute game. Team that played really well. I thought they'd win comfortably, but now I'm leaning towards the spread here.
Coach JT is correct. Derek White is hooping. Derek White balling.
All the discussions.
He probably got about 9 points, 9 points, a couple steals.
Box score, I tell you.
Like he hooping in his roll off the bench. Well, he didn't start last time either, but still.
All the discussions around Team USA have been so extreme too. Like Tatum not playing, that was a whole thing. He's starting today. They beat South Sudan by 1. They're probably gonna blow them out today.
Well,
you know what it is.
Everything
I
is
would say
so,
this though. I don't understand why you guys act like that's not bizarre that Tatum didn't play a minute. Like it does come. Like I'm not saying it's the end of the world, but this is one of the we talked all year how he's top 5. It's criminal that he shouldn't be in the MVP discussion. And the fact that he doesn't play a minute is jarring a little bit.
I just didn't I found it weird, but I didn't find it jarring. It was just like, oh, okay. It's probably not the direction I would have gone, but okay. And I don't even know that I said this. The direction I would have gone is very wrong. The guy who I thought might not get a ton of run was Book. And Book was fantastic this weekend. So I'm just going to shut the hell up when it comes to Devin Booker. Talk about guys that are playing. Let's be clear. LeBron James has 10 freaking points. Right now, LeBron James is 4 of 5 from the field.
Man.
Kevin Durant has 9. The old dudes.
Kevin Durant just came in like a minute ago.
The old dudes are absolutely running this Olympics.
Yeah, these guys are balling.
Bam got 6.
AD,
Where's Derek White? Derek White got 7.
AD playing great defense as well. I've seen a couple of blocks from AD. So they're cooking. Embiid's the one who hasn't played yet.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if he doesn't. They said Bam wasn't going to play. Is that what they said today?
That's what Windhorst said the other day. It looks like Embiid is probably going to be that guy.
I was going to say Bam's playing
because they don't have no disrespect to him, but the South Sudan doesn't seem to have like a slow plodding big man. They seem to be a lot of wing
full of Japanese point guards,
a lot of wing players. Almost 5 out type guys.
5-3 players. They could hit threes if you're not paying attention.
They got some guys with height, but they just don't have like the slow plotting big man. All the guys with height are like the guy at the stretch or at the dunker spot, something like that. And looking at it right now, this is it. Joel Embiid can play with anybody, but this will be maybe a tougher matchup for him than Serbia, especially if he's not 100% healthy or feeling like himself.
Man, that's a beautiful shot right there. Goodness gracious. Yeah. All right. It's 40-23 right now. USA is running away with this. LeBron, KD, and Bam have missed a combined 2 shots. This was funny. I didn't relay this. I told you that Kevin Durant had 9 points. He's 6 of 7 from the free throw line.
Getting to the line.
He's 1 of 2 from the field.
Getting to the line.
That boy, KD.
The ultimate scorer.
So we'll keep you updated on that. We'll have a nice little watch party here as Steve Kerr and Ty Lue yuck it up on the sidelines, knowing they're not going to have a repeat of what they had a week and some change ago when USA and South Sudan played for the first time. Look at LeBron. Is there an MVP of the Olympics?
He was in the game. Everybody playing today. Good for him.
It's Ty. Yep.
As he should get a little tick.
There you go, Ty. Get it up, baby.
Cash up.
There you go, Ty.
Cash out,
baby.
There we go. That's my boy. Cash out. He should get a little run.
He got a fade. He's really leaning into that.
Maybe he told coach not to put him in until he got a haircut.
Well, so this is why Ty's hair looked so weird the other night. He's growing it out, but he put some product in it.
Well,
and the product made it look like, Ty, what decade are you bringing back with this look? But he looks good today. Got that first 3 up. Got to feel good to get his first Olympic shots in.
Yeah. Get a feel for it, man. Get him out there. I think Charles Barkley said something the other day about Tatum and Halliburton not playing, and I understand why somebody might not play, but Barkley was like, you asked me to do all this and come all the way out here and do all this other stuff. You got to find some minutes for me.
Ty with a step back 3. Come on, man.
Telling him I should be out here, coach.
Ty with the step back.
I should be out here, coach. But I understand it may not always work.
But it was one game, though. Like if we had gone 2 games without
he
Tatum
hadn't
playing.
played 3 games. Tyrese, right?
Oh, Tyrese. Yeah. I thought you was talking about. I don't think I even realized he hadn't played in the previous 2 games.
Yeah, he hadn't played in a few games. So Barkley was talking about, hey man, come on, man. You can't find no minutes for me. After the sacrifice and dedication I made to be part of this team. I understand it. I understand Steve Kerr though too. I understand you don't have 48 minutes. You have other rotations that you've got to work. So I understand both sides.
I also think we sometimes look at the coaching position of this team, Steph for 3, like Oh, it's just easy. Like Chuck Daly, like our number one goal is not call timeout and golf every day. Yeah, buddy, that is not this.
Yeah, those days are over.
You're kind of at the point, if you're this men's coach, especially with this group, LeBron is here, Steph is here, KD's here. There's no built-in excuses. This isn't the World Championships or the World Cup. That's not what this is. You can't be the coach that loses. And no matter what Steve thinks privately of this team, he saw the South Sudan game. And I hate sometimes the guys just need that. Hey, it's cliche, and I'll buy it. Sometimes you need that. You need that scare to refocus. And Steve's thinking about at least I would think. Steve Kerr is thinking about what it takes for, like, hey, what puts us in the best position to beat this team? What puts us in the best position to beat that team? He can't be the coach that loses.
Yeah.
And, I don't know how you could think not playing Jason Tatum would be the answer to that, but like, I'm also not a coach.
Right.
And I don't have the film that these guys do. There's a reason he did it. He obviously feels very differently today, and he's comfortable in his decision. His team is playing well again. But I'm also a bit sympathetic towards him, in that everyone looks like, oh, you just got to go out there and win the gold medal. Meanwhile, he's like, I can't lose the gold medal.
Right.
Like, there is no acceptable scenario for me, for all of us, for this country, than to win the gold medal.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's all he's thinking about.
Yeah. No, I'm with you 100%. Something I was thinking about the other day, I want to ask you. I know it's the Olympics. I know the world is bigger, clearly, than what we focus on here in America. But has basketball, men's basketball specifically, has that become the premier event in the Olympics?
I don't think so.
I only say that because it was jam-packed in that arena on Sunday.
Yeah.
They were going crazy. They were talking about how there was a bunch of NBA jerseys in that arena.
They're the biggest stars for sure.
I would say, I'd still say the men's and women's 100 meter dash is maybe number one.
Yeah.
But if you told me, and maybe it's only specific to Team USA though, because like you said, they're the biggest stars. But it feels like
the women's game the other day drew 3 million people on TV.
Yeah. I mean
that's a huge number.
Yeah, I think they are climbing up the charts as well. But I feel like Team USA men's basketball might be the biggest draw in the Olympics outside of the 100 meter dash.
I don't think it. I think you're on to something. I don't think it's the biggest draw, but it's easily the most star studded. Like, because in track, like if you talk about Shakiri, like you got a couple, right? You got 12.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You got 12 stars or 11.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm sorry. That's bad. I was kidding.
Well, you're actually right.
I was kidding.
Actually, we can shrink that number a little bit more.
You've got 12-ish NBA stars right here. Like, you've got LeBron, who's probably a bigger star than any of these guys in the Olympics. Steph's probably not far behind. KD's probably not far behind that. And they're all in the same spot.
Right.
Versus if you have a massive soccer star and a massive track star and then the massive swimming stars, they're all over the place. But you got 3 of the biggest stars in the entire Olympics right here all at once. So I think it's the most star-studded, but I don't know that it's the ultimate draw. But the numbers might support you. You might be right.
Sal in the chat says he still thinks it's gymnastics and track over basketball. Maybe. I think basketball might be ahead of gymnastics, but I could be wrong.
I definitely think that's your preference.
The basketball and track and all this.
Basketball over gymnastics. I think you would rate swimming the lowest, then gymnastics, and then track.
The lowest of the big boys.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Those are pillars. Swimming is a pillar, track is a pillar, gymnastics is a pillar of the Summer Olympics. But am I wrong in that? Track?
Probably so. Do you think we'll get a gauge of that? I mean, we could do it right now if we like really dig deep, but pause. But do you think we'll get a gauge of that in 28 What? Tickets? Ticket prices?
Oh, good one. No, because you know what that could be tied to is America. Like if for example, if the biggest track star is Jamaican, and I'm not talking like Usain level, I'm not talking about like he crossed so many, boundaries. It's crazy. But if the biggest track star is on the Jamaican team versus the US team, I think the ticket won't be as high as if the biggest track star was on the US team. Like everyone will want to get to see that. Yeah. Again, unless there's a star that transcends the way Usain Bolt did, it's not going to matter what country they're.
If anybody out there, because we always give our audience homework to do. I don't know if it's as simple as just a quick StubHub Google search, but what's the most expensive ticket at the Olympics right now? I think it's still something in track or the last day of track or something like that. That would be my guess.
Could be Simone or could have been Simone.
It might be. That's what I want to see. I don't think I still don't think anything's bigger than the 100-meter dashes.
If Simone was here in 28, and I can't imagine that she is, but if she's here in 28, or if we could move this Olympics to Los Angeles right now, I think she'd be the biggest draw in the Olympics.
Maybe it's a preference thing. I don't think anything beats track still. I think those 200-meter dashes, if you tell somebody, I got tickets to the 100-meter final, the 100 and the 200 too. People really like the 200.
Now the 100's crazy though.
I think those two.
That's 9 seconds. You are building your whole day around like what's going to happen during that. Yeah. That is what's funny about the final boss's like analogy. It's like Stacy gave this like long like Olympic like analogy thing, and I mean I was listening to her, but like to take like a piece of what she said and think you do all of that training and it all comes down to 9 seconds.
That's a trip, right?
And then the guy who wins is looking back at you as he crosses the finish line.
Secure in the Bagley. He doesn't have numbers for us, but he says track and field is the highest in basketball.
I can see that. Next. Basketball's after track. Okay, salute. All right.
I don't know if anything's going to be ever bigger than track.
Track
and field has that big fight feel when you get to those finals.
Yeah, and I think part of it is the the quickness of it. Like this is a 40-minute game.
Yeah.
This is you settling in for it. Track, and it is over in the blink of an eye. Yeah. We'll come back. I thought it was TC. Someone asked us about who's taking a step up in the Western Conference. Somebody asked us that on the phone yesterday. We started to answer. We got derailed as we normally do, but I wanted to get into that. James Ham's going to join us in the 3:00 hour. We got some NFL stuff to discuss as well. Of course, we've got the game on with us. We're happy that you're with us. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Now he's got more information. Oh, I guess they're the same price. It says $10.74 for track, $10.64 for swimming and basketball.
Interesting.
I do like I do like swimming. Like I like the racing aspect of it. So it's not I don't have any ill will towards it, but in 28, somebody's like, hey, I got some tickets. You can go to 2 events between the 4. I'm going to basketball and track.
Yeah, I think I'd go to track and I wouldn't go to basketball.
No,
I don't think so. Unless it was a gold medal game. If it was a gold medal game, I'd go. But I know it's not the same. I feel like I see basketball 41 times a year in person.
Gymnastics, with all due respect,
I would need a story.
I don't think I would enjoy just being at a gymnastics thing. Like I would enjoy seeing the greatness of Simone Biles, but just I wouldn't. I don't know if I'd enjoy 4 hours of that, because partly because I don't really know what I'm watching. It's all amazing to me.
Like I wouldn't enjoy the men's gymnastics as much as the women's. Like I love like the floor routine and the vault and some of those different things more than I love that pommel horse and those bars. Like that ain't for me.
Yeah.
but I'd need someone. Like if it's not Simone, I'd need someone else.
Yeah.
I need a Shannon Miller equivalent. I need something. If that ain't there, yeah, I might just go to the game with you. That's probably the same with swimming. Like, who am I going? Like, I need to go see something. I just don't want to go see the event. I want to see someone.
Right.
Who, and that's probably the biggest point with track is like, I don't care who's running.
Yeah.
If you got tickets to the 100-meter final, I'm there.
And to be fair, it is the 100-meter final. I've been to track. I was at the track trials. What was that? I think I was almost out of high school. So it was like 2000 or 99 or something like that. And we went on Saturday and the finals were on Sunday. And I don't even think they ran on Saturday. I think they ran on Friday, had Saturday off and ran on Sunday. And I had a great time because I knew what I was watching, but it's not the same as watching them running. Like seeing the pole vault and the javelin and all this other stuff. Like, all right. It's awesome to see those high level athletes, but I came to see the track stars, the runners, and I didn't get a chance to see the runners. I had a good moment. I had a good memory though with my aunt. So it was hot as hell too, and I was on the sunny side of Sac State. I was on the sun side. What did my man just say? Oh, Sean. Oh.
We faced this issue we were talking about in 08. I think I told you that story. I went to the 100-meter final, but we had 2 tickets to 2 different events. The 100-meter final, and I think it was the men's tennis final. So it really boiled down to this. Do you want to see the 100-meter final or do you want to see Roger Federer?
Mm-hmm.
And we went our separate ways. I wanted to go to the 100-meter final. She wanted to go see Roger Federer. So she went to go see Roger Federer, and I went to the 100-meter final. But we faced this decision that we're talking about because they happened at the same time. And the thing was, like, you may never see Roger Federer again. I might never see this 100-meter final again. And that's what happened. And both were right. Yeah. Well, at least I'm sure she's seen more 100-meter finals if she wanted to, but I've never seen Roger Federer.
True.
And I've never seen anyone turn around as they were crossing the finish.
Come on, man. I don't know, like you said, but it's preference, right? Like my preference is basketball and track. It doesn't mean those other two aren't when I talk about the other two, gymnastics and swimming and even tennis. It doesn't mean it's not amazing. It's just if I have a chance to go see those things, I'm always pick those two first. That's all it is. Personal preference.
For sure. USA women, Australia scored late in that one. And it looked like it could get a little dicey for USA, but they wound up getting their win in the women's soccer, and they're on to the quarterfinals to face Japan on Saturday morning, early Saturday morning.
What time? Like
6 a.m.
6 a.m. our time?
Yeah.
It's not too bad. That's prime time for good old D-Lo.
Well, it's prime time for me. Yeah, but maybe not for everybody else though.
Well, it's not
prime time for Ryan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'd be up for an hour at that point.
Jazz was telling me some funny stories about Ryan yesterday.
She's funny. She's just funny in general.
Hey, she said you are the only person that exists in Ryan's entire world. She showed me some pictures of her sitting on your lap, and she just has that look of like, I run this on her face.
She does too. She does. She's not lying.
No.
That's my girl.
I think it was TC that asked us yesterday. Someone called in and we were talking about the Western Conference. And someone asked, like, who do you think is going to take a step up? We talk about teams, falling back. We talk about what Denver might look like, what the Clippers might look like, what some of those teams might look like, how they might fall back. But when you look at the teams that didn't make the playoffs, are there any teams that are going to step up? And I know a lot of people are fixated on Houston, which I understand. It felt like they were They were in the conversation a bit. I think too many people are pulling out the pen to write them in, and I don't necessarily agree with that. And I also think there are some people who are too high on Memphis. With that said, Memphis is the one I'm watching. But I think there are people asking if Memphis is going back to the 2 seed, and that's tough for me. Like if they pull that off, Ja Morant's the MVP. Yeah. Like if they're having a 2 seed type season, Ja Morant's the MVP. But could I see them back in the conversation at like 8, 9, 10? Absolutely. If they play well above what my expectations are, there could they be in the top 6? Sure. I saw Mike Miller said something today about Ja Morant and how he's ready and all this different stuff. And my first thought was like, man, let him be. Like, I understand you're hyping your client. Like, I get that.
I thought I didn't realize that was really what was going on. I didn't know he was the agent and that was his client.
Yeah.
We're talking about Mike Miller.
Yeah.
Former NBA player Mike Miller.
As his client.
Yeah, I didn't even realize.
And I get, like, again, I get he's hyping him up. But my first thing when I saw that from, I think it was Shams, was, dude, don't do that. Like, let the brother, like, he went through so much last year, from the suspension to the incredible hype when he returned. Like, I think he had a game winner the day he stepped back on the floor, and like they were off and running, and then the injury. Just let the man be. Like, again, I get as an agent what you're doing, but like, just don't put too much on him. Let him get through this. Let him start the regular season in a bit of a, for lack of a better, like, peaceful, no baggage, no weight. He got all of that behind him last year. He really does. I mean, in no way is I think it was a torn labrum, or in no way is an injury, a season-ending injury, the best thing for you. But the ability to start with a clean slate, no suspension. You've already answered all of those questions. You've already dealt with all of that. Now you're coming back from injury like countless other players have. You have the ability to start fresh. I got my eye on Ja more than I do Memphis. But if we're talking about those bottom 5 teams, I think even more than San Antonio and Houston, Memphis is the one I'm most curious about.
Yeah, I agree with you. Memphis is a team that I look at and I expect them to be in the playoff picture. I don't see them necessarily being like top 4, but I could see them being anywhere from 5 to 8 or 9. You know, I do. I think they're going to be clearly better than they were last year, but they're going to go back to being like a good team with everybody there, if everybody can stay healthy. So I understand everybody's optimism for a team like Memphis. Like you said, I think they're going a little too high, with the expectations. But I'm all in. I think they're going to be
2 seed seems crazy too. Like, just picking up. It's not even the same basketball team,
right?
And to me, that is completely unfair, not just to Ja, but to the guys on that squad. Like, this is a completely different group. Like, they're going to have to find a way to establish themselves here a little bit. They're going to have to find same coaches, a lot of the same elements there, but the team is very different. They're going to have to find ways to establish their own path here.
One of the things I would think about with them, and if I was talking to them and coaching, and I'm sure Coach Jenkins is talking to them about this, they need to make sure that they're not just resting on the laurels of, we have everybody back, so clearly we're just going to be better.
Yeah.
Like, there's work that needs to be done. Like, you guys, not only were you guys not at a high enough level last year, whether Ja was there or not, teams around you have gotten better. It's not the same Western Conference it was 2 years ago. So you're going to have to be prepared to not only do the work, but not rest on just your name and saying, oh, Ja's back, or, we're back together, so we're good. You got to get to work. I don't think that's going to be a problem. That's kind of what they're built on. That's what they do. But that would be the one thing that I would talk to them about, is like, hey, make sure you're mentally ready to execute all the big proclamations that you've made so far. Ja was doing the same thing. Ja was talking the other day. And I don't expect him to like cower or anything like that. But he was talking the other day, like, I'm about 80% or whatever, but can't nobody stay in front of me even now. So it's good. So maybe Mike
settle
Mike
down,
just
man.
taking the cue of his clients.
I mean, clearly, I didn't see that. I didn't hear Ja talk. I completely missed it.
I don't know where I heard it or saw it. It was maybe local.
Still
like
good in the
local
West.
Those vibes.
Okay.
But he was, because somebody asked him where he's at, and he's like, "Are you feeling like you're 100%?" He's like, not really 100%, but I'm good. Like I feel good. I feel really good. I just got to do some conditioning things and, trying to ramp it back up, be ready for the season.
Yeah.
So I'd say if I had to put a number on it, I'd say I'm probably about 75, 80%, and still nobody can stay in front of me at 75, 80%. So it's good. I was like, oh, okay.
Jared Allen is not getting traded by the Cleveland Cavaliers. He's agreed to a 3-year, $91 million extension that'll guarantee him $131 million over the next 5 years. I'm a Jared Allen fan, so I have no problem with that.
So they're running it back.
Yep, 100%.
Running it back with the new coach. So we'll see how that works out. They were a 4 seed last year.
I'm sorry. Who is it again?
Don't tell me. Don't say anything. Just
it was Jay. Oh, I know who it is. I got it. I got it.
It's Borrego.
No, it's Atkinson, right?
Correct.
It's Kenny Atkinson.
Atkinson went there. Yeah. That's right.
JB runs through my mind just JB
is where's JB now? He was hired
Detroit.
Okay. I think I think
Detroit.
Right.
Yeah, he's with Detroit. That's like Oh, JB.
Yeah, at least he's getting paid.
Good luck, buddy.
Yeah, JB had to. We saw it coming, though. We saw it coming.
Yeah, that's our Cleveland insider. Cleveland insider gave us word that was on the way. So yeah, Cleveland's running it back. They are running it back, but I
feels like a mistake.
Well, are they?
Yeah.
I guess they are running it back, but was it just a bluff? Are they calling Rich Paul and Darius Garland's bluff? I don't even know if they actually asked for a trade, because remember they said the story was
if Donovan signed an extension,
they were going to ask for a trade.
That wasn't a quote, though.
No, it was a belief. It was a report that was put out there. So,
but when
maybe it didn't happen.
When the draft rolled around, wasn't there a story that Darius doesn't want to be traded? Am I making that up?
Yeah,
I might be.
Maybe there was, and maybe that was. He may not want to be traded.
Doesn't.
But maybe it's just, to quiet the rumors that was out there before.
Garland said he doesn't want to be traded.
It's right there.
There it is. Okay, that was tough to find. Those are just rumors. Yeah, I don't have any interest in being traded. So that's okay. Now this is coming back to me. The Spurs inquired about him. The Spurs inquired about Darius Garland. I think that's where we first. I think that's where this most recently popped back up. But it's a legit. I mean, people are really high on Kenny Atkinson. He's a guy. He's a guy who had a really small sample size in Brooklyn, and I think people really bought into the idea of Kenny Atkinson. And I don't mean this in a lower level than what he is, but as a development coach, he can take a young guy and help them become a solid NBA player. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's particularly what this Cleveland team needs, but I think this Cleveland team needs to learn a way to play together for a more sustained period of time, not just an incredible run smack dab in the middle of the season, Oreo cookied with just 2 bad stretches of basketball.
Yeah.
And so I don't, you think this is a bad idea. I don't know what this Cleveland team is. Roster wise, I really like it, but there was something there that didn't click.
Roster wise, they're 4th or 5th seed that might get out of the first round, but won't get out of the second round. Really, I think they needed to switch it up finally, and not make some drastic, crazy move, but here's the difficulty. What does that even look like?
I would have traded for Brandon Ingram. I would have traded Jaron Allen for Brandon Ingram.
I would have did that deal too if that was available.
Because they got
Who's
they got 3. I'm sorry, Jesse. They got 3 non-scorers and guys that can't stretch the floor in the starting lineup.
I was gonna say too, like kind of along the lines of that, like who's their number 2, like after Donovan Mitchell?
Darius
Like
Garland.
but like, is he like that's not good enough? Like people want Evan Mobley to be that, but he's not there yet. Like it's just not good enough.
That's the, I guess that's the real key is what does Evan Mobley become? Because right now he's just a good ball player.
Evan Mobley's their Keegan Murray. Like he's good.
Yeah, that's a good
maybe
call.
maybe there's a little bit more urgency with Evan Mobley than there is with Keegan Murray because it's De'Aaron and Domas.
Right.
Whereas over there it's Donovan and Evan Mobley question mark because I think that's what most people would say. You hate Evan Mobley notoriously.
I don't hate Evan Mobley.
So
I don't hate any of these people that you
Evan,
guys
Evan
say
Mobley is at the bottom of your Cavaliers power rankings. It's Donovan, and then I think I would go Jarrett.
I like all these guys. First of all, I'm not even answering these questions.
And then probably Mark Price, Craig Elo, then Evan Mobley.
Well, I didn't like those guys.
Maybe J.R. Smith is over there.
I didn't like any of those guys back then because I was a Jordan fan. So yeah, get a mic.
Booby Gibson.
Brad Daugherty. He used to always miss dunks.
Brad Daugherty.
We used to talk about him.
Welcome back to the NBA.
The playground. We used to talk about him at the playground in first and second grade. Oh, you missed the dunk on the monkey bars. Then he pulled a Brad Daugherty. But they don't between Mobley, Allen, and Karis LeVert.
Why Dr. David take the gif of LeBron having the guy thrown out and said that's Kenny snitching on the street?
Oh,
street hustler.
Don't do that, Dr. David. I just walked by and said no, thank you, and kept it moving.
That's such a funny.
No, that's an
just a
all-timer.
funny sight though. He's literally pulling the referee. Him right here. Oh,
That's an
Dr.
all-timer.
David, that's funny.
That's an all-time Bron moment.
Yeah, that's
That
a
is an
great one.
all-timer.
Right here, right here, ref. Get him out of here.
But they needed some more balance, some different balance to that offense. And they're still good. It's not like they're going to fall into the tank.
Yeah, 48 and 34 last year. You know, a game better than that version of the Philadelphia 76ers. A game better than that version of the Indiana Pacers. And 2 games worse than that version of the New York Knicks, man. And all of those teams got some changes around them. Like New York was at 50 wins. If you put them at 55.5, I might take the over. Like I could see them sniffing, I could see them staring at 60 wins, like maybe finishing at 58, 57. I think that New York team is legit.
Yeah,
like
I
think they're going to be
for real,
really
too.
good.
I think they're for real too.
I just need to see Philadelphia. And I actually think I like the Pacers more than Philadelphia. As it stands right now, I think I like the Pacers more than Philadelphia. If I'm proven to be wrong on that later, I'm perfectly okay with that. I just
we won't know anything about Philly till the first round of the playoffs next year.
And that's the tough part. Like it's going to be. Well, I disagree a little bit. Ultimately, what they do in the playoffs is the only thing that they're going to be judged on. But if Kenny's plan to weed Joel Embiid out of greatness takes fruition, the direction of the team is clear. And some people might have more confidence in him. Again, Jesse, to your point, like the end result is all that matters for a team like Philadelphia. But if your idea of Tyrese averaging, I don't know, I'm making up numbers. So I was going to say 27. So we'll go 25 and, Joe being in the vicinity of 25, maybe Paul George is in the vicinity of 22, 23, somewhere around there. That's a different looking team than we've seen the last 3 years where Joe was 30, I think 32 and 34 or 30 and 34, something along those lines.
Yeah.
It's a very different team.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I don't know that Tyrese is a 25 per night guy yet, though.
What did you get last night? Last year.
I don't think 20. He did that, did he?
I don't think he did either because De'Aaron was top 10 and he averaged 26. So I don't think he did that, but I think he was probably like 22 or 23.
I didn't even think he was that high.
Let me see.
Tyrese was
20.
The hell am I looking at? Oh, this is postseason.
Yeah, he went crazy in the postseason.
Wow.
In the regular season, he did 29.9.
29.8 in the postseason. Yeah, 25-9. I stand corrected. Wasn't even the highest scorer on the team.
Oh, sneaky. Tobias Harris had 17.
He averaged 25 points per game last year.
26
Wow.
and 6 assists.
My bad, Tyrese. I apologize. He averaged 25 and Joe averaged 34, though. And you just mentioned Tobias. We can't gloss over that. Like,
Yeah,
so
Tobias
Paul
wasn't
George is going to be
rough.
what, like a plus 5?
Maybe.
Tobias is 17 points per game.
Yeah, maybe a +5.
And Buddy healed.
Flamethrower.
He's going to replace that.
Tyrese Maxey. I didn't realize he was this
Wow,
close to
he
Tyrese.
averaged.
He was 11th in the league in scoring.
So he was right behind De'Aaron?
Yeah, De'Aaron was 8.
Oh, I thought you said De'Aaron was
20.
10.
Oh no, he was top 10. De'Aaron was top 10.
Got you.
De'Aaron was 8 at 26.6. And what was the stat? Or I don't know if it's a stat or what, but De'Aaron was the only one in the top 20 to not make the All-Star team.
There was one. I feel like there was one
I think
other
the other
one.
one was Trae Young. I think Trae Young was the other one. But did he make it? I think Trae made it. Maybe he was a replacement or something like that.
Yeah, it's somewhere on a tweet. But yeah, he was the only. But the idea is he was the only top scorer in the league that didn't make the All-Star game.
It wasn't even like he was 17. He was 8th. Didn't make it. That's ridiculous.
I think it was like something like top like 12, 13, 14, 15 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was someone who didn't make the All-Star team next.
Mm-hmm.
And then
like the next 4 or 5
the next 4 made the All-Star team. So it was like 2 of the top 20. Yeah, it was pretty.
That's a wild.
Wow. Hey, I did not realize Tyrese averaged 25.9 last year. That's crazy. That changes my entire perspective.
I will say this though about that. I don't know how much higher he can go. Like I don't expect him to be like a 29 point game scorer.
Well, it changes my thought on can he be the guy on this team. I thought I knew he was somewhere in the vicinity of 30 in the postseason. I didn't realize he was that high in the regular season. But what?
Quick update. It's an 11-point game.
I wasn't even watching no more.
South Sudan trying to take Derek White out the game.
KD had a ball roll. KD looks frustrated.
Oh, Kerr losing the team.
Oh, this is not. I don't think that's legal, Bam.
Yeah. Oh, you can't. Well, you can't hold the. Is that rule?
That headband is killing me. He looks like Dwight.
Is that rule about touching it once on a cylinder? Is that defense only, or is it the fact that he grabbed onto
the rim?
Yeah,
he grabbed the rim before he touched the ball. Definitely illegal.
They can get it down to single digits. South Sudan.
This is the reverse. This is a reverse of the game the other night, isn't it?
Yeah.
South Sudan's. They'll make a documentary out of this.
Did you see that? I saw that for the first time yesterday. That Luol Deng is footing the bill for that whole program.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, I came across that as we did our pocket watching segment.
What a legend! What a legend! In
Who, Abe, the pocket watching champion? Oh, Luol
Abe's
Deng,
not the pocket watching champion. I don't know unless you got like a summer league championship or something like that. Then cool, but the champ is me. The one who walks around with the belt is me. It's always gonna be me. I ain't losing.
You lost to.
I open up the season against the expansion franchise too. That's what I get for winning. I get a 3-game series against the expansion franchise.
All those guys that were white hot earlier have cooled down, except for Bam Adebayo. Bam still hasn't missed. But LeBron's still at 10. LeBron with 5 turnovers in this one. No one else has more than 1.
So that was one thing that I said it for 2 days that I was a little worried about. That I don't think they're going to lose this game. But for the first game and the first half of this game, they shot the lights out. As KD said, well, I'm not going to say it, but, KD talked about how when you shoot the ball really well.
Yeah, it's such a strange. And who used it? De'Aaron? Didn't De'Aaron say the same thing?
Did.
I didn't even know that stuff was in a ball, much less you could shoot it out of it. Weird.
So I mean, that was the one thing that I looked at and I was like, I want to see what it looks like if the shots aren't dropping a little bit. And it looks like maybe an 11-point lead. You know, they're still good. They're still good. No issues.
Okay. See, I don't even know how to update you on these South Sudan guys. Unless it's Wayne and Gabriel. He's 0 for 2. That's the only guy I know.
Mm.
And I don't want to be disrespectful and mispronounce these brothers' names, but they got some guys out there. Got some guys out there hooping.
Yeah.
Still
Royal Ivy doing his thing is head coach. But to your original point with Philly and Maxey and what he could.
Yeah, but where do you go? Like if Joe averaged 34 and Tyrese averaged 25.9, like where do you go?
Well, I think my first thought, first of all, Joe was gone a lot.
Yeah, 39
right?
games last year.
Yeah, so that you didn't have that for pretty much half the season.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can get maybe not 34, or if he's healthy, great, he can do 34. But maybe ask him to get 29, 30. If you can get that for 60,
and the idea,
games,
to be clear, because we haven't expanded on that, the idea is to reduce his minutes.
Yeah.
Now it's not like just score less. It's like, no, play less.
Right. And you get that. And then the other part of that is you go into the playoffs. And I think Tobias was as sneaky as he was with his 17 in the regular season. My thought is, and I'll look at the number right now, he was awful in the postseason. He averaged 9.
So Joe averaged 33.6 minutes per game last year. Tobias, 33.8. Oubre, 30.2. Tyrese, 37.5.
Yeah, that's probably gonna have to come down a little bit too. Yeah, that's probably
you want Joe at the 29, 30 mark?
Yeah, and maybe not even as much as the playing time, the minutes.
Drummond's
per
there,
se.
right?
Yeah. Maybe not even as much as the minutes. It's just the workload, the offensive workload that he's gonna have to deal with. Like maybe you don't run everything through him all the time, and allow him moments in a game where he can just kind of float around.
Man, I feel like we've become Philadelphia 76er radio. What is it? WIP?
WIP.
I just have a lot of questions about that strategy because I feel like you could telegraph it. Like, because the idea is to preserve Joel Embiid. If Joe's not in the block fighting, they're going to know the play's not for him.
Well, that's up to him to be like a wide receiver who the play
right.
is designed for him.
But to me, that doesn't help. You'd be better off him being on the bench than he's taking the punishment and not getting the ball.
Well, you could be
half the punishment those big dudes take is before they even touch the basketball.
He can get the basketball and be more of a distributor, more of a creator for others.
Yeah, I mean, he's damn near 6 assists a game.
That's about max. That's about max for him.
13-point game right now. U.S. up in the third quarter. Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I'm gonna go get one of them Skippy things. You want to come?
A Skippy thing?
The
I'm good.
wafer thing that they go crazy about. Chocolate and peanut butter.
Oh yeah, I'll try that. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I'll try it.
Hey. Hello.
Kyle Madsen.
I hate leaving trash in a shared workspace. It's a pet peeve of mine, and I'm sorry. I know you probably don't care that much, but I care a lot.
Oh, I do. I cuss
That's
you
what
out.
Jesse said.
Yeah, I cuss you out once or twice a day.
Really?
You just, yeah.
For
Fucking
what?
Kyle, leave. No, I don't.
Oh,
I very
okay.
much don't.
Oh, okay.
No.
As I say, if you need me to change something, I can change. I mean,
No, you don't have to change anything.
Okay.
When the trash gets full, I put the trash outside the studio because they're not allowed to come in here. So they take trash.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. We're not supposed to have that in here.
Have
I
what in
understand
here?
why we do the trash.
Oh, sorry, everybody. I know.
The trash can.
Yeah, I know. We brought
They
that
can't
in
come in here. So
Oh,
when it's
I
full,
see what you're saying. Okay.
put the trash outside
That's
the
why we
door.
didn't have a trash to begin with.
Right, because they can't come in here.
Yeah. We jacked the trash from out there because no one sits at those desks now. So
Right. Yeah.
I'm going to go throw this away outside,
Thank
though. Hey, those are outstanding.
Yeah, apparently.
Bro.
Y'all
That's the one.
y'all are really doing a lot.
That's the one. These are the ones. They're good.
Literally, this is Skippy.
It's peanut butter and chocolate.
Well, peanut butter and chocolates are Reese's. This is.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, they're good.
Thank you.
That's good. I don't know if I classify it as the one, but this is good.
That's what I said. That's what I say.
Out of all the things in that snack blocker, that
might be the one.
That's the one. That's above Skinny Pop. It's above the jalapeno.
Yeah, James didn't even get the one that I liked. That's why he looked at me dumbfounded when I said, "Oh yeah, I'll drop you some money for." I really like the popcorn with the kettle, and James looked at me like, "What?"
James said, "I bet you do, pal."
Yeah, never mind.
Is
Yeah,
it
it's a tough
better
look.
than what's the one? The other one is.
Yeah, which one is it, Casey? That you really like?
He's the one naming
No,
all
which
the
one
names.
is it?
He's the one naming all the names.
It's a chocolate bar with.
That's a crazy name. They
the
gotta.
one with the
They need to
almonds
do
and the
better.
Cashews, etc., etc.
No,
The various legumes.
that's a
legumes
that's a
kinda
crazy
crazy.
name, man. They know what they were doing. They got to change that.
Which
name.
one are you talking about, Casey?
Hey, at least it's not the spread.
bro? It's
The spread and the
Whoa.
bone.
whoa.
Whoa.
Y'all didn't even see that yesterday,
No, I
did you?
missed that part. No, he sent it to all of us, but I missed
No.
the other part.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even think they saw the other station.
Crazy.
It was the spread and the bone. What the hell? Like, well, who names their stations this?
Oh man, yo, they wild for that one.
Must have got that name from Phoenix or something.
No. This is good. It's very light on the chocolate. Very this is a win. Jesse, we're early today, by the way. That had the sound of I'm not.
I kind of vary, I think.
Well, today and Friday.
Hey.
Good. Oh, did Kyle walk back in there? I had that conversation that you were venting about. I had that conversation. Okay. Will Z, of course, of SI fame, sent me a.
What, he say Kings don't play defense? Is that what he?
Oh, he's not there yet. He right now he's just pitting the Kings against each other in his writing. So Will's Will right now is still Iron Man. He's morphing into Dr. Doom, I believe. Did I nail that analogy or no?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that works.
Yeah,
It
I don't
works.
know. I don't know who Dr. Doom is. So that's
Robert
the
Downey
issue.
Jr. Duh.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what his role is. I've never seen the guy. Just like Thanos before, I had never seen him, and then all of a sudden he comes and tries to destroy everything.
Thanos was tearing everything up.
Thanos was
Shout out
problem.
Thanos. That was dope.
That was a problem. It was like, how are you going to defeat this guy?
You guys love heels.
Well, he had some situations too that was like,
Oh,
damn.
look at the look on Joe's face.
Yeah, Joe out there with jeans or corduroys or whatever those look like.
Joe smiling now, you can tell, but he had a great look on his face a second ago. This from Will Z. Joel Embiid's usage rate last season was third highest since the 67-68 season. Since it was tracked.
I thought he was going to say in the season. No, he went to since the merger.
2016-17, Russell Westbrook had the highest usage rate, it looks like in NBA history, at 41.7. Harden in 2018-19, 40.5. And then Joel, 39.6 last year.
Man. Yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done to just be like, hey, don't use them as much or whatever, right? Like even to your point, like, yeah, have them out there, but don't run things to them or something. That's easier said than done. You might as well, to your point, just not have them on the court, like at that point, and let him get rest that way. So,
What do you think Paul George and Tyrese Maxey can carry a Embiid's missing games?
No, that's what I'm concerned.
Because Embiid is 30. Like, I don't
don't-
think he's going to have this season where he
I
plays
think-
65 or 70 or whatever.
I think Tyrese can do a lot more than I originally thought. I think actually the guy who I think could really, really help him is Drummond, because Drummond and Embiid, obviously Embiid is much better, but they play the same way. So it's not like a situation where you're bringing in you have Joel Embiid and you play a certain way, and then you have a Domantas Sabonis-like center who plays a different version of that position, right? Like, you have guys they're both big dudes who command attention, who take up space, who can work the block. I think that's going to work in the Philadelphia 76ers' favor as well.
Yeah.
Joel has 4 of the highest usage rates. He has 4 of the top 20 highest usage rates. He has 3, 12, 13, and 20. James Harden has 2. Giannis has 2. Luka has 2. Russ has 2. But Joel has 4.
I want to that point too. I wonder if that's just kind of the nature of the game nowadays, where you see that more, and that may play, because you talk about all those, high usage rates. It's all like in the last 10, 12 years. Like, the game is different. Like, maybe if Jordan and Magic played today, maybe they'd have, some of the highest usage rates of all time as well. So it like I said, it could be
Jordan
a little
was
bit
on
of a
here.
product
Yeah.
of the style of play nowadays.
Let's see. We have Jordan on the list for the first time in the 86-87 season. He's 7th at 38.3. I think he was somewhere else on this list. Oh, he was 21st in the. Is that a Wizards season? He finished.
Yeah.
He finished 21st in the 2001-2002 season with the Wizards. Those are the 2 Jordan years that make this list. Well, we sure hope you have tuned in to hear talk about the Philadelphia 76ers, because, man, we've hit a home run with that coverage the last couple of days. Goodness gracious. 73-57 as the third quarter winds down and America continues to lead.
Derek White, another great play by Derek White. Derek White is balling today.
Is this the defensive lineup with KD, Derek White, and Drew Holiday?
Looks like it. Bam out there as well.
Oh, yeah, Bam out there in the corner.
AD had gotten hurt earlier, but he came back.
Oh, did he? I missed that.
It was the calf or ankle or something like that, but he came back.
Oh, man. Them shots that have been dropping for the last day and a half for KD aren't falling anymore.
As
These dudes are all over the place.
Concludes. Yeah. USA up 16. They're in control of this game. They'll handle business.
Anything other than the Philadelphia 76ers you want to talk about?
Well, one of the things when we were kind of talking about
Locked
the
on
West,
Sixers, D'Lo and KC.
when we were talking about the West, Memphis was a team that came up. Houston is another team that comes up a lot, as far as a team that people are really high on and think that, they can make a little bit of a push this year.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It depends on Jalen Green, I think, because he really turned it up at the end of the season. Like, he was kind of like coming into his own. If he could do that, I think Houston would be a lot better. But like, that's what it depends on for me, I think.
How many did they win in a row?
Like 11, I think.
Like 10, 11, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, because we have this talk with Kamara all the time. Kamara's he's taking summer vacation.
Apparently. Well, he's probably somewhere with turquoise water and white sand. We ain't heard from him. And
yeah, you're right. But Kamara's one. Everybody else, they talk about how close they got last year, and they looked great in that run. And I keep saying, you may be right. They may be poised to take a step, but they needed a 10-game winning streak to finish 7 games out of 10.
Right.
Like, they were disappointing for a lot of the year, and then kind of just caught fire.
My question is, why are people riding that opinion so tough? Like, what did they do this off season that makes you, especially people love grading off seasons, talking off seasons, doing all that stuff. What did they do that had you so amped up?
Well,
it's like, oh, they're gonna.
I don't think
just real quick, Jay. I mean, it's clear what they did. They prepared for a possible KD offer.
Well, there's that.
That's what they did all this offseason.
That's one of Woj's wildest moments, by the way. I don't think we should really let that slide.
We tweeted and like at that point, oh, they're gonna get KD. Wow, like
He just for absolutely no reason whatsoever tweeted about Kevin Durant being traded to the Houston Rockets.
and we never get to. Oh, Woj, what did you mean by that? It's
and then
out
just
there.
left. Just like tweeted it and cut.
I want to know what happened there, and I want to know what happened with the Big Three and Shams thing.
Which Shams still hasn't acknowledged.
Yeah,
Big Three's been going on 2 seasons since that tweet went out. And Shams just
Shams.
I don't even think he deleted it.
Bro, it was like a Wednesday at 2 p.m. Yeah, Big Three's over, guys. Just all moved on.
Can someone, Dr. David, can you check? Did Shams even delete that tweet?
Oh man.
I'm not as good at Shams, Sharania. I guess I'll try Big Three.
Yeah, finish the sentence. Yeah, I don't know what Shams just put it out there and just kept it moving. Hey,
And no one, and
this stuff
everyone
doesn't-
was just like, it's cool.
no, that's how you got to play, man. None of it matters. You just like, yeah,
Just act like nothing happened.
yeah, just nothing.
I guess
happened.
that's the golden rule. Just act like nothing happened.
That's it. That's how you go about it. That's how you get past this stuff. Yeah.
I'm looking for the tweet on the internet. He scrubbed that.
Shams is powerful enough. He got the whole internet scrubbed. Well, he wouldn't be the first one to delete tweets.
Well, sometimes you got to do it. Sometimes people didn't do it, and they should have.
Sometimes we search for things that they say on their radio show and tweeted about, and we can't find it. Oh well.
So you're.
I don't think I'll be in on Houston until like game 82. Like, okay, they made it.
Yeah.
I got it. My bad. Didn't see it.
I understand the thought process of people being interested in them, though. They got a lot of talent, a lot of young talent on that team. People like Sengun, and he was looked at as
Better than
taking
Sabonis. That is somewhere in one of our text threads.
yeah, it's facts. You see it all over the place.
Yeah, that's in one of our threads.
So
Who's better? Sengun. All right, man. Forget it. Just forget this conversation forever.
Also, go the guy that you think is better, go trade for him. Because clearly the Rockets think otherwise. They think Sabonis is better. So trade Sabonis for Sengun.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, they got talent. They got young talent. Jalen Green. Jesse talked about Jalen Green. James Ham loves Cam Whitmore. I do too. I think he's a ball player. Jabari Smith Jr. He showed signs of life throughout the season last year. And then you got the vets like Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet. And I see the talent. I just got to see it actually come to fruition. And it's a lot easier, not saying that they got to a B level, but the old adage, it's a lot easier to go from C to B than it is B to A. You know what I mean? And that's where a lot of people are talking about. I'm like,
yeah,
they could, contend for a spot. That's like they're trying to go from D to B.
I don't think the Rockets, by the way, I don't think they're gonna go from play outside the play into like top 6 or anything. But I think like they'll find this will be the season where it's like, okay, they're playing now and stuff like that. They're starting to take steps, but I don't think they're gonna make some massive jump. That's not what I think.
No, I can see that. I could see them like playing for a play-in spot. Will they make it? I don't know, but I can see them playing for a play-in spot.
It doesn't feel like, talking about the Western Conference, like LeBron is going to slow down here in this tournament. Like this Olympics is obviously very special to him. Like you could tell by the way he's playing. You could tell by the way he's approaching these games and his demeanor, even some of the post-game stuff. You could tell like this means a lot to him. Mm-hmm. Anthony Davis is playing really well. I'm not saying this to be funny or a jerk. I'm genuinely serious. Is there any possibility as it pertains to the upcoming NBA season that those two are peaking right now?
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility of that.
Like they're playing like both. I mean, really LeBron, but Anthony Davis is playing well.
Yeah.
Is there best they gonna play?
There's a possibility of that, and I'll go to the flip side of it. Flip side.
Damn shame what happened to flip side.
Is there a possibility?
Bought weed from a street vendor and it's never the same.
Is there a possibility that this may propel them?
So and then that's 100% the flip side. That's the other part of this. Yeah,
and I don't know which one to go with.
Okay.
Well, let's play Damian's game. Which one's more likely? That they peaked, or this propels them into a regular season?
So let's try. So I'm gonna answer that question, but I want to frame it first. Let's take two different players. Let's take Tatum and Derek White, and let's say Jason and Tatum and Derek White were having tournaments with the production and the focus that LeBron James in particular and Anthony Davis are having right now. You have two teammates coming off the NBA championship going into this finals. And I started this whole thing saying I don't think what we're seeing from LeBron James or AD, but particularly LeBron, is going to slow down. I think he's going to take this through the next 2.5 weeks, and this is going to be an incredibly special moment for LeBron James. Let's just say that that's what happens with Tatum and Derek White. And you've got those two players coming off the championship, going through the gold medal, playing at an extremely high level. Do I think that it's more likely to carry over or dissipate with those two? I think it's higher. I think it's more likely to carry over. With LeBron, I wonder, only because he's older.
That's fair.
He's going to keep doing this? And I mean, there is a point where the answer is yes. As badly as some of these guys want you to believe that LeBron James is falling off, the only player who you go like, this person's better than LeBron. This person, it's LeBron. It's like a past version of LeBron. Is LeBron the 2016, 2012? Is that the LeBron James we have in 2025? No, probably not. But in terms of the scope of NBA players, he is still incredibly special and really good. So again, at some point, you just have to start answering the question of, is he just going to keep doing this with, yes, idiot, you've asked that for 5 years. He's going to keep doing it. But this continued stretch of the way that he's playing, I'm more likely to lean he can't. And I really don't think Anthony Davis can.
Well,
so the fall off isn't drastic, but it's also he might have to carry this Lakers team didn't do anything.
Well, and here's the dirty little secret about LeBron playing well, AD playing well. Will they continue to do the same thing in the regular season for the Lakers? They weren't bad last year.
AD played 76 games, averaged 24 per.
They were really good last year. They were really good. So
the Lakers or the players?
The players,
okay.
AD and LeBron.
Yeah.
They played at a really, really high level. They can continue this and still be a playing team. Like that's the problem. So the question almost isn't, are they going to be able to keep it going, and can this propel, get the Lakers to another level? It's not really that, because they can play like they're playing now, like they played last year, which was at a high level, and they struggled to get into the playoffs. So, yeah.
Oh, KD strikes. That was a big bucket because LeBron is not getting NBA whistles, and he lost the ball in the paint. Got back to KD. KD hit a three. USA up 14 with about 7 and some change left. That was a big bucket from Kevin Durant. Big. Well, and South Sudan is in.
That's man, 2 straight times. They're kind of.
These boys are fighting, man.
I'm treating this like an NBA game. They're kind of picking on Steph right now. They're putting him on an island.
I have the utmost respect for the king. Give the ball to Kevin Durant. Everybody get the F out of the way.
Look at AD. Look at AD fighting.
AD took one of them kids out a minute ago.
He did. Got a flagrant.
Okay, he did get a flagrant. Yeah. Was that I missed it? Was it a sensitive? Shot in the. I didn't.
No.
They were
I think
showing
it
the
was
replay, but
chest. It was
it was to his chest.
Oh,
okay.
Chest.
Okay.
That's what I think it was.
Thought he might have.
Yes.
Got a little sensitive.
I
don't know why KC hates Steph Curry. He got Steph at the basket.
We need to do something.
Wow.
Getting cooked.
Talking about him like
according to the chat. According to the chat, that's what the chat's saying. I ain't gonna say he's getting cooked, but
Now they're going
This
for
little-
Book. Well,
this little boy zone.
hey, keep that same energy.
We'll see. Book forced a turnover.
Book did not force a turnover. I think Kevin Durant forced a turnover. Well,
boy,
and look, and then he
That's the ball
answers.
game.
All right.
That's the ball game.
Hey, man, landed right in that photographer's lap. Oh, that's not good. Help that man up. There you go.
Why doesn't the Olympics have the fake baseline signage? You know how like in Eurobasket it has that weird optical illusion where it looks like it's basketball, it's signage, but it's really just like the slant of the way it's up there. They need the same thing. You know what I'm talking about? Like if you see Eurobasket, Jesse, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, because they
Kyle?
have those little signs in the Mexico soccer league and the games and all. It looks like they're like kind of standing up. They're just flat.
But
It's
they're
just
not. It's
flat.
like an optical illusion.
It's a real sign or it's a TV.
I think it's a real.
It's real. It's like a
It's
banner
real.
that lays on the ground, but the way the letters and the font is, it looks like it's stood up kind of like this.
That's amazing.
If you go back when they show this, you'll see the baseline in the Olympics sign. That's a sign right there, right? Like it's standing.
Yeah,
up.
that's what he just fell over.
On these Euro baskets in Mexico soccer, like you talked about, it's flat on the ground, but it looks like that. It looks just like that.
Oh, okay.
And it's like, how did they do that?
How does he do that? How does he know?
I remember I saw a player run onto one time. That's how I found out it wasn't like that.
Hey, like, oh my gosh, he just wait a minute. It's on the ground. What?
Oh, you're getting too cute there. Getting too cute, buddy. Yeah.
Coach Ivy not gonna be happy with that one.
Cinderella South Sudan. Oh boy, LeBron. Oh man. Come on, LeBron. Like you could have paid the guy to just fly out for a couple weeks.
LeBron cheap.
Come on, King. He is cheap. King, this is your crowning moment. You can't have that. He got Kevin Durant looking clean. They've done made fun of Kevin Durant's hair for 10 years now, and LeBron out here looking crazy. In the Olympics, sir.
It'll be good by the
maybe
gold medal
LeBron.
game,
Maybe LeBron doesn't want it done because he wants him to look older. LeBron again. The beard is going to be really, really gray come the gold medal game. He wants to look older when he collects his next gold medal.
Man, LeBron always thinking ahead. Always thinking ahead. Kyle in the chat says the Raptors do that. No. Yes, I think they do that. But it's really
what the weird signage stuff.
Yeah.
I think I mean it's brilliant, but I think that the new gimmick of putting the overlay signs on that aren't really there.
Oh, that like the Kings do.
That's the new wave, man.
First 5 or something like that. Yeah,
wow.
That's super smart. The CGI joint, you can get so much money out of that.
Is that something that started during COVID?
Probably so.
Yeah, probably.
That's my thought. Yeah.
Everything started during COVID.
We started during COVID.
We did. August of 2020, approaching 4 years together.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And 1 year on KSFM, which no one seems to care about.
Well, we still there. We still there. We cooking. We're gonna turn this thing around.
One battle at a time. Oh, we looking at that. We just
already
fine.
turned it
We
around.
good. We in good shape.
We already turned that around. But to your original point, AD, LeBron,
Yeah,
playing great. I don't know if they have enough firepower.
the team as a whole.
Right.
I got you.
To get much higher than what they were. Maybe they're a 6 seed. Maybe. Like I'm saying that, but I don't look at the Lakers and say, man, they could be any higher than 5.
What's more likely, they finish top 6 or they miss the playoffs?
They missed the playoffs. I probably answered that a little too fast.
Actually, I think my question might have been I mixed up my own question. They miss out on the play-in or they make playoffs or top 6. Top 6 or they miss out on the play-in.
Top 6 is more likely.
I'm pretty down on the Lakers. I'm not sure.
Top 6 is more likely than missing the postseason.
Yeah, for me.
So
It's
they
more
were
likely.
they were 6 away from missing the postseason last year, 2 away from missing the top 6 this year.
I don't think they'll fall off a cliff like that. Now, the other thing about that is,
Well, they might not have to. Like, what if Houston is better, just not good enough?
That's okay.
Like, what if
Houston might take the Clipper spot?
What about
no? Sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
I was gonna ask about a different team. You guys can go ahead though.
Well, no, that's not what I meant. I meant like, what if the number to miss the playoffs instead of See, instead of the 11th team being 41 wins, what if it was like 45 or 44? That's not a cliff. That's 3 games.
I don't think that happens.
Okay.
You guys think the Pelicans can miss the postseason?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you guys right there.
Yeah. They're kind of in. So what's there's all this talk about marketing and time is ticking on what they can do with him and all of that and signing a contract extension and all of this. And it was kind of briefly, it was like out there for a minute, but the one little rumor we probably didn't pay enough attention to was the Pelicans Jazz rumor.
Mm.
Brandon Ingram, Utah's interest in Brandon Ingram.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask everybody to put that together for a second. Think about Utah and think about New Orleans and how they could orchestrate a deal right there. And then think about Sacramento and how they were heavily involved in this idea of acquiring Lauri Markkanen. And then there was this rumor about the Kings' interest in Brandon Ingram. I think it might have been a smokescreen. I don't think the Kings are interested in Brandon Ingram. I could be completely wrong. But I'm just trying to put like a couple of pieces of this puzzle together, and it doesn't really add up. And it's leaning more and more towards, I think the Kings only got involved with the New Orleans Pelicans because they were trying to divert Utah a little bit because the person who they wanted was Lauri Markkanen. Because when that went nowhere, they didn't go to try to acquire a Brandon Ingram. They went to get DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see them not being interested in Brandon Ingram for a number of different reasons. I'd be interested in Brandon Ingram playing, but I don't run the team. And I can understand the reasons why somebody would be.
Yeah, it's mechanically impossible, KC, to trade Brandon Ingram. That's what David Griffin told me.
Griff let us know. Griff told us. So I can understand that.
We're coming back. South Sudan is still fighting, but this thing might be coming to a close. They have a chance to pull the lead within 14, I think, when these go in. Oh, that was the second one, so they're down 15.
Yeah, the Jello's jiggling.
Okay. Shout out, chick. Quoting the Lakers, huh?
No,
it's good. No, tell us why you hate G-Man.
Don't do that.
No, tell us more.
Okay.
No, that's fine. I've never heard you quote G-Man on this show, but Chick Hearn, yep, check. Steelo and KC. You're on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Chick Hearn got a statue out there, don't he?
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Okay.
Bron.
What year are you living in? Don't do that again.
That's De'Aaron's move. Bron. The give and go. I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen it. What? What is this? What is Stephen Brown talking about? Patrick, it does feel like that's the move. They didn't think it was going to be a good matchup for Joel, but maybe doing the same thing as well. No load management. We're back here. I'm looking over here into the studio where Jesse is, and Kim is over there. I don't know what she's doing, what she's up to. Oh, she wants somebody to sign a card. I mean, this is the second day in a row. There's cards to float all over this office for different occasions. Did I ever get a card?
You did not.
Just checking.
You don't get to play this game, pal. You got a steak dinner.
You did get a steak dinner. There's pictures of it.
We all did. What are we talking about?
They said, what was the...
Well, you got green beans.
Mushrooms, sir. I got mushrooms.
Are your mushrooms good, D-Lo? Are they good?
No. I mean, they were delightful, to be fair, but that's what I got. They said your signing was like, who was the player that signed? And they put his picture right next to Kenny and Stacy's, and it was like identical. It's like the same exact picture.
It wasn't even accurate.
Dr. David, who was that again? It's out there. It was all over. It was the talk of the internet. KC's steak dinner was trending for like 3 days.
Not true.
Well, that last part wasn't, but still. Look, Colin says, KC, you had a damn national signing day.
I didn't have a national signing day. And that always, for whatever reason, always reminds me of the kid who faked his national signing.
Oh, man. Oh, man. That was so tough. Oh, that's right, Dr. David. It was DeMar. DeMar DeRozan, Kenny Caraway signing their contract. Same thing.
Was it Joe or Stacy said, they're nothing like us?
No, that would be something Joe would say.
Hey, I put out a tweet earlier because I was just randomly thinking about how people because I actually was outside and I looked at the weather and it's gonna be hot, but it's gonna be mid to low 90s for next week or so or whatever, right? Let's start back on that week when it was really hot. I'm not gonna act like it wasn't hot, but it was really hot, and all those Bay Area people were like, oh, the field is just going to fall off and it's going to burn to hell and the people's feet are going to fall off. And I was like,
I just read your tweet.
Well, go ahead and read it for the people that haven't seen it, because there's another part of it that's funny.
I still think it's ridiculous how some people out here acting like players' feet will melt off and disintegrate into Bolivian next year when the A's play in Sacramento at Sutter Health Park. Rolling eye emoji, rolling eye emoji, rolling eye emoji.
You imagine Mason Miller going for the third out of the game and he just melts into the pitcher's mouth?
So the funny part about that tweet is the amount of people who are like, you mean Oblivion?
Oh, no. Oh, they didn't get it. Oh, goodness. Let's see. You get some funny responses. Same with people complaining about football stadiums that aren't covered. Was the sun invented yesterday?
Look, it's gonna be hot.
Oblivion? Question mark.
Somebody was like, Bolivian or Oblivion? I said Bolivian.
Bolivian? Question mark.
I don't know, man. I might get fade into Bolivian. You know what I mean?
Sometimes I wish people would just shut the hell up.
But Yeah, the response is what got me the people not knowing. And look, it is a little bit of a deep cut. I'm not gonna chastise.
But that's
people.
what's fun.
It is a little bit of a
but
deep
that's
cut.
what's fun is when you make a reference that you know not a lot of people will get, and the
Yeah.
people who get it pop for it, and the ones that don't get really upset over it.
I love inside jokes. I've led be a part of one Sunday.
That's good.
What happened?
No, exactly. You're not a part of that inside joke. That's fantastic. It worked. You are not a part of that inside joke.
Oh man,
The prodigal son.
One day I will be though. One day I will be.
The son has returned. That's like season 3, buddy. You may never see it.
I might be there about a weekend.
Okay, pal.
Now, what you said? There's 22 episodes in season 2 or something.
It's like 20 something in every season.
Oh
Except
my gosh!
the strike short.
The hell?
You know what I just found out? That, paraphrasing, that rap stuff was canceled. The HBO show, the Issa Rae show.
Oh, with the 2 girls?
Yes, it was canceled. I've been waiting for season 3 for like a year.
Oh, you didn't know?
I had no idea it was canceled.
It wasn't It wasn't canceled recently, right?
It was canceled I think in January.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I haven't seen it.
I didn't know that.
I wanted to see it. I still do. But I because isn't it supposed to doesn't it remind people of the City Girls or something like that?
I don't know how this show isn't based off the City Girls. It's kind of like it is yeah, it's pretty damn identical.
Shout out to the City Girls. Shout out JT. Yeah, got some solo
That album
records
was
out right
great.
now.
Yeah, that
JT
album.
did a thing.
Yeah, she absolutely did that.
JT gonna be never mind.
All right. We don't know. We never.
I don't know, man. What? They won't get that reference either. Mike's greatest hits, man.
You want to talk?
I had a dream the other day. Mike Tyson was on the show, live in studio.
Yeah. How'd that go?
It went fine because like we played it cool. Like we just played it cool. Didn't ask him no controversial questions. Didn't play no drops.
I'd love to meet Mike Tyson. He's probably the last person on the planet I'd want to interview.
What is that?
I don't know, like his personality is very, like I watched. So I started, I watched, so Kevin Hart has that show. I think it's on Peacock. I don't know where it's at. It's called Heart to Heart. And it's
the wine cellar one?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a sit down interview thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like the first few episodes I watched were like, it's kind of what I expected. This is silly.
Mm-hmm.
But then Mike's came on. It's like, well, it's Mike. I'm gonna watch Mike.
Yeah.
And Mike ain't like here for that. It was the first time and I don't know if that was I don't know if it was the 4th episode or if that was the 4th episode I saw, but it was the first time where it's like, okay, Kevin's working now. He is trying to interview and have a conversation with Mike Tyson, and Mike is making him work. And that's why my perspective changed. He did it like Kevin. He did just that. He worked to get a really good conversation out of Mike Tyson. And all I could think of was like, oh my God, I would never want to do that. That is terrifying.
Well, the scary thing about Mike Tyson in those situations is because I've seen him in different type of interviews where I don't want to say he's engaging, but it's not as difficult. And it really just feels like it depends on the day.
Yeah.
I feel like
it just really depends on
I
the
feel like
day.
you got to talk carefully around Mike Tyson too.
I think,
like, if you say the wrong
too.
thing, I don't want to say he'll flip a
That's
switch.
what I
He'll
did
kind
in
of
my
look at you
dream.
late.
That was my strategy in my dream. I was like, I'm just gonna say very nice things about
Like if you say the wrong thing, he's gonna get in your face. Like, what did you mean by that? And you're not gonna be scared after that.
Yeah, right.
Well, then you also have the time where on his own podcast where he's very comfortable and he's actually very open and engaging in his own podcast, but where he had the I don't know where this guy's famous from, but the little guy who
South
Mike didn't know he was an adult.
I'll throw that in the Charles Hasbullah.
He was picking him up and tickling him like he was a baby.
It was an 18-year-old person, I think, or like 20. The kid is like 20 years old or whatever. And Mike's just picking him up like, oh, you're so cute. Give him kisses on the cheek and stuff like that.
Then he was tickled over everything.
Oh,
he's like, come here, little fella. You're so cute.
Oh, Mike. I remember that now. Oh, that's crazy.
Oh man.
If you could get one interview for D'Lo and KC, who would it be?
That's a great question. Man. Whew. That's a really good question. London Brown.
Shout out London Brown.
Draymond Green would be fire.
He went the way of Kofi Kingston and Brian Scalabrine.
I know that's a good. If we had Draymond on here, the numbers would be crazy. Then if we locked Draymond Green in for an interview and had like 2 days to be like, hey, he's gonna be on the show.
Mm-hmm. That'd be crazy.
Numbers would be crazy.
Yeah, it'd be crazy.
Numbers will be crazy.
So to be clear, we'd rather interview Draymond Green than like Michael Jordan.
Yeah, what is Mike?
No, I wouldn't want to interview Draymond Green though. I'm just talking about like the anticipation.
He could lie straight to our face though.
Oh, well, technically.
Oh, good. This is what I
know
happen.
Because I know basketball. I know that D'Lo and KC, that really, when they got on the scene, they basically did a Draymond. Nobody thought they would do anything. And here they are at the top of the game. There is no one better, just like Draymond Green. Quite frankly.
Shaq, what do you think? Sitting in the middle seat in the studio too.
Why? How about D'Lo in Sacramento? Just why?
Shaq and Draymond are here. I want to know Shaq's thoughts.
Well, I mean, Draymond Green, he's somebody that understands the game. And he understands what's going on. And he understands the radio business as well.
All right.
But, no, don't do that. You don't understand the radio. You don't understand it like me.
Can we also acknowledge there's a 0% chance Charles Barkley's retiring?
Yeah, this guy's taking offers.
Like zero. He's already talking about what he'll do and if they ask him to take a pay cut. Like, sir, you just announced your retirement. People like sent all of these videos about you. It literally lasted a day. Like you're worse than Brett Favre. What are you doing, Chuck? Come on, man. He is
ain't going nowhere. And they'll get most of Inside the NBA together on one of these platforms that has the NBA now. I believe Ernie when Ernie says he's not leaving.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think Ernie's leaving. But look, I don't want to. Wow, that was. Sorry. I try not to do this. I got distracted. 3-on-3 is on, men's 3-on-3, and the guy took a granny shot at the foul line.
Oh,
for USA.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Did I see that the women lost today?
That's what I think I saw too.
I thought someone in the chat wrote that. What'd you have, Jesse?
I'm gonna say with Shaq and Charles Barkley, just throw them on Amazon Prime, and there's no restrictions there.
Call it a day. Yeah,
they can talk however they want. That's inside the NBA. But times a million.
But here's the thing: they're under contract. I don't know about Shaq. Charles is under contract. Like they'd have to let him leave.
What good is keeping, like if you're TNT, what good is keeping them around though if you have no basketball show?
Well, they still have March Madness.
That's true.
And they still have television networks. So, Charles, you want a variety show? I don't know, but
he tried that already. Didn't he
try? Didn't Charles do a political show for like 2 seconds?
Him and Gail King.
How'd that go?
I never watched this. I don't know if it was good or not.
Let's channel very literally our brothers in Chicago. If we got hit up by the Harris campaign and they said, hey, we heard you guys are needle movers. You have Kamala Harris on. Of course. Equal opportunity. And the Trump campaign hits and they said, well, we'd like to join D'Lo and KC too. Would you want? Because I don't know how much of I got to see a good chunk of this. I don't know how much of it you got to see. But his appearance at the National Association of Black Journalists was about everything most normal thinking people thought it would be.
So I'll say this. I'm not against him being on a show or on a platform or a podium or anything like that. Only if like you call him on his stuff. Like I wouldn't have him up and be like, oh yeah, that's a great point. Da, 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 da. I'd be like, no, why did you do this? Why did you do that? Why is your views this?
Well, he finds that disrespectful.
Then
That's
he
how
would,
they
all right, then walk out and leave. I don't care, but that's how it would be.
And you know what? That was the whole thing about the invite that upset me, and that's because we were here. I have no idea what was actually happening, but there was a variety of like roaring, laughter, and groaning going on from the crowd at various points through the conversation. And again, I couldn't, you hear it, you don't see it. Like, what the hell is going on there? Like, he's questioning Kamala Harris's blackness, and you hear like chuckles.
Yeah, and I'd be like, well, we're not doing that here.
Not from the host,
right?
Not from the host. This it wasn't from them. It was from the audience. And it was really bizarre.
Yeah.
I feel like talking to Donald Trump would be like talking to Draymond Green.
No, you're not far off.
It would just be like lie after lie after lie after lie.
And then that would be the part of me after I think this through. Like, why even have him on? Like it would be a waste of time. Would it be entertaining to some or whatever? Sure, and we're an entertainment business, but it would be a waste of time. It would. I don't think it would be productive in any way. So I'd probably like when you get down to it, be like,
He says the word black in such a funny way too. I love the black people. Black. He doesn't say black. Like black.
Where's he from again?
Donald,
is he from New York?
like New Jersey or something?
Yeah. Or is he up higher in the Northeast? Like is he from the Connecticut or something like that? I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, either way, he hasn't lived wherever he's from in a long time, so I don't know why he would sound like that still.
As far as I know, he's from Mar-a-Lago. Donald. So this Donald is from Queens.
Oh my God, I would have never thought that. I would have never said Queens.
Take me to Queens at once.
I would have never. You would have gave me 100 guesses. I wouldn't have said
man
Queens,
from Queens. Let's see.
Man.
Donald, was born 1946 at Jamaican Hospital in Queens.
That is
insane. Tina Charles was born at Jamaica Hospital in Queens.
It feels like 50 Cent was probably born there too.
50? Let's find out.
Jamaica, Queens.
Oh, that'd be great. 50 Cent and Donald born in the same hospital. That's better than Steph and LeBron. 50, Queens. See if it gives me the hospital. It doesn't give me the hospital. But he was born in Queens, South Jamaica neighborhood. Math works. 50 began boxing at the age of 11.
I could see that. He's aggressive.
Yeah, it was a wild time in Chicago, man. Call Marshall. Hey, buddy,
give us
what the hell is going on out there?
To answer your original question, though, that's a good question. Mike, I love to talk to Mike. You know who I thought of when you said it? I thought Allen Iverson.
Oh, I could see that. Your passion for talking to Allen Iverson would be crazy. Because Allen might be like, man, this dude on my team, I can't remember. You'd be like, yeah, it was Jeffrey Thomas. He went to
Jermaine Jones. So
yeah,
it was Rodney Buford. Yeah, I remember that play. Yeah. That's a good one.
He's like, yeah, I threw the ball behind my back. No, actually, you didn't throw it behind your back. You threw it under your legs. I think that would be a great one.
AI is
particularly
a good one.
For you.
I'm thinking, you know who actually, how I love to talk to is Barry Bonds.
That feels like it'd be a tough. Well, maybe not. Maybe
it depends. Once again, it depends on the day, though. It feels like Barry speaks a little bit more freely nowadays. Like he's
destroying the Negro Leagues one pitcher at a time.
Ken Griffey did not find that.
He did not at all. He looked at him, and he's playing it cool. What did he say? Like, I'll take a walk, or what did he say? Like, I don't remember what Ken Griffey Jr. said, but that video is classic.
Yeah, Bonds would be a good one.
See, Dr. David says The Rock would be a great interview, and I don't think he would.
I don't think he would either.
Because The Rock dude's
a politician.
He's a politician now, which is funny because the interview I would always want is Barack Obama. an actual politician. But I feel like when President Obama talks to you, he doesn't talk like a politician. He talks like a politician, but not like he's politicking.
Right.
The Rock talks like he's politicking.
Yeah.
And
Obama's just the best.
I started looking at The Rock
time.
like, I think The Rock's lying to me. I don't think The Rock is telling. Yeah, we put the power back in the fans' hands. All right, Rock. All right, man.
See, I'm gonna be thinking about that all day.
Prior to recent events, the person who I thought I could probably get a really good interview out of was Vince McMahon. Like if Vince McMahon's people came to you and said you got an hour and he's going to be honest, I think that would be fire.
You know who
that's all
that would before all that stuff, but that was a good call. I'd love to understand what I'm saying, everybody. I was looking forward to that Netflix thing that was supposed to happen if it was going to be really real, because I wanted to really know what was going on with this man. Now he obviously can kick rocks, but you know who I don't know how I'd feel about this guy, and this you're gonna give me a dirty look. It's Will Smith. I get more politician vibes from Will Smith than I'd get a real interview. But I feel bad saying that, because I don't know if he's just genuinely a super positive guy, and I'm giving him flack for that.
You know what I think Will is an entertainer. And so when you listen to Will talk, I think one of his like mechanisms, and we all have mechanisms for being when we're uncomfortable or when we're talking about something that's difficult. Will laugh. So when his book came out, which I love Will Smith. When his book came out, he did an interview with Oprah. And one thing that really stood out was he'd answer a question and he's like you can tell he's on, right? Like he's not like chill, he's not doing a show like we are. You can look at him and you can see this man is on right now. And his mechanism is to laugh. So he'll tell the story, he'll tell this, story about his dad and how he thought his dad was a coward, and then he'd find some line and he'd find some way to end it where away he'd go, like he did. It happened like 10 times before not 10. It happened a handful of times before I started watching, like he's really laughing a lot in this conversation. And I realized that it was because he was talking about stuff that I don't think he had ever talked about publicly. And that was his way of coping with it. But I don't think Will is political. I think he's an entertainer. And when he goes on, he's on. And if you look for it, you see it. You see it in his facial expressions. You could see it in someone's posture. Jazz joked about it with us last night. We were joking about it when we were in line. We were saying, man, you guys are always on. Well, like you snap into it like quick. Like you just be walking with your head down, thinking about your dog passing away, and someone goes, I love D-Lo and KC. All of a sudden, it's like, of course, that doesn't happen to me. It happens to him. Goes, hey, tell KC I said hi.
Are you out of your mind? This literally happened last night where they said, what's up to you?
Did not happen.
Yeah, it did when the show was over. What are we talking about?
So, okay. No, she thought I was you.
Oh, that was a different part. That was
That
different.
lady was like, KC. And I'm looking at her. No, she's looking at me. She's going, KC. No. And it's like she didn't know who the other guy was. Bro, I swear to God, that is exactly what happened. Call Io. I swear to God, that's exactly what happened. KC. And then she looks at me and she goes, no. Hey, you. No, it's the other one.
No.
I swear to you, that's what she said.
That's not even.
I said
that's not even the time I was.
I didn't even go. No, I'm D-Lo. I go. No, KC is up there. I'm his partner. She goes, D-Lo. Yeah. I said, KC's right there though. She goes, yeah.
She didn't speak to me. She spoke to you.
She thought I was you.
And then when she found out it wasn't, she's like, "Oh, I'm good. Here's D-Lo. I'm good." She didn't say nothing to me.
Well, you were gone. You were 5 steps ahead of me. You were racing out of the Golden One Center. Can't blame you. Can't blame you.
Get the hell out of here.
Good idea.
Get out of here.
And get out of there quick enough. Lollygagging around with Cleveland, and it was like, oh Lord, get me out of here.
But yeah, I like. Well, you know who? Oh man, I just had a thought of somebody that I thought would be really good, and I lost it. It'll come to me at some point.
One day we'll get a massive interview.
Yeah, it'll happen.
Ramsey said he's interviewed Terrell Owens. I've interviewed Terrell Owens too.
T.O.'s interesting. I've never interviewed
he's
him,
one that you want to navigate a little bit. What's the best interview we've ever had? Our first one with Rick was
really good.
Our first conversation with Rick was really, really good.
Yeah. Rick was really good.
I thought our Donnell Rawlings conversation was fun.
I can't. What I'm trying to think of right now is a bad one. I never came away. I don't know how the viewers looked at it, but I never came away on any of the interviews saying that was rough. Been fortunate so far. I'm sure we'll have one at some point. Yeah, I'm not saying we're going to bat 1,000 the entire time.
Terrence Davis interview was good.
Yeah. Our Lindsey Harding interview was good.
Was really good.
When Yo was on, that was good.
Rick Adelman.
Rick Adelman was really good. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Chris Webber was really good at that one-on-one thing.
Yeah.
That might be the one. I'd like to talk to Chris.
Okay.
If I could get like an hour with Chris, we could get an hour with Chris.
Yeah.
And just let him talk. Let him comment on some things. And Noah's, always love. And if I ask a question, like, I'm just curious, like I'm getting a chance to talk to Chris Webber. What was your thoughts here and there? I thought for those who were at the book signing and the one-on-one he did with Kevin Johnson, I thought Chris was phenomenal. He could have. I think that was an hour. I could have listened to Chris talk for.
I thought Kevin did a good job too, because he made sure to hit the high points and shut up. And sometimes that's a really important component to talking to somebody is not talking. And Chris got going, and he let Kevin lead the conversation. But when Chris got going, man, he was terrific.
Yeah. Jason Williams is actually pretty interesting. Now he does like podcasts every now and then, and he seems like a guy that you got to get going a little bit too. And once you do, he's entertaining. He's got comedy to him and everything. And like those two guys, I wouldn't mind talking to those two guys together.
Oh my God, Jason Williams, Chris Webber at the same time. Yeah. That'd be fire. We'll come back. We're going to talk to James Ham. He's always entertaining at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Steeling with KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I have no idea what interviewing Russell Westbrook will be like. It doesn't seem like that's something he'd really like.
Russ is he's on the he feels like he's on the Mike Tyson scale of things. Like it could go either way.
Yeah.
I've met Russ a couple times. He was really, really nice. He was really nice when I met him.
That's the thing too. Some of these guys just aren't good interviewers.
But I always take that personally. Like I always feel like it's up to you to make it good. And sometimes you can't and you just lose, but.
Dr. David, you're joking. But I don't think Drake would be a good interview. I think especially now at this point in his career, when he first came on, he would give interviews that was kind of insightful a little bit or whatever. And he hasn't done that. He hasn't done that in forever.
I don't think Jay would be either.
Nah.
I don't think he'd be a good interview.
I don't think Beyonce would. Unless she's. It all depends on if you get these guys to open up. Drake, since Drake grew his beard, I don't think he's had a real interview. Like it's just, and I don't know. I don't know why that's the case, but I don't think Drake would be a good interview. Somebody, Katrina said earlier, I think Kendrick would be a good interview. Kendrick, I've seen interviews.
That feels like
him.
it'd be work. Feels like it'd be a lot.
Well,
Like
I've seen both though. I've seen both.
Mm.
I've seen him really talking. I've seen him just not really there. You know what I mean? So kind of depends on what Kendrick you get. And he's not rude when he's not there or whatever. He just doesn't say a whole lot.
Yeah, we'd have a monster if we were. We've tried, for the record. We've tried. But yeah, if we got DeMarcus here, yeah.
Stephen Brown, watch your little 5-foot ass. Watch out. Watch your little 5'2" ass.
Zay says, who's the biggest guest that flaked on you?
E40.
London Brown. Sorry. Yeah, probably.
I talked to the person that day because I let him know I was like, man, we out of here, man. We got to dip.
Mm.
And then they're like, he didn't show up? I said, nah. He's like, you still there? Nah,
man. Oh, bro, it was 7:15.
I was like, they're like, oh man. Maybe I'm sorry that happened. Maybe we could reschedule. I just didn't say anything. I wasn't in the mood to say anything. I wouldn't have been very nice. So
yeah, let's see. E40, Kofi. We've all supposed to Jamil Hill.
I'd say probably 40.
Jesse's boy, Brian Scalabrine.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, it's definitely E40.
Yeah.
The weird one was that one was like set.
Mm-hmm.
Set.
Like,
and then
talk to them on Monday.
Yeah.
It was like, good.
I don't know. I wonder if there was some collusion going on.
Yeah, kind of.
No, because we could talk about it, bro. Because like Danny really came up to us one time, like, stop playing music, and then Shasky and those guys are dropping a whole ass music video or whatever, and then we're supposed to get E40, and then all of a sudden he's on 95.7.
Collusion.
What wrestlers have we had on? We were supposed to have Drew
Ricky
McIntyre.
Starks.
I don't think we ever really did. We have Drew McIntyre on this show?
I don't think so. We were supposed to.
I don't think it ever like followed through.
The only
I
wrestler
remember.
we ever, at least when I've been here or whatever, was Ricky Starks.
That was the only one.
SmackDown.
That's a top 5 interview too. I think we've had.
No, that was really good.
Yeah, I know like I can show that video and they don't know who Ricky Starks is to people and they'll laugh. Like they will instantly laugh at the video.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not even just that, but he actually said some things.
Yeah, the interview itself
Yeah.
like was really good.
Mm-hmm.
It was really
I
really
agree.
good. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else want to say nice things about us?
The floor's yours.
What do you hate about us?
What do you 10 things I hate about you. Well, I'm looking at this list of great moments that we have to narrow down. And man, that Alcatraz conversation is just screaming at me.
Man,
That was just a legendary day.
I think that
was
one's
good
my like
stuff.
top favorite. That's my number
was
one.
some
I
good
think.
stuff.
Like if someone came up to me and was like, "Hey, what do you think about the Alcatraz?" No, we already solved it on this show. Like I know how it ended.
Yeah, we figured it out.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's number one, but Phil from jail was really good.
Now, Phil from jail was, hey guys, I gotta go.
And then like the security guard says, "Time's up." Are you in jail?
OJS was great.
Yeah, man, I was selling weed outside the Golden One Center, and
Some guy snitched on me.
some guy snitched on me.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Women's volleyball is on right now. Indoor women's volleyball.
There's a pro.
They're so
I was getting
intense.
yelled
Love
at,
it.
by the way, by Coach Molly. Doesn't really. She yelled at me through text like
my
4
gosh.
consecutive
What
texts.
did you do? You didn't even.
I didn't do
nothing.
anything. She's yelling at me because of you.
What I say?
There is a pro volleyball league.
I know. I said they're on. They signed a deal with ESPN. What is Coach Molly
Well,
talking about?
I don't know, but she's yelling at me about it, and she's gonna hear this like on Stephen Brown time, and yeah, she sent me like tell Kenny to catch up. Like, why do you tell Kenny to catch
They
up?
signed a deal with a media rights deal with ESPN like in February. Come on, Coach
Come
Molly.
Sacramento ain't got a team.
Well, I
Oh,
think
judo's on. I love judo.
that's when I hit him with a little Puerto Rican judo. Oh, you don't know who.
And
got
then when
that
this
is? That's
ends,
when they say
Modern
You don't
Family
know.
will come on, and that'll be good too.
till we leave. Well, definitely till we leave today.
Well, Yeah, we must have seen. I use that term very loosely, like 4 episodes of Modern Family yesterday.
Yeah. There was a Kings rumor that came out today.
I love it.
Well, look,
This is
I'm
the
not
one we're
mad
talking
at
about.
it
I
too.
love it.
So
I'm not mad at it too, but it
Okay.
is with the caveat.
I know what it is.
Mm.
Fill me in, because you were looking for it earlier and then you found it but didn't give me the specific details on it. So let's go over this.
There was a report out there that the Blazers are the report centered on, well, it was just the Blazers. What are the Blazers going to do? The big part of the report was Jeremy Grant and the Lakers, and the Lakers' pursuit potentially of Jeremy Grant. And then they asked about what they're going to do with Anthony Simons, and then they just said the front court in general. And when they got to the front court, they said there's some interest by the Kings in Rob Williams. And I'd be all for that. Now, here's
What's
the
that?
caveat.
Okay.
I'd be all for that for pretty much nothing. Like, I'm not as much, and Jesse, you know I like Rob Williams, but
here it comes.
Well, the injuries, I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
I don't even know if he's going to be able to keep playing.
His time management thing is very peculiar.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer he's going to keep playing with the way things have been going on. So I don't want to give up any rotational pieces or anything that I could potentially use in another trade to get Rob Williams.
I don't think you have to do that. If I'm not mistaken, he's only making about 12 mil or whatever. So you can make that work however you want.
Just this year?
Yeah, like I think when Boston signed him, because he's still in the Boston contract, it was like 4 years, 48 or something like that, I believe.
Okay.
I like the idea of the move though. Like if you could give up pretty much nothing to get Rob Williams in here and see if maybe you can keep him healthy and him being a backup center. And he's a backup center who, depending on the situation, whether maybe Sabonis is being able to shoot a little bit more than he has, or maybe he fouls out, or maybe whatever the case may be, Rob Williams potentially can close games for you. That's what I look for in somebody signing. He can close games.
He'd be the perfect fit for this team as far as a backup center and all that. Because like say he comes in for Sabonis and all that. I'm not gonna say his passing is as good, but he could pass the rock too. Like that was his thing with the Celtics. They played through him a bit or whatever, dish it out to the 3-point line. Like it wouldn't be like this massive drop off as far as how the Kings are playing on the court, I don't think.
And
Rob's got 25 left for the record. It doesn't look
2
like
years?
there's any options. Yeah, 2020. He's got 12.4 next year. Yeah, 12.4 next year and 13.2 the following season.
And Rob may not be able to, with the injuries and stuff like that, be a lead starting center.
That might be wrong. I'm sorry. I can't tell the way that they do this anymore. It 2024 and 2025 are great, but 2025 is the only year, right? Because we're in 2024 now. So this is the 24-25 season.
The upcoming season. Yep.
So that has to mean that it's just the 13.2 left, not the 12, unless I'm misunderstanding that, because it seems like that would be the 25-26 season. Maybe I should just shut the hell up. Maybe I should know what the hell I'm doing before I turn on a microphone. This is I know they changed the way they highlighted this, so it leads me to
he's got one more year after this year. He's got 2 years.
So
left.
it is. He does have the 12
this season and the next season.
Okay, you see why that's confusing though?
I got you. Spot track has been kind of weird since that one time.
Get Keith on the phone.
I got you. I'm gonna text him. Keith,
this
what the
is
hell,
why
bro?
this is why your pocket watching season.
Thank you. That's right. You know what? When Spot track switched up is when I started to go down.
Well, I mean, maybe that's because you were always looking on Spot Track. I wasn't.
And Abe came in and Hulkamania this whole thing and took his title home.
Abe doesn't have the title.
WrestleMania 9.
Why do people keep saying
WrestleMania 9. It's all over the internet.
Literally is not.
Can't wait till Casey's episode of Icons.
So
so does that doesn't change anything though, right?
No,
Okay.
not for me.
Okay.
I'm good. Rob Williams, and I was gonna say, with his injuries, maybe this is the best role for a guy like Rob Williams, where he can't start because maybe it's too much on the knees, too much on the body. He can't hold up anything else like that. But if you manage his minutes as a bench guy, that may be the role for him moving forward, where you can maximize who he is and who he can be in this league. And this would be a perfect place for him. Once again, if you could not really give up anything of significance. I don't know how that would work. I don't know if it's second rounders or what. If you could do that and get Rob Williams, that'd be a good look for Monty McNair.
But you'd have there. You don't have the.
You don't have the
I
ability
don't think
to
you have the ability
take
to
the money
absorb
on.
the contract without trading something.
Hmm.
I don't think we could ask James that.
And
I
you
don't think they
can't-
have the ability to do that.
And you can't move Jaden McDaniels till like December or something, right? Because he came over in the trade with Davion and them. So he can't be involved in a trade right now, right?
No, I think I don't know. I don't think so. I think the 6-month thing
That's for
applies
free
to,
agents?
someone you signed.
Hmm.
I mean, there have been guys who get traded 4 times in a week.
Well, look, I'm thinking about it right now. How did Chris Paul get to the Wizards? It was
Jordan
in the
Poole?
Brad Beal deal, and then he was
Wait.
traded to the Warriors, right? Is that what happened? Chris Paul was on the Suns.
Uh-huh.
Brad Beal to Phoenix.
Yeah.
Chris Paul for Jordan Poole to the Warriors. So I guess you can get traded
Yeah.
multiple
Yeah.
times.
Yep.
Mm.
Yep.
So maybe you use his contract that brings it down a little bit. For whatever reason, in my mind, I have that he makes like $6 million.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the Kings. Like, I don't know where the because Kings money and for signing someone and Kings money for absorbing a contract are that those numbers aren't the same.
Mhm.
We can ask James. James knows everything. But it's time for the Real
Oh,
Brothers of
Get
Sacramento.
Kobe Jones in there too.
Okay. Wow.
That's
KC
$2 million.
hates Kobe
Wow,
Jones.
well,
That's
maybe-
fine.
Maybe Alex Lynn too, even though I like
Wow.
Alex Lynn. Well, I mean, you can't have
Wow.
all those guys there.
What's up, Lewis?
Hey,
Hey, now, hey, fellas, you know I love a big man more than anybody. I wanted us to do in the draft was pick anybody 6'10" or above. I'm that dude, right? But here we go. I'm sorry, please. We don't need a $12 million a year backup center, especially when we sent Cueto packing unceremoniously. And he got a ring now with the championship squad.
who did we
don't
send?
need
Who are you talking about?
What? I'm talking about Nemius Cueto, right? He wasn't good enough for our squad. He signed with Boston. He played about 10 minutes a night or so. He didn't play much in the playoffs, so nobody really saw it. But that dude was on that squad, and he couldn't be on our squad, right? He wasn't good enough for us. Now, here we are trying to fish around for a $12 million a year backup center. Sign me off for that, okay? Right?
His connection's not great.
Nah, his connection's a little rocky.
That's tough.
No,
Gosh.
no. Lewis is this is my new favorite part of the day. This is my new favorite part of the day.
I had to catch myself.
Lewis, if a connection was a little rocky today, but we get the gist of that. You
Miss Cato was
Well.
not playing 10 minutes a night for the Boston Celtics, by the way.
boy,
He might have played 10 minutes in the playoffs.
Might have been
Oh.
played 10 minutes total in the season.
hey, how did Lewis start that call?
Well, Soren, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. What?
Oh man,
Wow.
I think Lewis
man.
might have been on earphones and they kept moving, and that's what made the connection a little rocky. But we got the gist.
I
of
got
it.
the gist of it. And I'll ask you guys what Lewis's concern is 12 million a year too much for a backup center on this roster?
It ain't my money, pal.
If it was, would you want to allocate those funds to that position? I'll tell you like this, or I asked you and then I just
No, no. You tell me. No, you tell me.
I'm just about winning. I'm not worried about the price. Like as long as it's not putting me in second apron and all that other stuff, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about winning and getting a team that can get me as far as possible in the postseason. And if Rob Williams, if I believe like he elevates us to a certain degree or gives us the depth that we're looking for and things of that nature, I'm not worried about whether he's making $2 million or $12 million. I'm worried about right now being as good as I possibly can be.
Yeah, I think that's the way you've got to look at this. If you have, this isn't like a Brandon Ingram deal, right? This isn't where this isn't the moves that we've talked about in the past where it's like, okay, is this the one? Because if you're going to make a move of that caliber, you have to believe it's the one. That's not what acquiring Rob Williams is. It's a move that you believe makes us better. And, there are no sure things, but you've got to be really confident in a move that's a $25 million backup to your very expensive all-pro NBA center. I really don't have a problem with it, to be honest with you. The thing that is concerning, and I try not to do this because I feel like you can bring this conversation. I feel like the load management, injury management, time, that stuff that surrounds Rob Williams is very odd, and it's almost unique. Like in a league that consists of injury management, his is very unique and is very odd, and I don't know where he's at. I don't know if it's chronic. I don't know if this is just a forever thing. I don't know what it is. But at the same time, it's 2 years.
Yeah.
And really, and forgive me for talking about, these brothers this way, but it's really a year, because in your final year, you just become an asset. You lose the right to be a player, and you immediately become an asset when you're on an expiring contract, and teams that are looking to shed salary can suddenly trade for a contract that I think it was $13 million or something next year that expires.
Yeah.
People will take that.
Yeah, Rob, he got hurt. I don't know the day, but this was published on November 10th, 2023, where he elected to undergo season-ending knee injury or surgery on a knee injury that I think he sustained in the game. So it wasn't the one before wasn't fixed.
Okay.
He sustained the way I read it, a different knee injury. And had season-ending surgery.
So, but wait a minute. That's with Portland?
Yeah.
Okay, but he had this stuff dating back to Boston.
No, yeah, he had
issues.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, he's had injury history for a while. So, and even if this is like a quote unquote new injury, it may still be related to he's had chronic issues.
All those
with
injuries are related in some way, shape, or form, almost certainly.
So I like I said, I definitely would take a chance on him, but I don't want to give up much for him because I don't know what he has left in the tank injury wise.
And it would have to be for nothing for you. Like, I mean, for the guy, the Kobe Jones, it'd have to be
right. And I don't want to, I'm clearly not saying these guys are nothing, but I'm just saying they're not in the rotation right now.
Yeah.
So if a Kobe Jones and a Jalen McDaniels were enough to, match the salary enough where you could absorb the rest of the salary, then for sure I'd be all good with that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I love Rob too, but you can't trade a Kevin Huerter or whatever for him.
Right. And to be honest with you, I don't even know if you can trade a Alex Lynn. Like, because I talked about him.
Yeah.
I don't even know if you could do that.
I don't think you can if you have concerns about Rob Williams. And do you still have the article in front of you?
Yeah.
Can you give me the line again? It said they were interested, they being the Sacramento Kings. It said they were interested in Rob Williams.
Come on, there we go. Where'd it go? There you go. In the Western Conference, because they were talking about the Knicks might have been interested. I think they said the Pelicans or whatever. But they said in the Western Conference, the Sacramento Kings are another team that has registered interest in Williams. Sources said the 6'9" center, I thought he was taller than 6'9", would provide immediate rebounding and defensive depth in the front court behind Domantas Sabonis. And then they talked about where the Kings ranked defensively.
Interesting. Okay.
So really kind of a passing statement, like, oh, I've heard they've got interest. That doesn't mean
that's the point of the offseason we're at.
Right.
All of the statements are passing at this point.
So yeah, I would like to take a chance on him, take a shot on him to see if he still has anything left and can stay healthy.
Okay.
if you're Portland, why would you hold on to Rob Williams? Maybe the same.
Why would you? Probably because you have to. Like, I don't know that that's someone that they're trying to hold on to. It might just be someone that they can't move. I mean, I don't know that team has a firm grasp of what's ahead of them yet. I think they've got talented guys on their team.
Absolutely.
But does anyone think they won't be the worst team in the conference? Am I missing someone obvious?
Because Utah might be down there too. But I think right now, I think Portland.
Right, I don't even know. I don't know if right now I say that.
It looks like Portland is on track to be the worst team in the league in the Western Conference.
Okay.
Looks like they're on track.
But
it's interesting because they do have a lot of talent.
That's the thing. Their roster doesn't match that thought. But where are you going? What are you doing? I don't know, man. This might be it for Chauncey. Like, Chauncey's got a. I know. Yeah. I don't know if you give grace to Chauncey because maybe he thought he was signing up for something that he didn't actually sign up for. I don't know what Chauncey was privy to. I don't know what Chauncey thought was the future of this franchise when he took over as the head coach. But you've got to make. Are we going to give him leeway? And he's going to be the guy to develop our future group, or what are we doing? Because again, you have talented guys there, and one of their biggest problems, they're all young. Yeah. And that's those are issues that teams like Detroit are going to face, and teams that, I know Wemby is the one. Harrison and Chris Paul were so important to that team because they needed a couple more vets in there. Oh my God! And wait until that 2031 pick swap gets there.
A game changer. That is just a game changer right there. That is something right there that really probably will shift the landscape of basketball in America.
My guess is, if I were running, the insider game, not the insiders as in Kyle and James, but the insiders as in Woj and Shams, I'd start tracking these 2031 draft picks.
I'm with that.
Like, immediately.
Yeah,
who are the hot, who's cooking the 10-year-old circuit right now?
I'm with that.
Because that was the biggest asset acquired in the DeMar DeRozan deal.
That's
pick swap.
That is it wasn't just the best. It was the only asset.
It was the only asset. Yeah. That's a shoot.
Yeah.
That's a shoot.
That's just amazing to see.
And get them scouts out there. Get them scouts out there.
Let's see. Hold on. I might have an answer for you guys.
Does it feel like as you're looking for some? Wait, I'm sorry. An answer for what question?
The question of the top players and.
Oh no, sir. No.
I'm doing a mock draft for 2031 right now.
No. Well, make sure to save this in case we're around for. We'd be on like episode 3000 at that point.
What if the Kings miss out on Johnny Payton?
Well,
number 1, 5th, 6th grader in the class of, I said 2030, because you'll need a year of college or over, so you can't come straight from high school.
Well, it could change by then.
It could.
Sounds too close to Johnny Flynn. I don't think he's gonna make it.
Okay, well, what about Jacob Miller and Robert Smith Jr.?
Jacob Miller, I heard he can go. That's what my sources have said. And our sources have never led us wrong.
True.
This Jacob Miller kid could go.
Bro, if they miss out on Peyton Thomas because of DeMar DeRozan, I'm going to be hot.
Yeah, but I heard he's not passing algebra right now, so.
Hadn't even started algebra.
It's facts.
He's still.
Kids having trouble during finger painting.
Which one has the NIL deal with Crayola? Which one?
I don't know.
Oh,
I believe it's Tommy Thomas.
Oh, Tommy Thomas.
No. I just had it because the article's here about where he has the deal.
And is the article titled "The 2031 Draft Picks that the Kings messed up on"?
Well, that's under that.
Oh, it's under.
Google
It's the
search.
subheadline. Yeah.
I think you're talking about Christian Fuller. He's the number 11 player.
That's the kid with the NIL with Crayola. Yeah.
I heard Christian Fuller was telling his dad he's not going to play for the Kings.
All right.
They have this all the way up to 182 kids.
Which one of these
Can we point out this is disturbing?
It's crazy.
Like, this is not okay.
This is crazy.
These kids are 10.
And one of them's going to be winning the title with Wembanyama.
One of them's going to be on draft day. I always dreamed of playing in Sacramento, but
I remember when Tim Bontemps was talking about me 7 years ago.
I remember when the Kings made that pick swap for DeMar DeRozan. I knew.
Here we go.
That guy's name is Tommy.
Well, his name might have been Mason Broyles. He's the number 1 player in Ohio, 5th grade.
All right.
That's a football name, too. We play middle linebacker one day.
He's from Garfield Heights.
Can you imagine how serious you have to take yourself, and I guess just be too deep into this job to be like, yeah, the 2031 pick is really going to be like.
Well, no, I'm extremely curious as to who ranks the 5th graders.
Oh, it's gonna be John, an accountant. Like anybody does.
He's
literally anybody.
He's determined this is the best 5th grader in the entire country.
They go to one Jam on It tournament or an EBC tournament. They're like, no, this
guy's the one.
He's the best.
LeBron James tendencies.
The 5th grade. I saw a video of this 13-year-old who was dunking like crazy the other day.
Well, at least you're a teenager. You're probably in high school at that point. Like high school, bro, we're talking about elementary school.
It's crazy.
But Bontemps knows that's the biggest asset.
This is going to be our wildest payoff. I have to wait 7 years for this.
Kai Brown, he was in the top 10 at the EBC. As I look right here,
we're going to get called into this into the office. Like, hey guys, we're ending D'Lo and KC. No. We got to make it till 2031. You can fire us after 2031. We've got to make it through. We've got to see this bid all the way to the end.
What do we do if the Spurs trade the pick swap too?
Oh,
what do we do then?
Well, there's no way they would do that because this is
just too valuable.
Yeah, there's no way you could do that. Absolutely no way.
This is like the Kings traded Wemby.
If they trade the pick swap, do we lose the trade twice?
It's a good call. That's a good call. We'll come back. We have to act like adults because James is going to join us soon. So he'll be with us at the top of the 3:00 hour. D'Lo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, good news, though. We're cutting and pasting NFL questions to tomorrow.
At the Hall of Fame game tomorrow.
Oh, God. Wow. That's crazy.
No Caleb Williams, though.
Hall of Fame game tomorrow.
I'll be watching.
August 1st. That's crazy. Is it Dolphins and Bears?
Oh, it's like Bears and Texans.
Oh.
What is
yeah, I'll probably watch too. It'll be like, oh, football's back. And then 2 minutes into the game, this isn't football.
That's exactly what I'll just leave it on the background and do something else.
This is not football. Yeah, we'll be here tomorrow. So that's exactly what we'll do. We'll have it on during the KSFM show. Top rank heads up 7-up player. That's funny. That's crazy that tomorrow's August 1st, isn't it? No, Chatty House. Russ, you guys never have to act like adults. Never. Well, obviously, Duarte, man. We really botched this whole DeMar DeRozan deal. Well, it was a good call, Chester. Matt's hella good at kickball, and you got to be able to play multiple sports.
Soren, he'll be back tomorrow.
Definitely will. That's an all-timer, though. That opening line was spectacular. I just need to start editing the highlights of all of his calls.
That's right, Michigan. Welcome to the club.
Got to pull for Canelo now. D'Lo, did you watch Raw this week? I saw a couple things. Jeremy, a question about the 1,000th episode. What time would you want us to come? Since you said no popping in and such. Well, here's what I'd like. And we'll go over this pretty extensively. I'll create something to put in the Discord or something. But what I'd like is everyone to get here between 11:30 and 11:45. Now I understand it's difficult for people to be here all day. So if you have to leave early, you can leave early. But we're asking people to stay at least 2 hours, because once you're written in, like, that's your spot, and no one else can have it. So again, we understand people have to leave, but we'd prefer you be here for at least 2 hours if you have to leave. So if you could be here from 12 to 2, we're asking people to get here early, because we're going to try to plan a couple of, we're going to try to plan a few things for before the show starts. So, and then try to have everybody like sitting comfortable with food or whatever on that day. So, Dave Garcia, actually, Dave, I've been Dave, first of all, you could just text me, but Dave, are you pulling up? Dave, are you pulling up? And is David Jackson pull it up? Because I would really like both of you guys to be there. Where's my list? There's my list. I'll probably have to ask you guys 1,000 more times who's coming. Anybody not RSVP yet? Flying Brian, no. Sky River is September 9th. The 1000th show is August 21st here at the Odyssey Studio. All right, Dave Garcia, I got you in here. And I'm going to put David Jackson in here until someone tells me he can't make it. Johnny G, I added you to the list. We're adding people to the guest list for the 1000th episode of D-Lo and Casey coming up August 21st. That plan is slowly coming together. Had a big company meeting yesterday. They talked about all of the big promotional events jumping off, and didn't even mention the 1000th episode of D-Lo and Casey, but that's all right.
Yeah, I was looking on the list.
No, I wasn't there. It wasn't there, but that's okay. That's okay. They're going to learn.
I'm gonna be sick. I'm not gonna lie. If we do this show and like it's one of the days where no one's here in the building,
no one's gonna be here. I don't even think the tribal chief and the final boss are here. I think they're in San Francisco that day, and I doubt they're gonna change their plans to be here for that.
No, parents aren't home. It's lit.
Oh yeah, that's the
Project
other part
X.
of it. That's the other part of it. The house is empty. I needed permission to get you all in here, and I've got it. So yeah, we up. We are all the way up. Like Soren says, this is Michael Scott's 10-year anniversary party. Of course, I think he quit before that party happened and formed the Michael Scott Paper Company.
I thought about that. There's 2 spots in this building we can move into.
Yeah, there are.
The one right next door and downstairs.
You know this reference.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I was watching that.
Who in the office quit to join the Michael Scott Paper Company?
Jill. No, Dwight.
Who's Jill?
I think he means Pam when he says Jill.
Does Pam remind you of Jill Adge? Like, why do you keep calling her Jill?
It was Dwight. Dwight's the one. Yeah, that's right. Dwight.
It wasn't Dwight.
Wasn't Jill either, by the way.
It wasn't. That's right. Here comes the Damian Barling Radio Company. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Me and Casey are arguing over who gets what corner.
That's my work corner. I can't work and relax in the same corner.
Who said that, Dwight?
No, man, Dwight. No.
Take a lap.
No.
Take a lap.
Come on, man. Anyways, in any event, that's coming up Wednesday, August 21st. We are very much looking forward to it. Jesse, the Hall of Fame game is tomorrow.
It is. I don't expect any starters to play.
Are you ready for some football? Who's the headliner this year?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know who
Let me go ahead and pull
I know
it up.
Patrick Willis is going in, but he's not the right.
He should be. Yeah, I think he is.
I don't think he's the main event though.
Let's see. Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I met Patrick Willis once. He is a very nice person.
He seems like a very.
He is a tremendous individual.
Let's see. Who is
Dwight Freeney, Randy Gradishar, Devin Hester, Andre Johnson, Steve McMichael, Julius Peppers, and Patrick Willis.
Steve McMichael's story is crazy.
Former Nitro announcer.
Yeah.
Former member of the Four Horsemen. How many NFL Hall of Famers are also members of the Four Horsemen? One. The answer is one. It's Steve McMichael.
How did Steve McMichael become part of the Four Horsemen?
Steve McMichael was a part of Lawrence Taylor's entourage at WrestleMania 11.
That's right. That's right.
And
I'm the only one that remembers and likes that one.
You are the only one who likes that one.
I only like the last two matches too.
I think that was Undertaker and King Kong Bundy or something.
Yeah, I only remember the last two matches and Salt and Pepper's performance and Pam Anderson and Jenny McCarthy.
Yep. The main event was spectacular, but yeah. Well, I mean, the main event meaning Shawn and Diesel, not Bam Bam and Lawrence Taylor.
That was.
But yeah, Steve McMichael was a part of that. He did a spot with, at the time, he was known as Kama. Everyone remembers him as the Godfather,
yeah,
or Papa Shango. They did a spot together that went over really, really well. And they started looking at Steve McMichael like, man, this dude might be able to go. And so they talked to him a little bit, kind of made him an offer, and they didn't feel like he was super serious. And then all of a sudden he winds up on Nitro. You know, he's brought in as like the announcer when Nitro started. And then he starts wrestling a little bit and eventually joins the Four Horsemen with his wife, Deborah, who later divorced him and dated Steve Austin, who later divorced her.
That goes on in wrestling.
It's all over the place.
Who was Austin with afterwards?
No one. No one of. I mean, he has a person now. No,
he divorced her, and
they did split up.
But he got with. And then
now he's. Yeah, no, now he's just with. I don't know if it's his wife or his girl or what it is, but I don't think it's anyone who was in wrestling. But yeah, that's how. I mean, he wasn't very good. Like, he was not good in wrestling at all, but he was part of the Four Horsemen. He was really charismatic on the microphone. He wasn't horrible to listen to. I truthfully didn't realize he was like a Hall of Fame caliber football player. Like, I knew he was a part of the Chicago Bears. I knew he was I didn't think he was a scrub or anything. I just didn't realize he was a Hall of Fame level player. And obviously his story now with ALS.
Yeah, I think that's what it
is. Just brutal. Yeah. It's just brutal. So they're doing something, I believe, like by his bedside or something like that, to where like he'll be involved like remotely. So they're working him in somehow.
I would think my thought at least is that he closes it out. Although looking at that list, I feel like, it could and probably should be Patrick Willis, but I probably ain't doing that.
As the closer, I mean, my first thought would be Devin Hester. Who's going to give the best speech? Dwight Freeney, Devin Hester?
So Devin Hester, because the Bears are playing, is probably going to be the one.
Good call.
I would say Patrick Willis, but I'm probably biased too. I'm biased.
You are.
I think Patrick Willis. Patrick Willis. Am I biased saying he's the best player out of this group?
Dwight Freeney's really good.
He is.
He's really good. He is. I don't think it's a gross statement, but I think Dwight Freeney is phenomenal.
Andre Johnson's going.
Did you say Julius Peppers is on that list too? Julius Peppers is nasty too.
I think he might be the one.
This low key a really good list.
Julius
you
Peppers
might be
is
right.
underrated.
Yeah, Julius Peppers, and he got some charisma, but I think Kenny's on to something with the Bears. Like who you say it was the Bears and the Texans tomorrow? Yeah, like if this thing is centering around the Chicago Bears, then you might be on to something with Devin Hester. But yeah, we might be underestimating Julius Peppers.
Julius Peppers made 2 decade teams, 2000s, 2010s.
Julius Peppers was the truth.
Man.
He was the truth.
Yeah, boy, nasty. Yeah. Man, there's some good ball players in this. It's shocking take right there. The class going into the Hall of Fame is really good. Boy, it's not easy to do this job for a living. You really gotta work.
While we're bringing up the Hall of Fame, I gotta bring it up every year. They disrespected T.O.
Oh, 100%.
I feel like T.O. too, since he retired, like he's just been disrespected. Like his legendary status or whatever. I feel like people don't really think of him anymore. Not anymore, but it's starting to go down a bit.
Well, I think he's just checked out on the league. He's, like he didn't show up.
Yeah.
He's like, yo, what if this is about, this is my moment. The hell with you guys.
When I think of Terrell Owens checking out of the league, I think about when just what he's done afterwards, and when Stephen A got mad at him for what he said on First Take
About Max Kellerman. He said,
that was crazy to say.
He said Max Kellerman is blacker than you. That is one of the all-time television moments in history.
I maybe would have fought him. He would have fought him.
Yes, but look at it from Max Kellerman's perspective. He must have been so happy in that moment.
T.O. was so in shape.
That was also where he probably sealed his fate at ESPN. But
I was gonna say T.O. was so in shape too. Remember they used to be, oh, T.O.'s 43. Could he still play in the league? I always bought it. Yeah, T.O. can go out there and
bro, you could ask that question today.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the reality show he had with the two assistants?
Yeah, where he cried. That's what I remember. I was like, poor T.O.
He went back to see grandma or something.
Yeah. Poor T.O.
T.O. an emotional dude.
His son is doing all right in camp. From things that I hear, like not like he's crazy greater, but he's holding his own out there in 49ers camp.
Talking to Kyle, he said practice squad wouldn't be like the craziest thing. Like he won't make the full roster, but maybe has a chance at practice squad.
Where'd he go? I think like Arkansas State or something like that, like a real nondescript school.
T.O. was Tennessee State.
Tennessee
or Middle State.
No, Tennessee State.
Okay,
yeah. No, Chattanooga, I think.
Yeah. So that'd be dope to see his son in the league in some form or fashion, you know, practice squad, work your way up, whatever the case may be.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I heard he's doing okay. He's doing okay out there. You know, before James gets here and we are talking a little 49ers, can I talk a little bit, just 2 seconds? You think it's a good idea?
D'Lo and KC, and the lady thought I was KC, so it's really KC and KC. So go ahead.
I was thinking about the Niners or whatever the case may be, and there's one thing that does concern me about the Niners.
Okay.
Last year, they didn't get it done, and I don't know how they get any better than what they had last year. Last year seemed like the year they were supposed to win the Super Bowl. That was the best team they've had in 30 years.
Yeah.
The best opportunity they've had in 30 years. They, for the most part, obviously you had your Baltimore, obviously you had your 3 weeks when people were hurt and all this other stuff. But for the most part, they ran through the league in the season. Then, you know, you had some close games in the playoffs, but you had this incredible comeback against Detroit. And last year just felt like the year. And I just, as an outside observer, a lot of the times when I talk about like the Niners and stuff like that, or just sports in general, I speak from maybe how an athlete is look at it. Like I don't look at Fred Warner saying like, man, last year was the best team. I don't know how he's gonna be like, no, this is a new year. We're gonna figure out a way. But as an outside observer, it's just like, man, that was the year last year for this core group. Like they may get another core group in 2 or 3 years and do something different with them. But with this, the Kittles, the Debos, Trent Williams, those guys, it felt like last year was the year.
I wonder how much a season like last year does on them mentally, because like talent-wise and all that, they're there still and all that. But like you said, they've been going at this for 5 years now, and I feel like last year was the one like, yes, like this is it. Maybe even for them, they're like, yes, this is the year or whatever. And it's like you still came up short again. You're gonna come out again this year, just the same mentality, all the stuff locked in as you can be, and all that. Is you gonna do it all again?
And then last year was so stupid too, because maybe they would have lost anyway. I'm not saying this is the reason why they lost, but you get to that game and you've got everything you need there. And there were so many things that you had to overcome in that game, right? Like McCaffrey's just like one of the best players in the league, and it is supremely prolific in taking care of the football, and he fumbles on your opening drive. Then Drake Greenlaw rips his Achilles running out onto the field.
Yeah.
Then my boy Ray McLeod, just randomly it's his foot, and like that was like kind of the only time the Chiefs moved the ball aside from the last drive, but that was the only time they got to the red zone, it felt like, and they were able to score. And it was like, man, you had to overcome so much, and you were right there, had an opportunity to win, and it didn't happen. And it's like, I'm worried about that. I'm worried. I don't know.
So let's bring James here. James of the Insiders, James Ham of the Insiders, while he covers the Sacramento Kings very extensively for us here on D'Lo and KC. He is a talk show host. He does love professional football, as well as the San Francisco 49ers. So I want to bring James into this conversation before we shift to the Kings and ask you, what is the crux of your concern? Just their ability to do it again, or their ability to be better than they were last year?
The ability to not only repeat that, but actually finish it this time. And there is sports references to that being able to be done. I think when I think about this situation, I think about the 2003 Red Sox, and there's maybe no more of a gut-wrenching loss than how they lost to the Yankees in that Game 7. Aaron Boone hits a home run, and I gotta imagine Red Sox fans everywhere at that point, like, it's just never gonna happen. Like, this is just never gonna happen. It doesn't get any closer than that. You didn't have. You were up, what were they up 3-0 in the 7th?
I think something like that
in that game, and they don't take out Pedro, and he gives up 3. The Yankees were dead. You had them, and then you end up losing that game. And I'm sure Red Sox fans everywhere were like, it's never going to happen. And then the very next year, it happens. And you think about, like, basketball wise, the Spurs against the Heat. Obviously, they had won some before that, but the way they lost to the Heat with the Ray Allen shot, they went back up to the mountaintop and got it done. Kobe with the Lakers getting beat down by the Celtics, they went back to the mountain. So those are all different than football. I understand that, but those are sports examples of being able to take a gut-wrenching loss like that and bounce back. And I don't know if that's what's going to happen here this year.
Real quick, I feel like the difference with those teams too, though, is that, like, the Red Sox lost once to the Yankees, like the 100 years or whatever you want to call it. That's different teams and all that, but they lost once to the Yankees, then got it over the next year. Like, the Lakers won the title the next year or whatever. The Niners have been at this for like 4 or 5 seasons. Like, I wonder how much, like, that matters.
That's true, but I thought last year was the year. That's why I'm only looking at that year. I'm like, that was the one, and to lose that one was tough.
James, you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think you have to worry. Like, first of all, I think the Niners will be fine. Like, I get that, like, historically it's tough for a team to lose the Super Bowl, come back the next year and get right back there. But you got to be concerned that they're turning into the Buffalo Bills of the 90s at this point, where they can get there, but they can't get over the hump. And to me, like, look, this is the most talented team in the NFL. I don't think it's even all that close. But that doesn't matter, because there's one player out there that can beat anyone on any given day, and that's Patrick Mahomes. And the league is basically, they moved away from one guy who was like this and Tom Brady, and all of a sudden another one popped up. And so everyone in the league is on notice that, like, look, it doesn't matter how good you are. You have to be so spectacular on one given day, and then hope that that guy doesn't have the ball with a minute left and, within striking distance. And that's tough. Like, I don't think the 49ers have anything to be ashamed of or anything else, but I do think, like, there's this, like, huge issue that's standing against you. And I don't think it's like getting the monkey off your back or whatever term you want to, to break through. It's just realistically, if you're in the Super Bowl and you're matched up against Patrick Mahomes, you're in for it, and you better be ready to play all the way up until the last snap. And the 49ers have, unfortunately, have fallen short.
Yeah, I understand. I'm looking at this from a little bit of a different perspective than you. And yes, the 49ers absolutely fell short. They didn't win the Super Bowl last year. They lost on the last play of overtime. Like a play where I legitimately didn't know what happened next. Like, when he snapped the ball, I had no clue what would happen if they didn't score. I didn't know, do they switch sides? Do they just keep going? Like, what do the 49ers, like, what is about to happen? So they lost to a team that at this point is a dynasty. And I think the thing that I keep getting hung up on, and this is a bit semantics a little bit, but there's a reason I'm thinking this way, talking about the 49ers being better than they were last year. Like, how can they be better? They don't have to be. They just need to be better once. They need to be better in one game. They don't need to be, and I can't remember what, they don't need to be 15-2. They don't need to be, they need to be better in one single game than they were last year. So if they wind up trugging through the regular season, if they look like ass when the playoffs get here, but they get wins. If Christian McCaffrey's not winning awards and Brock Purdy's getting a ton of hate, but you get to the destination, You only have to be better in that one single game. And you can get to that Super Bowl going, this team is not better than last year's. And they win that one game, and it does not matter because they won that game.
Yeah, facts. That's facts. I even look at the whole thing. That's the great thing about football, and that's the frustrating thing about football for me sometimes is I hear everything that James is saying about Patrick Mahomes or whatever the case may be. I look at it like they played in a 7-game series. Niners probably win in 6, even with how good Patrick Mahomes is. But they don't, right? It's just the one game. And that's, like I said, that's the beautiful thing about it. It's also the most frustrating thing because I don't want to do the best team didn't win or whatever the case may be. But when you get in 1-game settings, those things happen. Like I think the best team on that day is the one that wins. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know if Kansas City was quote unquote better than Baltimore, but all they had to do was beat them one time, and they did it. And that's Baltimore might have been the best team in football. You know what I mean? They beat the hell out of the Niners. They might have been the best team in football, but in football, you just got to figure out how to get it done for 60 minutes.
Yeah, but when you do it repeatedly like the Chiefs have, it's not a one-off. It's not a one-on-one. It's a trend. And they just keep doing it. And so, like Ramsey in the chat mentions Tampa Bay gave the blueprint on how to beat Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, you had Tom Brady. Like, that might be the blueprint. Outside of that, like, look, the 49ers have a lot to prove. Brock Purdy has a lot to prove. I mean, he's realistically he's going into his 3rd NFL season, but really it's his 2nd true season as a starting quarterback. And he, like so many others out there, have a ton to prove. I mean, he's not the only one that has this sort of, thing hanging over him that he hasn't won the big one. Look at how many Dak Prescott can't even win a first round game most of the time. Brock Purdy has more career playoff wins than Dak Prescott. But you can say that about a lot of other quarterbacks too. Like Josh Allen can't figure out how to get the big win. Lamar Jackson can't figure out how to get the big win. Like, you don't figure out how to get the big win because there's somebody who's really, really good at the game of football that sneaks up and beats all these dudes. And it is what it is. Like, you have to figure out how to stop him. And that has absolutely nothing to do with Brock Purdy on most fronts. Somebody on the defensive side of the ball has to figure out how to stop that guy. It can't be, hey, Brock, we need you to have a 58-minute time of possession today, and we need you to score every single time. And then we got to hope that Patrick Mahomes doesn't score 6 touchdowns in 48 seconds. I mean, that's the way the NFL is kind of right now.
He'll lose at some point, though. I mean, he already has lost.
Of course he will.
Burrow got him at home with a chance to go to the Super Bowl. So you can beat him. You just gotta, when you have opportunities, you gotta take advantage. If you don't, he's shown that he'll come back and get you. But you can get to him. You can get to the team. I'm saying Mahomes, but you can get to the Chiefs team. They make you pay if you don't. Tampa Bay took advantage of every opportunity. Cincinnati took advantage of every opportunity.
Yeah, and I worry about the idea of the 49ers and the Chiefs again, because there's no way it's not in their head on both fronts, like the 49ers. But if I'm Kansas City, you don't say it publicly, but privately,
they'd have no fear. They have no worries.
They do not want this. Yeah. So that's but it's one of the great things about football. Thank you, Mark. Mark just sent $20 into the abyss.
Hey, can we?
Well, let's answer his question.
Can we change the account number.
I gotta.
Yeah, you guys gotta figure that one out.
I gotta figure out how to do that.
Yeah, he did that for us
in the description.
I think he did that yesterday for us. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mark. We appreciate you. Odyssey is very thankful. We should do at least answer his question. Should the Kings have kept any of the following? Nemi, Wayne, or Dante?
I think he's talking about DiVincenzo, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, so Neemias Queta, is Wayne and Gabriel, or Dante DiVincenzo? So
yes,
$20
no, yes.
question right there.
Yeah, yes,
yes,
no, yes.
No, yes. So we had a rather humorous call earlier from our man Lewis, who was talking about Mia's Katie. This actually, let's start with Rob Williams, because that's what started all of this.
Oh, yeah.
Is a line in a write-up about the Kings have expressed interest in Rob Williams, and you've got about 25 on the books for Rob Williams over the next 2 years, backup center. Your thoughts on Rob Williams? Have you heard any rumors about this outside of what we learned today? Like, is this realistic? Is it worth it? What's your opinion here on this Rob Williams note that dropped today?
Yeah, so like for me, I haven't heard anything on this front. I actually haven't been digging on it either. This was sort of like a rumor that was snuck in like 2 months ago, and just like, hey, the Kings might be one of the teams that are interested. So I don't know if it's being regurgitated. I also don't know the author at all. And that's where like, not to be disrespectful, but like I got to vet who it is. It's putting it out there into the world. For me, like, look, this is a supremely talented young player who does a lot of things that the Kings could really use. He's long, he's athletic, he can defend the perimeter as a big. Um, he would be a perfect lob threat for Malik Monk. On the downfall, number one, he can't play with Sabonis, really. He, like, throughout his career, he's taken 4 3-point shots and missed all 4 of them. So he can't space the floor. He doesn't space the floor as like a mid-range jump shooter either. This is a guy who's pretty limited on the offensive end and is stellar defensively. I mean, there was a point a couple of years ago where he was 7th in Defensive Player of the Year and 2nd team All NBA defensive team. Like, look, if you could get him for cheap, like, why not take a gamble? But that's what it is. It's a huge gamble. I mean, he played 6 games last year, I think it is. He's missed major time in multiple seasons, and these aren't because he broke a finger or, had a shoulder injury or something. He's missed major time due to knee injuries. And so I'm a little apprehensive about moving what would be, in order to get him, you're going to have to come up with something. So whether it's Trey Lyles and going over the cap, or it's Kevin Huerter and maybe taking on another contract from Portland, like it would be a gamble. And I'm not sure that it's something that just fits so perfectly that you would say, yeah, that's the right solution here. That's the answer. So again, it's like my friend Kyle said earlier on the Insiders, if we're gonna bash on guys like Lauri Markkanen or Brandon Ingram because they can't stay on the court enough, this is a guy who can't stay on the court at all. And the Kings have become one of the teams in the league that lead the league in fewest games missed every year, and it's because they don't have a player like this on their roster. So I love the idea of Robert Williams, and I think he has one of the great nicknames in the game. But I don't know that I like the practicality of it.
Well, the difference between those two guys, though, clearly is the price. Like, you give up Markkanen and Ingram, you're giving up potential future stars on your team, or whatever the case may be. The Rob Williams price, well, maybe you're still giving up future stars, because if you give up a 2031 second rounder,
it's a big deal.
then I mean, that's
well, if you give up the second rounder after the pick swap, what are you going to do, man? 2031 is just
so maybe that's a potential star as well. But no, it's like I would like to take a chance on him. I don't know if the Kings are in the position, asset wise, to pay what I think me and you both think would be comfortable paying, which is virtually nothing, or a dumping a salary, or a guy that isn't in your rotation and you don't necessarily have plans for, to bring in Rob Williams. You talk about a Trey Lyles, you talk about Keon Ellis, you talk about even an Alex Lynn. I wouldn't be willing to trade any of those guys for Rob Williams, just because of his uncertainty with his health. So I guess they just don't have that type of guy anymore. Like Sasha would have been perfect. You know what I mean? Sasha would have been a guy that you had no plans for, you're ready to move on from, and you use him to get a guy like Rob Williams. They don't have that Sasha type player that matches the salary or comes close to it. I don't think on that roster. Is that about right, James?
Yeah, they as of today, they don't have like a straight up player that would make sense, right? Now you could wait 60 days and from the day of the trade, which is only like 30 days from now, and you could trade McDaniels and Trey Lyles and do like a straight up swap because that would be right around the same money.
Gotcha.
Um,
So
there,
real quick, James. So you do have to
yeah,
wait some time before you could trade McDaniel. That's what because we mentioned McDaniels, but we weren't sure if there was a time limit. That's like the December 6th day or whatever, 15th that we always circle. But it's just 60 days from the trade. And like you said, it's that 60 days will be up well before the start of the season, huh?
yeah, that 60 days we're already at like 24 days in. So yeah. So basically, when a player is traded, you can instantly turn around and trade him again. But you can't trade him again in aggregate, which means you can't attach another player to him, right? And like, look, I think there are other ways to clear cap space. We've talked about this before, but there's also this thing out there that you can trade your mid level exception to a like basically for nothing. So and Robert Williams fits into the mid-level exception. He's got 2 years left, and his contract for this year is like 12.4 million. The problem is the Kings are hard capped at 78 million. So if they could drop below, like say 64 million, they could drop down and shave $5 million off their salary right now. Then they could actually just say, "We'll give you Portland. We'll give you 2 second-round picks, and accept them into our mid-level exception." But that would require some work. So yeah, like there are some things that the Kings could do here to make the money work. They could also, like the problem is if you don't match salaries here in a trade or come really close to it, then the Kings are going to be over the luxury tax and they'll be a tax team. And so yeah, it's complicated, but if you're really motivated to make this move, I think you probably could. You could probably offer a team a second round pick for Jalen McDaniels and have him go into somebody else's biannual exception where you're not getting anything back from them and you're just sending somebody out to move salary, and then boom, all of a sudden you might have the money to free up to go make a trade, or you could see if they would take Herter and roll the dice and see if that makes sense to you. Maybe Herter and something else, and you throw in something. There's ways to balance this thing out. But again, just remember the idea of Robert Williams and the reality of Robert Williams are two totally different things when it comes to a guy with like a long, long history of knee injuries.
Does Rob Williams make sense to you? Or I'm sorry, dump that. Does Rob Williams for Kevin Herter make sense to you?
That's really tough because like if you were getting, the Time Lord, sure. But I don't think you are. So that would be a tough pull because I think Kevin Herter is an asset you might be able to use to get something bigger down the road. And I also think Kevin Herter could be a really valuable piece to your team because you're going to need some 3-point shooting. So yeah, tough.
This is not going to, I feel like you could use the same sentence that you just used with Rob Williams with Kevin Herter. The idea of Kevin Herter might actually be better than Kevin Herter.
Yeah, but
for different reasons. It's not for the same reason.
Yeah.
It's for different reasons, and I understand that. I don't know. I'm expecting a lot from Kevin Herter this year. I think Kevin Herter is very, very capable this year. But I also understand people who would say, yeah, the idea of like Kevin Herter. I would understand if someone said Kevin's closer to what we saw last year than what we saw the year before.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree, but I wouldn't fight with someone who said that.
Statistically speaking, they'd be right. I mean, throughout his career, he averaged just under like 12 points a game before he got to Sacramento. Then he goes up to 15.3 or 15 point whatever it was, and this year he dropped down to 10.6, whatever.
He's like literally right in the middle. Like his career is basically in the middle of these two extreme years with Sacramento.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes in order to
I don't know, to shake things up, you do need to go out there and do something that just like reshapes your roster. It would give you a true power forward slash center combo. He's more of a center, but if you had him play with a guy like Trey Lyles, where Trey Lyles is stretching the floor and he's roaming underneath, it might work. But it's tough because the injuries are just such a red flag, and I almost don't want to be the team that like gambles on it. Although at this point it's a $25 million gamble. If it didn't work out in year one and you know this guy's not going to play and you can't trade him the next season, you could always stretch provision and, just break his contract up into 4 million over, 4 million for 3 straight years or something.
Yeah, I want to take a chance on Rob Williams. Like I said, the price has to be right. The price has to be right, but the upside, if it's just a situation where, he had some nagging injuries early, they've got him fixed. Maybe you got confidence in your training staff, a la Grant Hill in Phoenix, a la Sean Livingston in Golden State, and you can keep him healthy. And the other thing about that too is his workload wouldn't be as great as it was in Boston. He's a backup, and maybe you can preserve him a little bit more that way. If he can play, he was a game changer in Boston. He was an absolute game changer. And he, like you said it earlier, he fits a need that you have in that front court. So once again, it's all about the price. If the price is right, Drew Carey and Bob Barker, if the price is right, I'd take a chance.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. But I also think that there are players out there that with less of a risk that have equal to or higher than ceiling. And again, I think where I would kind of stop is with when it comes to including Herter, because I think Herter is a trade chip, and not only a trade chip, but a player that might actually really help you when you went out and signed a really good but 35 soon to be 35-year-old who doesn't shoot the three. You probably need as much shooting on this roster as possible to go around him.
If you prioritize the position, and we'll stay in the caliber of player that Rob Williams is, would you go another backup big? If you thought I will add one more to the Kings from this tier of player, is that the direction you would go?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's got to be someone. Well, I mean, the perfect fit.
You probably want someone at the 4 or 5.
Yeah, a 4 or 5 that can shoot the ball though. And well, I don't know. Like this is a really, really good, really, really good defensive player. Like it's kind of like last year you went out and like late in the offseason you signed JaVale McGee. And there's a couple of problems. Number one, like the age thing and years of service, all that stuff. Like JaVale McGee, the idea of him was probably he wasn't anywhere near what the idea was. But I bring him up because like if you looked at 26-year-old JaVale McGee, it's kind of, they're very impactful players. They're one-dimensional on the offensive end, and on the defensive end, I think Robert Williams is one of the most versatile players that you can possibly get for a big man as far as defensively. I mean, he's all over the court and he has an ability to really, really defend. So, but it doesn't matter how good of a defender he is. If he can't stay on the court, that doesn't matter. So
it's Olympic gold medalist, JaVale McGee, by the way. Multi-time NBA champion, JaVale McGee.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
All right. I was just wondering because I can't say that another big was really on my radar. I was thinking more of guys like who can stretch and shoot, but I completely understand the idea. I didn't even know. Yeah, I didn't know Rob Williams was out there like that, though. Anything on Portland makes sense, just like anything on Washington makes sense. I feel like Detroit has a direction just without a leader. I don't really know what Detroit's doing, but yeah, it just wasn't on my radar. Kind of caught me off guard a little bit. I'll listen, but not optimistic on that one.
No,
not optimistic on that one at all. Though I don't know what Portland's looking for either. I mean, there's probably a million ways that you could dissect this. Like, what is Portland trying to do? And that's always the number one thing is like, what direction is the team that has this? Where are they going? And that's the thing Casey and I got stuck on earlier is we both really like the players on the Portland Trailblazers and agree they're probably the worst team in the conference. Roster-wise, it does not feel like they should be that. But roster-wise, in terms of them as individuals, the individual players, it doesn't feel like they should be the worst team in the Western Conference. But I don't know that anyone doesn't think that they will be or won't be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, they're going to struggle for sure. And they've got talent, but again, the talent there versus say like the talent in Houston, where the talent in Houston is shown like major development, where we're still waiting to see what Shaden Sharp is going to be. We're still waiting to see what Scoot's going to be, right? I think we have a better idea of what Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün and, name that player in even Jabari Smith Jr., Cam Whitmore. Like, I think we have a better idea of what those players are than what Portland has to as far as young players at this point. And then there's all this, rumor and innuendo that no one expects Anthony Simons and Jeremy Grant to be on the team by the start of training camp. And they think that they're going to shop all those guys. And so like, yeah, what direction are you going in? What exactly is happening here? How do you get out of this mess that you've created for yourself? And they're really high salary wise. They're at 164 million. They're only a few million underneath the luxury tax. And then, we would think that they're trying to build, the base and start young and build through the draft. But then they go out and I know he is young, Denny Avdija, but they went out and traded 2 first-round picks for Denny Avdija. And it's like, well, if you're starting and you're trying to build, what are you doing making that move? What are you doing making the Ayton move? You know what I mean? You're kind of confused with the identity of the roster. And that's something like it's very Sacramento Kings-esque from like 2007 to 2018. Very all over the board.
Don't ever go 2007-18 Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. The other thing that I just thought about too, with reason why they may be moving on from Robert Williams, I forgot they drafted Klingon at center. So and Klingon. What you gonna do with Rob Williams?
Yeah, send him to Sacramento for a second-round pick swap in 2031.
There we go.
We'll come back.
That's a little. When I said the right price,
okay,
come on now.
My bad.
Settle down. That's a little too rich for my blood, as they like to say.
We'll come back. We'll talk more with James Ham here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Y'all are funny today in the chatty house, huh?
You are funny.
No, they're getting their jokes off. All right, I see y'all.
The Abyss
that
starring
actually doesn't make us laugh.
Y'all got the funny ha-has going on right there.
I like it. The Abyss starring Ed Harris and Mary Elizabeth Master Antonio. Is that her name? I think there might have been a Tom Skerritt sighting in that movie as well. That's a good film.
Ed Harris. What is he in?
Glengarry Glen Ross, The Right Stuff, Needful Things. Did you remember Needful Things?
So if I recognize him.
Yeah, you'd recognize. He's in the second.
But you can't say anything on this stupid ass show.
He's in the second National Treasure movie.
What do you want to say?
I think you know what I was going to say. I'm not going to say it. Oh no, I'll say it. God damn it. I'm a grown ass man. I can say this.
Yep.
The only Harris that I'm worried about is Wood. No, this is his name. Don't do that. This is his name. What you want me to say? What you want me to say? I'm a grown ass man. It's the man's name.
Yeah, it's the way you said it. You know what you did.
You know what you did.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to. I'm just talking about the great Wood Harris.
Now, see, there's nothing wrong with what you just said there. When you say Wood Harris, that's no problem. When you said the only Harris I'm worried about is Wood, well, there's going to be a problem with that.
That's a man's name.
Still not as bad as what Lewis said. Lewis
Trying to
said,
think.
"You know me, I love a big man."
Uh-oh.
Lewis, and talk like that on this show.
Man, I'm trying to find The Rock. He was in Ed Harris was in The Rock. He's the bad guy.
I've seen him. I recognize him.
Yeah. He's a great
He
actor.
was in The Rock.
Yeah, he's the bad guy that's leading the
I remember that. I remember
the terrorist group, but he's the military team they sent in.
I thought that was Bokeem Woodman. Wow. Okay.
Glengarry Glen Ross. He was in National Treasure 2. He's the great grandson of.
Oh, you're talking about Ed Harris.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'll just sit here and shut the
Are you
hell
talking
up.
about Wood Harris?
That's what I thought he was talking about. I was like, I do not remember him in that movie at all.
Needful Things is awesome. That's a movie I quote all the time.
Needful Things.
The great J.T. Walsh. I just killed my wife. Is that wrong? Yeah.
That sounds cheerful.
Max Vaughn. Oh man, what's his name? I think he just died.
Bokeem Woodman is in The Rock, so that makes me feel better.
Okay. Max von Sherman? Max von. It's a Stephen King book, Needful Things. He comes into town, and all of a sudden, people start doing crazy things. They're like everyone's killing each other and stuff.
That's just crazy.
It's fun though.
Nothing like a little murder. There's been a murder in Savannah. Coming back, James. Man, these people who make push notifications alert, they're sharp. They make me like I want to.
Who got you this time?
People.
Oh,
People Magazine says how one man survived a shark attack and why he got back in the water. No, I'm very curious why this man got back in the water.
he said lightning can't strike twice.
He doesn't have a leg anymore, so he.
Oh.
Wow.
He really down there with these sharks. Oh, he one of them military guys. He a tough dude. Yeah, he just go hard. Oh my God, does he not have an arm either? Oh, buddy, you lost your arm and leg, and you just went back into their house. And that little bionic arm he has looks pretty badass though. But still, no.
It is Shark Week this week.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is Sharknado coming on?
Shout out to Modern Family. It's on right now.
Have you ever? Yes, it is.
Is John Cena doing Shark Week? Is he the one running Shark Week this time? I think so.
Maybe. I don't know. I saw an show with the guy who played Ant-Man, the black guy. What's his name?
The guy,
or not Ant-Man? What's the guy? He's in Marvel. He's the Falcon. Maybe is that what he did?
The black guy.
Yeah.
The guy who played Tupac.
Yes,
Anthony Mackie.
Anthony Mackie.
That's right, Mackie.
Have you ever watched Sharknado?
Yeah, I did.
Me too.
I watched it and I was like, this is awful, but I'm glad I saw it.
Sharknado has to be like one of the first, if not the first, like social media movie where it came out and people saw it, and so many people tweeted about it that whoever it was, re-aired it, and like 5 times as many people watched it.
It was
I think the first one to really catch social media like that was Snakes on a Plane.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. That feels a little pre-social media though, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I feel like Snakes on a Plane was a movie theater one. Wasn't that in the movie theaters?
Yes,
it was.
So it wasn't like, hey, we're gonna re-air this. It was kind of that's Samuel L. Jackson, isn't
it?
Snake on a Plane?
I actually think I'm thinking of it. That was 2006. I'm actually I'm thinking of a different Black Snake.
What?
Yeah, black. Yeah,
Whoa!
Black Snake.
Yo,
no, there's
what's this guy talking about? Yo.
Black Snake Moan is the other Samuel L. Jackson movie that came out in 2006.
Play on.
No. What?
Playoff.
I ain't even gonna ask you what the title is again.
The
No, I'm
movie's
not doing
called
that.
Black Snake Moan, and it's starring Samuel L. Jackson and Justin Timberlake.
Come on, man. Hey,
He ran out of bounds, but he made his way back onto the field. Okay.
The film made $10 million on a $15 million budget.
That thing was on the cart path. Go ahead and swing away. I don't care if sparks fly. Go ahead and swing away.
Somebody get these damn snakes off of this damn plane.
That's exactly what he said. Mother bleep and snakes on a
Yeah, Sharknado was amazing. They had sharks falling out of the sky, eating people. Oh, spectacular.
That was crazy.
Absolutely spectacular. You had to be there. I need to see.
Another one that was like that was I don't think it lasted. The impact didn't last as long as Sharknado, but the Sandra Bullock when she was blind, or not blind, but blindfolded.
The Bird. What was that movie?
The Bird.
Called?
It was The Bird.
Is that what it was called? The Bird?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, it's
Bird Nest.
Bird something.
Bird Cage.
Maybe.
We are. I swear to God, we're useless sometimes. We are so freaking useless.
And I'm like, yeah, it was called The Bird.
Morris Day. That's what it's called. It's called Morris Day in the Time.
You know the movie with Sandra Bullock?
Yeah.
Yes.
Bird Box.
Bird Box.
Bird Box.
That's what it is.
Dang it.
A lot of people were like intrigued by that movie, and then they would watch it and they'd be like, this was stupid. But man, they went crazy on Netflix for about a week on that one.
Yeah, Birdcage was with Robin Williams and Nathan Lane. Good call, Spectre.
You know
it's
how
a very different movie than Bird
the
Box.
YouTube users are going to be so pissed off when Jesse titles this something pertaining to the Kings, and we're talking about Bird Box.
Oh, it's gonna be should the Kings make a move for like this big man or
the
something like
YouTube
that.
users.
Yeah.
Just know we know you're out there. They're going to be so pissed off at
Those are
Jesse.
my favorite comments.
Okay. All right. Enough of Sharknado. All right. So I guess we settled the Robert Williams discussion.
Yeah.
One thing we did discuss earlier, though, I wonder what James got to say is just where the Kings are at in relation to the West. Yesterday, I wanted to actually bring this up and talk to you guys about it. Yesterday, I asked Trista, a national outside of Sacramento observer, although she with us, but still, like what you think. And she said, I believe that the Kings are locked into the top 6. I think they're that good of a team. But she said, I wouldn't, not so fast. And she talked about mostly one of the big concerns is bringing DeMar DeRozan in, and that how does Keegan Murray react to that? That's basically what it was. Does he kind of shy away and fall back and kind of his production?
That was the anonymous executive's concern.
Right. Is that what happens with Keegan Murray, or they don't talk about the opposite, like he excels? But James, do you think that's a legit concern that maybe Keegan Murray, becomes even more passive?
Well, if he does, that's on him. In all honesty, like he's got a part of his maturation is not just like being better defensively or passing the ball better or jumping higher or hitting more shots. Part of his maturation is asking for the ball, demanding the ball, taking the ball and going and making the most of your opportunities. So I would say this. I think a lot of people were willing to wait around and see if Keegan Murray could deliver the Kings to the next level. And to me, that's crazy. I mean, that's really, it's like sending a droid out into space, searching for Obi-Wan Kenobi and hoping that he can be your only hope. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's a Star Wars reference. I know. But like at the end of the day, like you can't just like expect this 23-year-old kid to take another gigantic leap so big that it surpasses any loss that you might have had and makes you so much better. And when you bring in a guy like DeMar DeRozan, you basically just bought Keegan Murray another year or two to develop, right? You bought another year or two for him to become the player that you hope he's going to be. And last time I checked, DeMar DeRozan is 5 times the passer that Harrison Barnes ever dreamed of being. he's just so much better as a creator. And now you're going to walk into a game with 3 of your starting 5 averaging 5 assists or more. And so the beneficiary to that is clearly going to be a player like Keegan Murray, who's going to be so open all the time. And I don't know, did you guys see the George Niang come unglued on Ben Simmons on the Richard Jefferson podcast? I don't know if you guys saw this, but
I didn't see this.
What did
This
Ben
sounds so weird.
Simmons do to anybody?
No, oh, you said Ben Simmons. I thought
no, Ben Simmons. No, on Ben Simmons. No, he
that's
sat.
That's unnecessary.
Yeah, he sat. They asked him if there's a player that just really has got under your skin in your time in the league, and he said, yeah. He said, like, I know this is kind of old news and stuff, but what Ben Simmons did to him and the Philadelphia 76ers, he said that's just like, it's crazy. He's like, I see. George Niang said he signed there very specifically because Ben Simmons was this great creator, and he's a catch and shoot guy who shoots 40% from 3. And he's like, I'm signing up to go wander around the perimeter with wide open looks all day long and just launch. And then I get there and he's like, yeah, I don't want to play. And they're like, what do you mean you don't want to play? He's like, I just signed for barely over the league minimum and you don't want to play and you're making $35 million a year. And, he went on to say, like, hey, look, he's a guy that if I go up against again, like, I might do something dirty. Like, we might get in a fight.
Right,
like, sure. He's like, to leave your team and abandon your people like that. But my point is that having Ben Simmons, like the idea of Ben Simmons is incredible. He's such a phenomenal passer and draws so much attention, and it, creates this sort of like shrinking of the court that shooters on the perimeter are going to be wide open playing with him. It's why I've also said, like, hey, Kevin Huerter might be a perfect fit alongside DeMar DeRozan in either as a starter or coming in off the bench but playing with DeRozan. Like, DeRozan just has an ability to create a lot like Monk does, a lot like De'Aaron Fox does. And then you have this other guy who he's 4th, 5th in the league in assists, and Domantas Sabonis. So I think Keegan Murray, actually, there's potential for him to have like unlimited wide open looks all season long.
Okay.
Sorry if I had to get there through George Niang and weird.
No, George Niang needs to settle down.
You guys need to watch it. It's pretty spot on though.
Yeah, sure, but George Niang is
he's
one missed shot away from being where Patrick Beverly is. Like, settled.
Well, they made Patrick Beverly an offer he couldn't refuse, sir. Which was an offer.
Maybe make the same one to George. Like,
which was to continue playing basketball.
Exactly. Like, in all seriousness, I've rooted for this brother. Is Ben Simmons out of the league in a year?
Yeah.
Like, seriously, like, is Ben Simmons' career over in 1 year?
It depends on, in my opinion, it depends on what he's willing to, what contract he's willing to take. It's not going to be anything close to being lucrative or probably what he wants. It's going to be closer to the league minimum.
He's just going to sign 1 year deals or something like that moving forward, right? Like, no team will ever sign him to a multi-year contract again.
Not. They barely sign him to a multi-game contract.
Well, here's the crazy thing. He just turned 28, and you could see him just like show up and be like, hey, I'm here. I'm going to play 75 games. And then everyone's like, man, he's only 28. Should we give him can we put him in the right situation? This happens all the time in the league where people just keep getting shots, in the league. And, even the few games he did play last year, he still stuffs a stat sheet like crazy. So, I'd be concerned about, paying a guy who played 15 games last season. But the 6 rebounds, that 6 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists in 24 minutes a night, it still stands out, especially if he's a defender. But he's going to have to reset and I don't know. He's got 1 year to prove he belongs in the league still.
Well, and what Ben Simmons, right now, he doesn't have to do anything because the money's guaranteed or whatever. But next off season or spring or whenever his season ends, he's going to have to, I believe, I would probably advise him, you're gonna have to start talking. Like, go on some podcasts, and we need to hear and see from you how much you want to continue playing this game. Like, I want to hear you say, I'm really, upset with the injury history. I really want to play. I think there's so much more left to my game. That's what I'd have to see to even think about signing you.
Let me ask you something. Why do you think we need to hear that, though?
Well, it's not me and you. It's the GMs.
But
And then
why can't he say that to the general managers as opposed to Paul George's podcast? Here's why I'm asking.
That's a good point.
Here's
but
why I'm asking. Because that line of, well, we have to hear from you. We have to hear from you reminds me of someone. Reminds me of Cap. For years, guys like Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, they went on their little radio shows. Well, we got to hear from Colin Kaepernick. Does he want to play football? He might just want to be an activist. He might want this. He might want that. Every general manager in the league knew exactly what he wanted. He didn't go on their stupid little radio shows to tell them what he wanted. And that was their problem. He didn't go on people's podcasts. He didn't create a podcast. I still don't think that man has spoken. But they knew what he wanted. So
that's
if the general managers know, they know.
I hear what you're saying. I'd advise Ben Simmons to go.
I hear you.
Somebody's going to play a podcast, P, and
just don't go on the Draymond Green show.
No, don't.
Oh boy,
don't do that. I'd advise him to go talk, and at the very least, with him. And I understand some of the comparisons.
This was a while ago. He did a podcast with somebody. It might have been JJ.
I think it was JJ.
He did a podcast with somebody.
Yeah, I think it was JJ. But I'd advise him. I hear what you're saying.
No,
I'd say, that could help everything with your career.
You know, it would speak louder than him going in any podcast.
It was JJ.
Yeah, is if he went and played for the Australian national team, or like Kyle and I talked about this yesterday. Like, DeMar DeRozan's out there playing in the Drew League, right?
Yeah, I feel like he'd catch heat if he played for the national team.
Well, yeah, but I mean, at some point, like, you got to prove that you actually want to play basketball.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I feel like right now, because of the position he's in right now, he has to do that in the league. Like, he can't do it anywhere else. Like, he has to, like, show in the league, because if he goes to Australia and plays and then comes back and something happens in training camp, God forbid, then it's like, oh, this guy. No, if you're going to go down in the league and then figure everything else out later.
I don't know. I kind of feel what Ham is saying. Like,
I think he'd catch major heat if he plays for the Australian national team.
I think that in the Ham just kind of touched on it a little bit. I don't think, well, I shouldn't say that. There are plenty of people that get upset with him because of his injuries. But even more than that, there's just a big question about whether or not he even cares about playing basketball.
Absolutely.
And at
I've
the
asked
very
that
least,
question. Yeah.
You go and play in Australia. Like, okay, at least I can see a glimmer that he wants to play basketball. If his back isn't right and he gets hurt, that's something that's out.
But
of
if
his
you're
control.
a Brooklyn Nets fan and you see him playing in Australia, aren't you feeling it some type of way?
I mean, I wouldn't if he's cleared to play now. If he wasn't cleared to play or wasn't able to play in February, then that's one thing. If he was cleared to play in June and he's going out and playing with the national team.
So you don't think they're going to say, bro, we paying you $35 million. I'll pay your salary to come play here, and you over there playing for pride? You don't think that's the thing?
I mean, maybe, but the question isn't his health in that situation. It's him wanting to play. So if he comes back to Brooklyn and he's healthy and is just like, I just don't feel right, I don't want to play. Now you're like, all right, now you're duping me a little bit. Because before you were hurt, you had x-rays, you had doctors saying, like, this is what's going on. You went out and played. All right, you showed that you can play. Come back and do the same thing here in Brooklyn. I don't have a problem with you playing. I just want to make sure when you get back to Brooklyn, you're doing the same thing.
All right, well, we don't agree.
I think the question is, can he even?
James and KC coming up tomorrow, and I'll just do the insiders with Kyle.
There it is. The Ben Simmons 4-hour marathon.
Call it all jacked up like they did at 95.7. Oh,
Jacked up. That was good.
It was brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. It was brilliant.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
It was brilliant. All right. I don't even. How did we get to Ben Simmons? Where how the hell did we get
Oh,
there?
that was my fault. I talked about George Niang.
Okay.
No, I was talking about like having someone who will set you up. That's what I you know.
Oh, and then I ran with it because I asked if Ben Simmons is going to be out of the league.
Yeah,
Huh.
yeah. But just think next year, Ben Simmons, if he would take a league minimum deal, put him in the starting lineup alongside DeMar DeRozan, alongside Keegan Murray. I'm just kidding.
At this point,
starting lineup.
I just hope Ben can play a season in the NBA. I'm talking about national team and Drew League. Get through this year, because there's absolutely nothing. Or take that back. I'm sorry. There's very little in Ben Simmons' history that says he's going to get through this entire year.
Oh, nothing in his tough.
But I hope
tough
he
look.
can. Just as I hope Joel Embiid could do it.
Yeah.
And I guess this is the new thing. Someone doesn't play, and then it's put out. No. Joel Embiid playing versus Puerto Rico. All right.
That out?
Yeah, it's right here. Embiid to start next game. Joel to play versus Puerto Rico after DNP CD on Wednesday.
That one, well, so
It's the
here's
same
the other
thing.
thing about that real quick. Now we kind of see, at least people have a feel for what Steve Kerr seems to be doing. Seems to be strictly based on matchups. And if it's strictly based on matchups, obviously it didn't feel like this South Sudan game was a good matchup for Joel.
Well,
the next one would be a better one.
What you called at the beginning of the game. This appears to be Steve's quote. This is the fastest team in the tournament we're going to play. We wanted to match up. They play 14 threes against us in London. They made 14 threes against us in London. The whole game was going to be about switching and staying in front of people. We talked about that at the beginning of the game, that Joel is probably a little too slow to play the way that this South Sudan team plays.
So now that we know that seems to be how that coaching staff is going about it, it's a little bit more digestible, I guess.
LeBron, Steph, Book, Drew, and Joel will start versus Puerto Rico on Friday.
Wait, Friday? I thought they played Sunday.
I got Friday in the tweet. I could be wrong. Let me read again.
You might be right.
I got Friday.
Okay. That's an early game then. I think that's like a 5 a.m. or 8 a.m. game.
I don't want that. Well, what are we going to do at noon? It's Friday. These watch-alongs have been fun.
Yeah. Women play tomorrow?
Well, if they're not, I don't know what the hell they're doing over there. They haven't played in 2 days.
They're trying to get to their destination.
Yeah, probably catching the train there now.
Oh.
I believe they do play tomorrow.
Saturday morning is what the streets are saying.
Who's Saturday morning?
The
women?
men's. Yeah, the men. Because they play a morning game. I thought it was, they say it's Saturday. I thought it was Sunday, Wednesday, Sunday. But
Okay. I was just reading the tweet. I swear the tweet said Friday.
We've got Kings legend Isaiah Pinheiro on that Puerto Rican team.
He's one of my favorites of all time.
Yep.
Being
Placer High School. Placer High School.
He's probably in my top 5.
Yeah.
Kings players of all time.
Him and Philip Petrusev went at it today. They almost got into a scuffle.
Well, you see who starts for Greece at center?
The Papa G?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Starter.
But Yorgis is a baller over there.
Yeah, it goes to work.
He's like super Yorgis over there. Like he can cook.
Absolutely goes to work. Men play Saturday morning, women play Sunday morning. Well, the women might play before that too. Yeah, they play. They play tomorrow during the show.
Okay, good. And the damn tweet said Friday.
Damn it.
Stupid tweet.
Irresponsible tweeting.
That's what it is. Who would irresponsibly tweet? Goodness sakes. 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm ready for that game, baby. Watch along tomorrow. D-Lo and
Who
Casey.
they got tomorrow?
Is it?
Oh,
It's BEL.
Yeah,
Belgium. Belgium.
Yeah.
Belgium.
Probably Belgium.
Yeah, they've lost 3 in a row. Oh, nope, they haven't. They've lost. Nope, yep. They've lost 3 in a row.
Oh.
Hasn't gone well for Belgium in the Olympics lately. That's all right. That's all right. Hey, are you ever doing another Kings Beat podcast, happy hour, virtual?
Yeah,
because
I
think you should invite Tim Bontemps because I want to talk to him.
Oh, okay. I could reach out to Tim. That might work.
Ask Tim Bontemps about the dreaded pick swap of 2031.
No, he got to answer that. He said it's the most valuable asset in that trade.
Oh. Oh,
Yeah.
that's tough. It's a tough
Yeah.
look.
Yep.
Whew.
Oh, Tim Bontemps. No, okay, I interrupted you. Are you really doing one?
Yeah, we're supposed to do it next week. We did one
Oh,
like a couple of weeks ago.
well, you
Yeah.
did, but you said you were kind of easing back into things, and
Yeah.
I was just
Yeah.
wondering if we're getting the big.
Yep. Yeah, I might be able to reach out. It depends if Tim is in Paris still.
Perry.
Oh, I
If he
didn't know
is,
that.
he might not be, but he also very well could be. So
Okay. All right, we'll
that's
be
my
on the
guy.
lookout for that. Don't forget, just because he's a big time full time radio host now doesn't mean he still doesn't drop the Kings Beat newsletter. Make sure you head over to kingsbeat.com, become a premium subscriber over there. That way, you could be a part of the happy hour and ask Tim Bontemps why he's crazy.
Why do you hate
Tim
the
Bontemps.
Kings?
Yeah, why do you hate the Kings would be a great question.
I don't hate the Kings.
That would be a great question to start. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m., beginning with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Gigantes. Come on, guys.
Vamos, D'Lo and Casey.
They had some really good baseball games last night. Yankees, Phillies was good. Jazz Chisholm.
How would you know? When did you watch them this morning?
Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
I watched them as when I get my workout. I've been on that Breakfast Club the last week or so.
I saw pictures of you working out.
Oh,
You had an audience.
Yeah, the daycare was in full effect.
Kenny Caraway's Iron Daycare out in Elk Grove.
So I thought a little condensed
Maybe
games
eating
on
hot dogs or whatever it was. Casey out there just throwing that iron around.
And then she was with it. She got a little 3-pound Peloton weight. And it's like,
Hey, man.
wow.
It's going to be like them rugby players.
Tell you that
Falling people on their heads.
the A's Giants series, that trade deadline sure did feel like it broke the Giants. They're like, oh yeah, we're just coasting in on this thing. We're good. And the A's are like, hey, we still got all the home run hitters. Let's go. We're bad, but who cares? Let's have fun.
A's be hitting the gang of home runs.
I don't know who that soccer player they just showed is, but she's my new favorite.
The pink braids.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is that pink brace for Team USA?
Yeah.
That's Rodman. That's Dennis.
Oh,
Rodman's
it is.
Oh,
it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Yep.
It sure is.
She's cool.
Good for her. Dennis don't have one, right? Dennis don't have a gold medal.
I don't think so.
92.
Yeah, it's been in North Korea, though.
Well, all right. Maybe they'll invite him to Chicago next. We're getting out of here.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
Yeah, we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow.